Avtorskiy pravani oyoq osti qilish ustiga qurilganda, chunki Belasnechka, Semgnoma, Vrusalka hammasi o'zi
folklor.
Ha. Endi avtorskiy pravasi degan joylariga ko'zing bosib olgan vaqtida, to'g'rimi? Gans Christian Andersenni borib qarindoshlarini topib maylislik pul beramiz degan.
To'g'ri.
Hali endi bitib ketadi, yo'q bo'lgan. O'shaning ichida qo'yaverasan. Hayotingiz bilan go'zal. Lekin posterlarni zo'r qilibsizlar.
Bular haqida ham gaplashamiz.
Men kstati hozir yaxshi gap keldi, shuni yozib qo'yaman anaqaga savolga.
Boshqa yuramizmi Mirshog'id? Bosib o'rganmisiz? Ba'zi xaviz vaqir. Mayli, bizaniki format anaqa emas, jostki emas. Ham YouTube bo'lganiga ham, YouTube uchun ham bizaniki anaqa o'zi. Do'stlar, ushbu podkastni Media and Project Management Group, ya'ni MPMG syomkasini, montajlarini qilgan va moddiy texnik baza bilan ta'minlagan. Agar sizlarda ham kreativ videolar olish, reklama olish niyat. Bu
Yangi uyi. O'shaning problemalari ozgina.
Bu Hafizam yangi avlod betga chopar o'zbeklardan, ya'ni uylanmasdan turib alohida yashaydi. Toshkentda yashab turib,
Toshkentlik bo'lib turib. Ota-onasi Toshkentlik bo'lib turib.
Shunaqa.
Mahalla qayerda?
Mahalla toki.
Chilonzorda, Uchtepa.
Shunaqa. Qarang, qanaqa
Mayli.
uyat, sharmanda.
Lekin bu joy kesib tashlanish kerak. Chunki qarindoshlarim ham ko'radi. Kstati qarindoshlarim bilmaydi bu narsani.
Meniki ham bilishmaydi.
Bilishmaydi-ku. Alohida yashash.
Nimagadir uydilar haligacha ham bekitishadi.
Mani ham uyimda.
Alohida chiqib ketgani, alohida yashashingda.
Uni ham bekitishadi. No qaytsa, hamma biladi. Bu как bilgan, o'zi hukumatlarda ham shunaqa pozitsiya bo'ladi-ku. Hamma ochiq-oydin biladi, lekin nimagadir tanqidlarni olib tashlashadi, hech kim gapirmaydi, lekin hamma biladi.
Lekin hamma biladi. Boshida
mayli. Balkim uylanganlar, o'shaning uchun biz unaqa gaplasha olmaymiz bunaqa har xil mavzularga.
Mana shu boshladik-a. Shu.
Ya masalan, adam yaxshigina to'polon qilganlar, qarindoshini oldida kim degan odam bo'laman. Prosta alohida chiqib ketib yashamoqchiman desam, kim degan odam bo'laman.
Shunaqa. CZHdan keyin ham adam bilan qattiq suhbat bo'ldi. Yuzim yerga qaratding. Bir format ana CZH Lighting ham bir ko'rsatuv bor, ko'zi tushgan bo'lsa, TikTokdan trash videolar ko'rib,
mana shu TikTok
kulib o'tirishadi.
anaqa qilmadim, tushunmadim, ko'ra olmadim TikTok mana shu непонятный bir narsa
tushunib uzilish bo'lib ketadi, uyog'iga keyin distansiya zo'rlashib ketaveradi, skarteze bo'lib qolishingiz mumkin.
Shu hammasini qabul qilardim o'zi, yangi sotsiyetlarni. Shu TikTok kelganda miya sindi.
Menda ham shunaqa sindrom bo'ldi. Cho'ta men bilolmas, что nimadir narsa bo'lyapti. Agar men hozir nimaligini bilolmasam, men haqiqatan qarish protsessi, okey boomerni men qabul qilishni boshlayman-da. O'shanga bilib qo'yish kerak edi men.
TikTok algoritmini tuzib olganingizdan keyin TikTok yaxshi platformaga aylanadi.
Men TikTok yomon joy demoqchi emasman, o'sha tushundim. Nimaga qiziqishim?
Abdulla Qodiriy harakat qilgan, normallashtirishga baribir nimagadir.
Lekin tushunishmagan. O'zi so'kishga normalni yondashsa bo'ladi, so'kish o'zi nimaligini oladigan. Buni ham olib qarasang, tilli bir bo'lagi bu ham o'zi yondashsa bo'ladi. Keyin bitta narsa bor, bizda o'zi masalan so'kishni o'zi san'at asarlarida juda ham kuchli cheklov bor. Estoniyada ishlaydigan bitta rejissor tanish bir ayol bor edi, o'sha bilan gaplashganimda bir festivalda bizda detskiy anaqalarda ham даже mumkin, orada agar personaj shu narsa kerak bo'ladigan bo'lsa, mana masalan sapojnikni ko'rsatyapti. Qanaqadir maydaroq bir so'kishlar bo'ladi-ku, orada bilak qo'yadigan bo'lsa, shunaqani bizda даже detskiy teatrlarda ham mumkin. Chunki agar yo'q bu mumkin emas deydigan bo'lsak, bu senzurani bir ko'rinishi bo'ladi deb aytganda.
Da Estoniya eslatib o'tamiz. Endi bizani baribir yoshlar asosan ko'radi. Bu Sovet ittifoqidagi bo'lgan davlat va o'sha tarkibi bo'lgan davlat orasida hozirda eng hayot darajasi baland va na dush naселение deydi. Kishi boshiga, odam boshiga to'g'ri hisoblaganda eng barqaror iqtisodiyotga ega davlat.
Chunki birinchilardan olib chiqib ketganda SSRdan.
Endi menimcha qazir oylik xalqimizga kerak. 91 boshida chiqqanda qozoli oxirroqda.
Yo'q, ular chiqishga ma'nan tayyor bo'lgan. Ular o'zi eng birinchi bo'lib chiqqan-ku. Bizanikilar o'zi chiqishni xohlamagan-ku. Oxirgacha yo'q, davaychi qolamiz, konfederatsiya bo'lib qolamiz deb oxirgacha bo'lganda.
Keyin ular bilan bizning istoriya boshqacha bo'lgan ekan. Estoniya kechroq bo'lgan, adashmasam, ular okkupatsiyada hisoblagan buni. O'sha paytda o'zi
bizga o'xshab, oxirgacha baribir o'zini tilini tabiiy hol-ku. Xuddi shunga o'xshab. Biz masalan o'sha paytda Mirzo Ulug'bekni tanlashimiz ham mumkin edi. Keyin bizda bitta narsa borki, endi естественно Amir Temur biz endi bobomizni bo'lgandan keyin Amir Temur
narsani deyman, siz meni misol uchun shogird deb qaramasligingiz mumkin, lekin men sizni ustozim deb qarayman.
Ustoz deb qo'yganim yo'q. to'g'ri unaqa juda ko'p kino olmaganman. Shu 2012-yilda Sehrli qalpoqcha olgan bo'lsam 10 yil bo'libdi, kstati. O'zi to'g'risini aytsam 7 qismdan iborat, har bir qismi yarim soatlik. Pandemiya bo'lib qoldi-da. Bu ishni 2020-yilda boshladim men. O'shaning uchun qanaqadir hazillari to'g'ri eskirib qolgan bo'lishi mumkin. No, в целом olganda mavzusini dolzarbligi lekin hali bor. Sarkazmi u ko'rmasa. Lekin bu degani kimgadir yoqmaganligi uchun biz u narsani senzuralashimiz, to'xtatib qo'yishimiz kerak degani emas-da. Sizlar bilasizmi, O'zbekistonda ujis degan janr yo'q. Ujis janrida kino olaman deb bolalar ham bundan murojaat qilsa, qo'yinglar kerak emas, prokatni удостоверение ola olmasligimiz mumkin deyishardi oldin. Bo'lgan o'zbek ujisi deganda
5-13 man eslayman bo'ldi.
Ruh 5-13.
7 inson changaldi.
Eksperiment darajasida mayli harakat.
Juda
Har hafta amerikanchilar bir haftada bir marta bo'lsa ham kinoga tushgan ekan. Ming puli bo'lmasa ham. Odamlar ko'rishi qiyin. Они влюблены, они убивают. Bu narsa.
Kinosida.
Просто o'tkazib yuborsa kerak menimcha jon.
Bunday videolari bor-ku, ancha dokumentallik kinoga yaqinda. Sen dokumentallik kinoni yangi formatda deb qabul qilgan. Bo'lishi mumkin. Dokumentallik kino ham har xilda, masalan, reportaj olingan bo'lishi mumkin. Faqatgina gapirib o'tirgan kallalardan iborat bo'lishi mumkin.
It's my turn to rank the movies that matter to me. Let's start at the bottom. How about Disney's The Black Hole, one of the 10 worst movies ever made? When this movie came, 6 gates at the airport.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Oh, yeah.
How much time do you spend looking at random leaves on television shows to recognize that it's a fake pattern, not created by the wind?
No, I just, you look at scenes from Walking Dead and they enter this deserted town, as so many towns are when zombies take over. And the leaves, the autumn leaves are evenly spread in the streets and the sidewalks. And I'm thinking, some set designer did that thinking that this is what leaves do in the breeze. But that's not what they do. They collect, they circulate. They're like eddies in the air currents that'll collect them in one place and not the other. So we think if something's random that it's evenly spread. But in fact, there are many more collected elements in something that's random than we typically think. So I'm looking at your new ceiling here in Austin, Texas. And your star is beautiful, by the way. Nice digs you got here.
Thank you.
But the stars are, the lights are kind of evenly spread on the sky.
Yeah, they don't look real.
So that's how, and plus, you could have thrown at least a constellation up there or something.
You know what I should do? I should get someone to make me one and just imitate the Milky Way.
That'd be beautiful.
Right.
That'd be beautiful. And I'll be happy to certify it.
I'm
you give
scared.
me a call. You give me a call.
Scared.
I'm all in.
I don't think you will certify it. I think it would be a real problem. I think it would be a genuine issue.
So how you doing, Joe?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Yeah. Austin is an old haunt of mine.
Is it?
Yeah, I met my wife here. I got my master's at UT Austin. My wife got her PhD in mathematical physics there. And I finished my PhD in Columbia, New York City. But we spent 6 years here long ago.
I love it here.
We were here when Austin, Texas had 6 gates at the airport.
Wow.
And there was
That's
never more
crazy.
than one other car in front of you at a red light. Just picture that.
A lot of folks remember that apparently,
Yeah.
and they're very upset.
That I would be totally pissed off.
The traffic here is still adorable.
Adorable.
It's ridiculous, cute traffic, and the people are so nice. It's just a completely different vibe.
Yeah.
From
So
Los
I miss you,
Angeles.
man.
I
So
miss you
good
too.
to see you're still at it.
I'm still at it.
Still doing the thing. And I thought, I saw a few of your shows, and I said, we can bring some deep philosophical thought back because I know that's a big part of you, right?
Occasionally.
No,
yeah.
it's in you. It's in you.
When I'm talking to the right people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like you.
Oh, all
yeah. Yeah, it comes out.
It comes out. Good. But
I've been
it's in
meaning
you
to
come
talk
out,
to
that's
you.
all.
I've been wanting to talk to you
What
quite
do
a
you
bit.
got? What do you got?
Well, all these UFO disclosures.
Yeah.
You're like one of the first guys that I want to talk to because you always have a skeptical, inquisitive perspective on these things. You're not necessarily dismissive,
Right.
but
right.
you're not willing to just adopt this narrative that we're being visited by UFOs from another planet.
Yeah. So it's. By the way, let's start with the military.
Yes.
all Right? If there are glowing lights in the sky and we don't know what it is, they damn sure better look into it.
Right.
We give them folks $700 billion.
Yeah.
Make some percentage of that budget to check out the possible threat of things we don't understand.
I used to think that was a lot of money until I found out that Los Angeles spent $1 billion on the homeless every year. Their budget for the homeless
They
this
got
year is
a homeless
billion.
budget. Okay.
$1 billion, and they're not doing shit.
All right.
So when I look
I
at
didn't-
like the military getting $700 billion, is that what they get?
Yeah,
Like,
plus or minus. It
we
might
need
be
to give them
600.
more money.
You know.
Clearly, they need more money. Because if you can't fix the LA homeless situation with $1 billion, how are you going to protect us with $700 billion?
Well, it's not the same agency charged with it.
oh, they're
so-
better. They're better than the homeless people.
No, I'm saying the mayor's office of Los Angeles
Sucks.
or of,
Is that what you're
of
saying?
Austin, right? Who's running what? I got in
Exactly.
trouble this past February
What happened?
when the electricity went out in Texas and it was cold. Just a couple of months ago.
What did you say?
What I say? I tweeted. I said, what did I say? I say, okay, right now, NASA landed a rover on Mars with a helicopter, and this is at 120 million miles away, controlling it, and it's on Mars where it's 100 degrees below zero. Meanwhile, Texas, where it's cold, has no electricity. So all I said was, maybe NASA, instead of politicians, should run Texas.
That seems pretty reasonable.
Some people just lost their mind.
But that's just because the power was out and people were freaking out already. They were already
Plus, I don't do what you advised me the last time what post and drop. What's the phrase?
Post and ghost.
Post and ghost.
Yeah.
No, I always peek at what people are saying. I want to know.
You are too popular. When you're too popular, people get mad at you.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's deep.
And it doesn't necessarily have to make sense. But if enough people are angry and upset at their own lives and they just decide they're going to attack Neil deGrasse Tyson
That's
because
deep.
he makes a poignant point.
That's the. I try to have you smile about it a little. I mean, and plus, Texas is no stranger to NASA. NASA, Texas.
Houston, we have a problem.
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, come on.
That was not addressed to the governor. It was addressed to NASA headquarters.
Yeah, people are just too easy to get upset. And also, you're just dealing with the numbers are just unmanageable of people online. I mean, how many millions of people do you have on your Twitter page?
It's 14.5 million.
Just imagine. Just
It's
randomly.
a stupidly large number, and I still don't understand it because I want to remind people every few days, you realize you're following an astrophysicist.
Right.
There's still time to unfollow just in case this is something you did by accident.
Yeah, but you're a different kind of astrophysicist. You're an entertaining educator, and that's so important because you
Okay.
make things fun. You make things fun while pointing out really important points, like really important things that we should probably understand about the way the universe works and physics and
Well, thanks for thinking about it that way. I don't think about it that way. I think that the universe is inherently hilarious, and so I'm just sharing that hilarity with you. But what I also found is that when people smile, they learn better.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, when they're less tense.
Yeah, they're less tense, and there's a pleasing feeling that they had at a point when they learned something, and so that's got to work some kind of dopamine chemicals,
Yeah.
so that you say, well, I want to learn something again tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, science educators are so important because so many people equate, whether it's mathematics or science or even history, they equate it with boredom, right?
I think not only science, but many academic subjects.
yeah.
And what's that song by Alice Cooper? School's Out. School's out for summer. School's out forever. This is an anthem
Yeah.
for people who hate school.
Yeah.
What else is that, right?
Yeah.
And then I thought to myself, when you're in school, your only job is to learn. And for that to be a chore means something is wrong in that school. I'm not blaming the people who are throwing their notes in the air, running down the school steps. I'm blaming the system that's not making school fun and entertaining, and it should be a place where you are trained to become a lifelong learner.
Yeah.
Where some infusion of curiosity, you get bitten by a curiosity bug, and then when you walk down the steps, you say, wait a minute, I don't want to leave school. I want to stay in school. Or if I have to leave school because I graduated, let me find other ways to continue to stay enlightened throughout my life. Otherwise, you get ossified in one way of thinking with one a dimension of information or facts or insights, and then you're stuck there and you think that's the world, and it's not.
It's not, but let's put this into perspective. Think about the budget for the homeless. Think about the budget for the military. Now let's think about the budget that a school has to work with. And think about the fact that you have to take 40 kids who may not have been paying attention most of their life, and then all of a sudden you catch them when they're 14. Good luck. I mean, you got a lot of momentum behind them of them hating school.
A lot of negative momentum.
A lot of like maybe bored, disenfranchised teachers who've been teaching these kids are not into it, and then their hormones are kicking in, so they can't pay attention to anything anyway.
Yeah, it's easy for me to make these statements, but I'm not the one in the trenches there, especially in those middle schools where hormones are riding everything.
Right when they start popping, the kids don't know what to do with them. Like, imagine your whole life.
This is not the time to learn physics. I got to worry about my body, whatever.
And then just trying to get 40 kids or however many is in the typical classroom to pay attention to the same thing at the same time. And to be interested in the same thing at the same time. There's a lot of intelligent kids that get left by the wayside because school, for whatever reason, doesn't jive with the way they learn things. It doesn't mean that they're not smart.
Well, I think we have similar, each of us, you and I, have similar challenges in a theater audience, right? Now, you have the advantage that they're all fans, so they know where you're coming from when you do a stand-up routine. But still, there's 1,000 people or more who are different from each other. Some are old, some are young, some are left, some are right, politically. And you thread that, and I think you thread it brilliantly. You get people with you, and you get them to want to listen to you. So part of what I glean from people's reactions to my Twitter posts was that how you thought about that? I didn't know that. Oh, I thought what I posted was funny, but nobody laughed. That's useful information to me, okay? I want to know if I'm succeeding or not in what words I choose, what phrases, what ideas, what topics. And by the way, those touch points have evolved over the years. I've done this, a purposeful experiment. I took an identical tweet and just retweeted it 5 years after I first did it. And reactions are different.
Because of the time.
The times have changed.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And so if I want to stay effective as an educator, I will never want them to meet me at the chalkboard or whatever the boards are made of today. Because what is that? You're professor. Professor Neil is facing the chalkboard, drawing on the board, and you either get him or you don't.
Right.
Okay? But that person cannot claim to be an educator. The educator is someone who faces the audience and wants to know, how is your brain wired for thought? And if I know that, I have a chance of shaping knowledge, information, insight in ways that can best be received by your receptors. And yes, if it's a mixture, so you dance a little bit. You put out some feelers in this way. So if I have an audience and some of them are over 75, you look for the silver-haired folks, they'll remember, the later stages of the Second World War and early stages of the Cold War. I'll throw in a reference just for them. The 20-somethings won't know and they won't care. They probably won't even get it, but I'll go buy it quickly enough that I offer the other community demographic in the audience something else. And this is my way. Maybe it's a tennis match. I'm hitting the ball back and forth to different people. And that way I can take this body of knowledge that is the universe and have everybody share in it. Otherwise, I don't know that I can claim to be an educator.
Well, you certainly can claim to be an educator, but maybe you're not making the best use of your particular abilities. Your particular abilities that are unique to you are your humor and your fun, your jovial, along with being deep and philosophical and talking about very heady
I
things.
found that matters. People, like I said, people like to smile.
Yeah, they like
And-
silliness.
Yeah.
You're a silly dude. It's fun. I mean, for
I
a
guess
guy
I'll
who
take that
talks
as a
about
compliment.
yes, it is a compliment for a guy who talks about like really intense subjects. You know, the nature of infinity.
Yeah.
You know, and different kinds of infinities. And
Oh, you remember
different-
that?
Yeah, I remember everything.
Some infinities are bigger than other
yeah,
infinities.
which is what? What are you saying? I'm not going to let you get away with this alien thing, though.
Oh,
Let's bring it back.
No, bring it back.
Bring it back to this alien
Damn,
thing.
I thought I could.
So it's weird to me that now the Pentagon is saying that these are real videos that they've captured off of naval vessels and they're been hovering over defense systems and they don't know what they are. They don't know how they operate. There's a film that was released recently by Jeremy Corbell that also came from the Navy where it shows one that's a transmedium device. It actually flies through the air and then goes into the water. And this is being filmed.
That's how
from-
they interpreted the information
Yes,
that was in
well,
front of them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Just to be clear.
Yes,
you-
but it did go in the water. There's a film of it actually going in the water, and they talk about it splashing down. They're monitoring it.
Well, they talked about there
tracking it.
was a white caps where they think it was submerged. I think wasn't that the
Well, we could see
description?
it. It
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
went underwater, and then they went to look for it, and they couldn't find it. They used a submarine. They used sonar. They don't know what it is.
Yeah, so I hope they keep checking to find
yeah.
out what it is.
It'd be nice to know what that is.
Oh yeah.
Something that can travel through the sky
I
and
want
also
the-
go through the ocean. That's pretty crazy.
I want the military to understand that signal they're getting on their equipment.
Yes.
Because there's equipment between you and what's going on. Typically,
Mm-hmm.
when it's sort of Navy sensors and trackers and that sort of thing. Other things are things people see in the sky with their own senses, right?
Yeah.
Just the light in the sky, and it moves in ways they don't understand or can't explain. So, but a point I've made before, I'll just rehash it here. We live in a time where everyone is equipped with a high-resolution color camera and video recorder. Basically everyone. And if you run the numbers on it, it's about, I got this from someone from Google, there's about 6 billion photos and videos uplifted to the internet every day. And in that collection, you find really rare things that you only heard about or maybe you saw the results of, but you didn't actually see it happen. You see, so there are videos of buses tumbling in the winds of a tornado. Now, in the aftermath of a tornado, there's a bus on its side, and so you knew wind took it there. But previously, no one is going to say, "Oh, that bus is about to lift into the air, Wizard of Oz style, like the house. Let me go in and get my my movie camera,
Right.
and then come back out and shoot this." No one did that. If you did, you'd be stupid. That you want to get the hell out of there. But everybody has a video camera. So we have images of this rare phenomenon, uncommon, hardly ever filmed, buses tumbling in the air. We have video footage of animals doing interesting things that we never had video recordings of.
Like bears walking on 2 feet.
Yeah, bears, and one of them righted a traffic cone. There's a video of that. It was just walking down the street, and there's a traffic cone, and it looked at it, and it was tipped over, and it righted it, and it kept walking. And I'm thinking, wow, this is what bears do when we're not chasing them or when they're not chasing us. This is just a casual, they're mammals, they have large brains, compared to any other kinds of...
They're oddly playful, too.
Yes, and they love people's backyard swimming pools, apparently.
Yeah, and benches. You ever seen them on picnic
And they're just
benches?
chilling on the bench.
They
Yeah.
lay on benches and roll around on picnic benches.
Yeah. So, and in another case, I saw it was a magpie, one of these birds known for how smart it is. There was a full, half-liter, plastic thing of water. It was just water, okay? A water bottle. And it was full. So the magpie goes over and sips out the water. Now the beak is only, an inch and a half long or an inch at most. So it goes in until it can't reach the water anymore. So what does it do? It goes off to the side, gets a rock, just the right size, drops it into the water bottle,
It raises the level of the water.
thereby displacing water. Here it is.
That is heavy.
You've got the video. There it is. And so it comes and it goes back and it gets another stone, drops it in, And every time it drops it in, the water level rises and it can drink more water. And it keeps doing this.
That's pretty amazing.
Okay? And so every time we study animals, they're smarter than we ever thought they were. So maybe for our own ego, we kept building ourselves up, saying how separate and distinct we are as humans in the animal kingdom, when maybe we're not as separate and distinct as we think we are. So now what's my broader point there about that I was making? I just distracted
Something
myself.
about UFOs.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to get back to UFOs on that.
The fact that we have high resolution cameras in our pocket and we take videos of things that are very unusual.
Exactly. So here's video of a magpie doing Bernoulli experiments on a water bottle. Who would have known that even happened, right?
Right.
Okay. You can't bring the bird into a lab and maybe you could, but I don't know that anyone did. All right. Here's my point. In the 1960s and 70s, there were many, many reports of alien abductions. People said, the aliens came to me and they brought me in and then they released me. Do you have any footage? No, they took my camera. Or no, they zapped my film and now there's no image on the film. But there were countless stories. Well, now you can stream live from your camera anything that's going on in front of you. So if the aliens come and they want to abduct you, stream it. That would be instantly viral. Oh my gosh. You know, the stuff that goes viral is much less than that. A kitten that jumps to the table and falls, that goes viral? You don't think a video footage of an alien is not going to go viral instantly? But there's none. So I'm just saying, I'm thinking if we were being visited, somebody would have some good footage. If we were being visited, I'm thinking maybe Google satellite images would catch spaceships that are not airplanes moving on our surface. If we were being visited, I'm thinking we'd have something better than fuzzy monochromatic video of objects that apparently reveal themselves only to Navy pilots, right? So
one of the reasons is most of these sightings actually occur far offshore in the ocean. And the speculation is this is one of the ways, no, obviously I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on nice and tight.
Do your thing.
This is one of the ways that they monitor us. The best way to do it is to do it where they're hold their base where no one is around, which is the ocean.
No, that's not true.
So they go in the ocean, they pop up, and they fly out.
It's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
It's not true. Yeah,
What
nobody
is it?
lives on the ocean. Yes, that's correct.
In the
but
ocean.
have you? It lives down undersea.
This is what the speculation
okay,
is.
it lives down
That's
undersea.
why these transmedium devices have been,
Okay.
these transmedium crafts have been observed.
If you are sure we are being visited by
I'm definitely
aliens
not
and
sure.
you don't actually have really good evidence, then you have to say that. Sure.
Well, you know that
You have to say that. You have to say, this is really happening and they're observing us and they're concealing themselves in this particular way. You have to say that. And so
Right.
that's your way to maintain your alien belief system by saying that. And I don't have a problem with it. Go get them.
Mm-hmm.
Go get them. But all of what has been put forth as evidence for aliens, to me, is insufficient evidence to excite my interest, my research interest in devoting time to finding it out. But it definitely has excited other people. I have not stopped them. I am not saying defund the military program on UAPs, which of course is just updated UFO.
I know they like to say that now because there's like a stigma to UFO.
Yeah, I know. That's just that's a really transparent,
sneaky way of
no,
doing it.
No, it's not even sneaky. It's actually, I think it's embarrassing. It's like maybe if we call them UAPs,
People take them seriously.
People will take them seriously. No, it's just.
I'm of the belief that they're probably akin to what we did on Mars. I don't think there's aliens in them. I have a feeling that these things are probes. And I feel like if you just think about biological entities flying through the universe, like why do that?
Right.
When you have sophisticated technology that's good enough right now from our like relatively primitive in consideration of what we think is possible a million years from now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we can send that Mars rover around. We have a helicopter on Mars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's multiple satellites flying through the universe right now taking images. We can do all that.
Yeah, but
Why would
our
we...
probes are not targeting the Martian military fighter pilots.
Because there's no Martian military. But if there were, we
They're
certainly
just
would.
sitting out in the open.
Right, but if we had something like, are you familiar with one of the most famous cases was a case with Commander David Fravor of the Navy, who encountered with one or two other jets off of the Nimitz. They encountered this thing that was shaped like a Tic Tac.
Yeah. Mhm.
You know the story.
Everybody knows this, yeah.
This story. It went from, they tracked it going from 80,000 feet above sea level to 50 in less than a second. They have no idea how it moved. There's no visible propulsion system.
Mm-hmm.
It was blocking their radar. It was actively blocking tracking.
This is what their sensors
yes,
told them.
Exactly.
Just be clear about that.
And then
you're stating information as though it is facts.
I'm stating information as Commander
I
Fravor
don't care.
relayed
That
it.
doesn't matter. He's human,
Right.
and we're all human here. But
I
as
understand
a
what you're saying.
scientist, when you're presenting information, you don't say this thing was at 80,000 feet and it dropped to zero to sea level in 1 second or whatever it was the measure.
Yes.
That's the wrong way to report it. What you say
Okay.
is we have sensors that told us this is what happened.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay?
Yes.
That's a very important distinction.
Yes.
And so now, all right, your first question then, tell me about the sensors.
Yeah.
Okay, are they double checked? Are they, you know? And so, but if you're just going to say there's this craft at 80,000, then everyone is thinking about a craft, and no one is thinking about the sensor.
They actually saw it with their eyes too. This is something that they actually got.
You can't see something at 80,000 feet.
No, the actual visual on the craft.
Okay.
They didn't see it at 80,000 feet, but this craft, it's not just something that was tracked with equipment.
Got it. But they didn't see it at 80,000 feet.
Right.
That's my point. So, by the way, this level of attention I'm giving to the detail and the reporting of information, we do that with fellow scientists for much less
Oh, for sure.
than if we're being visited by intelligent aliens from another planet. Go to a scientific conference and watch the level of scrutiny we put on other people's work. If they have a sensor that has a new result, we'll say, did you calibrate the sensor? How long has the sensor been in use? I'll give you an example. Here's an example, okay? Do you remember Planet X?
Yes.
The search for Planet X.
Nibiru.
That was one. There were several incarnations of Planet X.
Right.
That was among them. Okay.
That was the
I'm
most
talking about,
wacky.
I'm talking about 100 years ago, Planet X. Okay.
Yes. Oh, 100 years ago?
Well, there's several Planet X's, right? So. Uranus was moving weirdly. Nobody understood. Maybe there's a planet beyond it whose gravity we have yet to reckon in our equations. Boom! We discover Neptune. Wait a minute. Neptune is moving a little unfamiliarly. Well, my phone is. Sorry about
You're
that.
going to drop that thing and break it with no case on?
So, yeah, I got the 12, and yeah, I can still do this. I'm just sorry.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
get
dropping.
it. Last time you were here, you had a broken case. You're a broken back. Remember?
So, why are you distracting me? Like that?
Sorry.
I was like on a roll, and
Neptune.
So Neptune.
Gravity.
We're looking at Neptune's orbit, and it's not following Newton's laws, and this is odd. Well, we've been down that road before. Uranus didn't follow Newton's laws. We proposed another planet, and we found it. So Neptune's not following all the laws of gravity that from all the other planets in the sun. There must be another planet out there, a Planet X. Let's look for it.
Is that Bode's law?
Bode's law is a fitting function that gets you. It got a little more attention than it deserved. It's just that planets, every next planet is about twice as far away from the sun as the previous one. So you just make a quick equation out of that. And,
that's it?
But it doesn't work for Mercury, and it didn't work for Pluto. And
I thought it was based on the mass of the planet.
no, not at all. Mass has nothing to do
Nothing
with it.
to do with it?
And it predicted the asteroid belt, but the asteroid belt, there's no planet there.
Right.
Okay. And if you glue together all the pieces of the asteroid belt, you get something like 5% the mass of the moon. So yeah, it gave us the location of the asteroid belt, but that's not a planet. So Bode's law, it's fun to play with, but there are limits to how far you want to declare its relevance to the actual universe. So we're out here at Neptune, and so I said maybe there's a Planet X. Everybody started looking, including Percival Lowell. All right, back in the 1920s, and he says, I want to find Planet X. because something's perturbing Neptune. So he sets out looking for it, and he doesn't find it. Then he hires Clyde Tombaugh, and he dies, so he doesn't see the results of this. Clyde Tombaugh, he said, I can't find it either. I will just systematically search everywhere. Because if you think something's affecting you gravitationally, you ought to have some idea where it is to be tugging on you in that way. All right? That's not some kind of weird, it's like you're moving differently. Where must the thing be to tug on you so that you're moving in that way? Right. No one could find such a planet X. So Clyde Tombaugh said, it's got to be out there somewhere. I will systematically image the entire sky. All right? And you got to do it on multiple nights, because if something's moving, you'd see it change from one picture to the next. He does this, discovers Pluto. Was Pluto where Planet X was supposed to have been? No. Was Pluto the mass that Planet X should have been? Everyone assumed it was. But over the decades, the mass of Pluto got lower and lower and lower as our estimates got more and more accurate. And then we found out that Pluto is 1/5 the mass of our moon, made of half ice. And this is why Pluto got into trouble later in the 20th century. It's not because we had some vendetta against Pluto. Pluto just never belonged in that list to begin with. That's really how you need to think about it. Anyhow, there's still the matter of Neptune's orbit. Pluto did not have enough mass to make those changes. So the search for Planet X continued. So what happens? All right. 1993. A colleague of mine named Miles Standish, okay? He's probably related to the Miles Standish on the Mayflower. He is an astrophysicist, looked at all of the data people were using to say Neptune's orbit was crooked. Looked at all the data. Then he found out that at one particular observatory, was it the gearbox or the timing mechanism, had just been cleaned or swapped out, or there was some, because in the observing log, you write down everything because you just don't know. Okay, was there a glitch in the current? Was there a bird fly over? You make notes of everything. One of the observatories whose data was being grafted together with the other observatories had this sort of gearbox. I don't remember if it was a gearbox. There was some mechanical adjustment that was made. He said, I wonder if that had an effect on the positioning of this telescope. He removed those data from his analysis and fitted data to all the other telescopes that he had for the positions of Uranus, of Neptune. When he did that, Planet X evaporated in that instant. In that instant. There was no Planet X. All the other data, when he connects across, removing the data from the one where the observing log said they did something different, Neptune fell right on to Newton's laws. And so since 1993, there is no Planet X. And Pluto, and were it not for that, we probably would have been a long time before we discovered Pluto, because no one would have looked for it.
They found another, like,
Let me just finish the
Pluto
lesson there.
Okay.
The lesson there is you have information that you think is correct from your sensors. This was an observatory, a fine observatory. And you're going to say, this observatory says Neptune is misbehaving. But then you learned there was something wrong with the data. You throw it out. So I'm trying to say this happens all the time in science. You have to be careful what you're analyzing before you declare that what the thing measured is true, and then realign all your resources to address what you think is true, when it might have just simply been a glitch or multiple glitches or anything. And we do this all the time in science. So you were saying.
Well, several things. One, when we're talking about planetoids and planets, the idea about Pluto is that Pluto's part of the Kuiper Belt, right?
It's the first and currently known largest member of the Kuiper Belt. And it makes sense. You know, we didn't even know the Kuiper Belt existed in 1930. Yeah. So for us, it's just the 9th planet. But it's the tiniest and the littlest, and it's got a weird orbit that crosses the orbit of other planets, and that's a little weird, but we'll grandfather it in. Okay, Pluto. And then, wait a minute, you have brethren. In the 1990s, we discovered other objects out there with similar orbits to Pluto. So maybe Pluto is not the ninth planet. It's the first object in a new swath of real estate discovered in the outer solar system called the Kuiper Belt. And that's where it stands right now.
And this Kuiper Belt, there was some speculation. Now, I read this quite a while ago, so forgive me. But there was some speculation that we might be in some sort of a binary star system, and there might be like a burnt out star that's way, way, way outside of our solar system.
Yeah, I mean
and that's causing the galactic shelf to drop off. Like this Kuiper Belt is responding to some other gravity that's way out there. Is that correct?
Okay, so
did I garble all that up?
You mix like 3 or 4 different scenarios.
That's common for me.
There was a while there where we looked at the extinction records of species on Earth and found some periodicity to it. I forgot, was it every 20 million years or something? There was some period that repeated where the fossil records showed a dramatic drop, or a mild drop in the species count from one layer to the next in the geological sediment. And so if this has a rhythm to it, there is nothing in the solar system that has a 20 million year rhythm. So someone suggested maybe the sun has a really eccentric, as in its orbit, it's in a binary star system where there's another star that plunges in through the solar system, coming through the Kuiper Belt, and then goes back out in this dance with the sun. So we wouldn't have seen it in our civilization, because this is all right. But when it does that, it disrupts the Kuiper Belt gravitationally. And if you do that, you will send a rain of comets down, a higher than average rate of comets down into the inner solar system, and then you could render many life forms extinct on Earth, just the way we lost the dinosaurs from an asteroid. So, and they even gave a name for it. They called it Nemesis. That was the Nemesis double star system of the sun. But so we took a closer look at the data. It turned out it had been filtered in a way that revealed rhythms that were not really there. And if it's orbital, the rhythm should be perfect, because Newton's law doesn't mess around, and they weren't exactly right. So that concept has evaporated, but it got people going for a while. It got a lot of press attention.
And the part about the Kuiper Belt, about the galactic shelf, that there seems to be some sort of a drop-off.
Okay, so now with regard to another scenario, which got folded into yours, is that our orbit around the galaxy is not sort of a straight circle. I mean, a clean circle. We actually wave in and out of the plane of the galaxy. All right, like if you imagine sort of Nessie, Loch Ness Monster doing that. Okay. So to imagine that, so our orbit, our entire solar system is dipping up and out and through. So another suggestion was, in fact, I think there was an entire book on this. Forgive me for not remembering the name. It suggested that the entire solar system, as it passes through the plane of the galaxy, that disrupts the Kuiper Belt as well. And that lodges, it's basically, the Kuiper Belt says lobbing comets bed down into into the inner solar system. And so you can look for that in the extinction record as well. So, and it was suggested that that might have been what took out the dinosaurs, one of those kind of passages through. So, but anyhow, yeah. I mean, there's no shortage of excuses for killing the dinosaurs.
Yeah, for sure.
They're out there.
When you think about this idea of everyone having these video cameras in their pocket and high resolution imagery, and where is that stuff? But the absence of evidence isn't necessarily evidence of absence.
It can be. So I'll give you an example.
Okay.
Because that's a mantra.
Right.
All right. And in science, so philosophically, that's true. But in practice, in science, we do that all the time. Okay? So I'll give an example. It's a contrived example, but it's a clean example. There's a cave nearby. You're a mountain man, all right? And there's a cave nearby. And you're worried it might have bears in it. So you don't want to go poking around. So you conduct some experiments. So here's what you do. You put chalk dust around the entrance to the cave, and you check it every day for a month, and there are no bear prints in the chalk dust. Winter comes, okay, and you notice there are no footprints in the snow. Of course, well, maybe the bear snuck in and you didn't see it and it's hibernating. That could be so, perhaps. Well, you wait until springtime. So you keep doing this without ever going in the cave, and you have no evidence of a bear going in and out of that cave over a normal cycle of time that a bear might go in and out of a cave.
Mm-hmm.
That is evidence of absence, in a sense. Okay?
In a very specific place.
Correct. So at that point, you'd say, well, I didn't go in the cave to check, but I have enough evidence to say the bear is not there.
Right.
So it's the thing, you can't prove a negative. I kind of just did. I'm saying there is no bear there, and did I prove it in a fully logical mathematical sense? No. But scientifically, I've gathered enough information to convince me there's no bear in the cave, and I will operate on that assumption going forward. And so much science happens that way, and it works.
And you think that's a valid way to dismiss the lack of UFO evidence because these people have these phones and they're...
Turning point of where like every teen today. Of course, my pleasure.
You've done a few podcasts, but not a lot. I'm honored you would carve out the time.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's my pleasure. I like doing podcasts because it feels more organic.
Mm-hmm.
I think when you do an interview, I feel very guarded.
Yeah.
And, we just spoke earlier about this is a safe space to talk and stuff. So I really enjoy doing a podcast.
Yeah, I think over the course of however long we talk, people are going to get a feel for the real you.
Yeah.
And I would suspect, as somebody who's got, I don't know, like 65 million Instagram followers, and basically every time you walk out your front door, you have to worry about somebody taking a photo of you. And these things turn into news cycles, and it's very much out of your control. Like there's a sense of like vulnerability that must come with that makes you, of course you're going to be guarded.
Yeah, I think it's like, when surfers talk about when they crash or get hit by a big wave, the worst thing you can do is like tense up. You just have to kind of roll with the punches and like let it happen. I always find that if I go out in public and I try and resist the request for photos, I end up having a worse day.
Mm.
So if I just sort of go, it's part of the job, lucky to be doing it, happy to take the pictures, I always have a better day. And I think that for me is just an example of like rolling with the punches rather than trying to fight back. It's like swimming upstream. Like you're never going to be able to convince everyone to be nice about it and to say please or whatever it is you're looking for. But yeah, it's just part of the job, I guess.
Yeah, it's that's what they're paying you for.
Yeah, exactly.
To have to like deal with all that bullshit, right? And to kind of be in a place of surrender and peace with it rather than like confrontational Alec Baldwin vibe.
Yeah.
But after, decades of that, maybe it just gets under your skin. I mean, how could it not?
Yeah, and I think as well, like, I don't know where Alec is from, but I know being a Londoner, in London, if anyone speaks to you on the street as a Londoner, the first thought in your mind is like, why are you talking to me? If someone asks you the time, it's like, why do you want to know the time? London is so antisocial when it comes to like stranger to stranger. So I think as a true Londoner growing up and then becoming famous, it took me a really long time to adjust to being approached on the street. I've got used to it now. It's like part of my life now. But when people used to ask me for photos really early on, especially after Spider-Man 1 had come out, I still couldn't quite understand why people wanted to take pictures with me. I used to find it really odd. And my reaction was like, no, I don't want to take a picture with you. But now I've ironed that crease out a little bit.
Well, the interesting kind of ripple to that is that you didn't have, a normal childhood or a maturation period where you could kind of figure out who you are and what's important in advance of all of that. Like this has been your experience, since you were a young kid. So you've had to learn how to deal with this before your brain was fully formed. You know what I mean?
Still ain't fully formed. I'll tell you that much for free.
Yeah. You and me both, my friend.
I was really lucky that like my life changed slowly. Like I started when I was really young, and then I had about 10 years before the Spider-Man thing happened. The Spider-Man of it all was the big turning point of where like everything changed. And I was lucky that I had those formative years to sort of grow up make mistakes, learn about set life, learn about the world of movie making, and then Spider-Man happened. But it definitely was a steep learning curve for sure.
But you seem like, first of all, you seem like a happy person. You strike me as somebody who's really grounded, who understands what's important, who doesn't get caught up in a lot of the nonsense. Maybe part of that is keeping at arm's length with, Hollywood, quote unquote Hollywood, sure. and, living in the UK and having this strong family unit and surrounding yourself with friends. But it seems to have kept you sane. Do you still live in a house with like all your buddies?
I do. Yeah, I do. And that is changing. My brother and my best friend are in a transitional period of moving out. We're sort of at that stage in our 20s now where we're like, we should all live by ourselves.
It might be time.
Yeah, but it's been great. My best friend Harrison, who I live with, I really admire. He set up this fantastic rum company called Hammer that he's been promoting and working on and stuff. And seeing him kind of build that from the ground up in the house has been such a pleasure because he's so driven and he's up every morning. He's out selling it. He's doing all this great stuff. And he's been a real, inspiration for me for what we'll talk about later with Biro. So I love living with them and they're really great guys to live with. They're very tidy. They keep the house nice. Because I'm away a lot, it's nice to have people in the house.
It's like a reverse Entourage narrative, right?
Yes.
You guys are like healthy, eating well.
We all go to the gym
supporting
together.
each other.
Yeah.
It would make for a very different HBO
It'd be
series.
a very boring TV show.
Yeah.
Like, wow, they're so productive. But I like living with Harry and Harrison is great because they are so productive. And the thing with acting that I've always found quite difficult is that it's either 100% or nothing. So like if you're on set, you're working flat out, you're exhausted. And if you're not working, you really don't have anything to do.
Yeah, the only time that you get to practice your craft is when you're on set and getting paid to do it.
Right. Like I'm not at home saying to Harrison, like, do you want to jump up and just run some lines quickly? You don't do that. I mean, I'm sure some people do. So what's been really nice working with them and working on this Biro stuff is having stuff to do outside of the acting world that keeps my mind engaged and gives me a reason to be getting up and working and getting that training session in early in the morning. Because otherwise I just become really lazy.
Yeah.
And I play golf too much.
You have 3 brothers?
3 brothers,
and
yeah.
2 of them are twins, right?
2 of them are twins. Sam is a chef. He's a great chef, which is awesome for us. He lives down the road. So whenever he's trying out new recipes, we always get a text and he'll just deliver us great food.
Yeah.
Harry's an aspiring filmmaker. He's just written a great script that we've been sort of shopping around town and he's had a lot of interest in, which is fantastic.
Cool.
And then
is he the one that had a short at Tribeca?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's Harry. And then Paddy, our youngest, he's acting, he's doing really well, but he's still just a kid. It's really nice. He's now at the stage where he can come on our lads' holidays with us. So like we used to go away, me and my mates, and play golf or whatever, and Paddy would stay at home because he was only young. But now he started coming with us. He's great. He fits in really well. Everyone loves him. And his golf is getting much better. His golf was a little shitty for a while, but he's getting there.
Your parents seem like great people. Like your dad's a comedian. So he's able to kind of help guide you and avoid some of the pitfalls. Like I'm sure he's seen every color of the entertainment business from top to bottom. And it just seems like you're a good group of people. You know what I mean? Like just grounded, like I said, healthy, the relationship, they all seem like solid. Like you're very lucky in that regard.
Super lucky. And my dad, especially having my dad, because working in the film industry is one thing, but being a part of the comic circuit, I mean, that's got to be the toughest form of entertainment and dealing with that on a daily basis. And one of the things I really admire about my dad is when we were kids, if he had a bad gig, we would never know about it. He never wore it on his sleeve the next day. Like, Dad was always as if every gig he did, he absolutely ripped the roof off. And then obviously as you grow up and your relationship with your dad changes and it becomes a little bit more honest and open, you know, I'll call him up and he'll be driving back from a gig and he'll be telling me about he had a rough gig or something. And I've always just really admired his ability to shake that off. And I think as a younger actor, I learned a lot from him when I would go for auditions that I really wanted and not got the gig.
Right.
And he would sort of, you know, son, you can't do all the jobs.
Yeah. Having a healthy relationship with rejection in a business where rejection is the norm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That for me has been such a valuable lesson I've learned from him.
But your relationship with rejection is a little unique. Like, let's go to the origin story here, because it all seems like it was predestined. It happened pretty quickly at a very young age. I mean, you were dancing as a young kid, 9, 10.
Yeah.
We're in a hip hop class. Walk us through like how that led to the first gig.
Well, this is a really interesting question, actually, because only recently did I find my yearbook from my primary school. And I've always had this kind of narrative that I never wanted to be an actor. I love performing.
I heard you say that.
I love being on stage. I loved dancing, but acting was never something I wanted to do.
I have a hard time believing that. I want to press you on that a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm happy to get into it because I found this book which predates any acting that I had done. So I basically used to go to this dance school. We did a show every year at the Royal Ballet School, and the headmaster asked me to audition for Billy Elliot on the West End. Long story short, I went through the audition process. They sent trainers to my school, which was really tough because it was a rugby school, and all of a sudden, like, I was the one boy in the all-boys school doing ballet in the gym at lunch. And that came with its own set of challenges. But I got the part, and it wasn't until I sort of got through Billy Elliot, I'd been cast in The Impossible, and I was working on set with Naomi, that I really started to think like, oh, I could be like an actor. Like, this is what I could do. But in this yearbook, I must be like 6 or 7 when I answered these questions. And the questions are like, what do you want to be when you grow up? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite food that gets served in the canteen? It's like kids' questions. And I wrote, what do you want to be when you grow up? I wrote actor, which I think is really weird because I don't remember ever wanting to be an actor. But clearly I did.
On an unconscious level.
Yeah.
I mean, just to clarify, so when you did that performance and were noticed by that Billy Elliot choreographer, you were like 11?
No, I would have been 9.
9.
Yeah.
And then there were 2 years where that choreographer kind of helped you out with training and saw something in you essentially, right? And tried to help you out so that 2 years later, when you auditioned for Billy Elliot, you were like up to speed, right? And so were you 11 then? Like, when did the West End production begin? How old were you then?
So I started auditioning when I was 9. And throughout the process of auditioning, they were training me in the interim. So it was a huge investment on their part because they were sending dancers to my house every day. I would go to these intensive summer schools where I would like live in this house for 6 weeks in the summer and train every day. I still hadn't got the part yet. And then it wasn't until, yeah, you're right. It was probably a 2-year audition period. And then when I turned 11, I got the part. And because I was really small and young for my age, I was really, really underdeveloped. They put me on as Billy's best friend first to get some like theatre experience and stage experience. And then while I was doing that character, I then trained and learned the Billy track and then did the show as Billy.
If you had to guess or estimate, what do you think that choreographer saw in you when you were 9 that led her to making that investment? I mean, clearly there was something. There was some quality about what you were doing as such a young person where she thought there's something special here worth exploring.
I'm not sure what it is off the jump. I couldn't tell you that it was like an overwhelming sense of talent or anything like that. I think sometimes with acting, being very authentic is something that comes natural to people. And I've always been a very genuine person. When I went to my first audition, I was by far the worst dancer in the room, but I was the last kid there. They would like cull kids. So we would be there for 5 hours and every hour they'd say like, if you're between numbers 5 and 25, you can go home. Everyone else gets to stay. And I was the last kid there. I did no singing, no dancing, just acting stuff with the director. So maybe he just thought that I was very honest and was quite open and emotionally ready. The dancing and that sort of stuff came later. And I think I've always been very driven and if you put the work in front of me, I'm really good at getting it done. I'm not very good at putting the work in front of me myself. I need someone to help me do that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas my brother Harry or Harrison, with what he's done with Hammer, like the way he's built his little company and driven it from the ground up, and he gets up and does it every day, is amazing. I couldn't do that.
You're a team player.
I'm like, tell me what you need me to do and I'll do it. But don't ask me to like come up with the strategy to do it.
So Billy Elliot becomes this thing. You get a lot of attention. You're doing some press and TV.
Mm-hmm.
This leads to this audition for The Impossible.
Yeah.
Which you book, like basically the first movie that's on your radar that gets, sent your way.
Yeah.
You get it and you're in it. And you're how old at this point? This is the Tsunami movie with Naomi Watts and Ewan McGregor. Your first movie.
I would have maybe been 13, and then we maybe shot the film when I was 14. I did a few auditions in town. My granny Tess took me to my first audition. It went really well. And I remember the director, Juan Antonio Bayona, he basically asked me to just improvise a scene where I had to say goodbye to my mum. There was no context. I didn't know the stakes. I didn't know that it was like a life or death situation. But just being a very vulnerable, honest and open kid, I just started talking about saying goodbye to my mum and burst into tears. And I guess that's what they were looking for.
Yeah.
They were like, yeah, he can cry, get him.
But even being so young, you must be thinking, well, I don't know about like dad and all this rejection stuff. Like this is going pretty good. Like it's just going to be this way going forward.
Yeah, so the interesting period of any young actor's career is when you're too old to play a kid and you're not quite old enough to play an adult.
And not many are able to traverse that canyon.
It's a very, very tricky journey. And that's why I've been so blessed that Spider-Man came along. Because
and you still have
he
this boyish face.
Yeah, right. I still, especially when I cut my hair, I just did this play in London and I had really long hair, similar to yourself. And I cut it all off with the hopes that like it would make me look tougher. And I looked in the mirror and was like, I look like a 12-year-old.
Right.
And I went to rehearsals the next day and everyone was like, oh, you look so young. I was like, fuck, that is not what I was going for.
Boyish looks, and then having to navigate that canyon to manhood and the roles that come with that. Yeah, there's a fallow period for most actors, even the best, when they're in that in-between stage.
Yeah, I remember my dad had a talk with me and sat me down. I was auditioning for this film called November Criminals. I would have been maybe 15 or something.
Sure. And Sasha Gervasi.
Yes.
Who's a buddy of mine. I was with him yesterday.
I really wanted that job. I thought it was a really fun script. I really liked the character. There was loads of dialogue, which I really liked. With The Impossible, it was more of a like reactionary performance. I didn't really have much to say. So I really, really wanted this job. And I remember being in my mum and dad's old kitchen and I might have thrown something on the floor out of frustration because I'd found out I hadn't got it. And my dad really put me in check. Like, you're a kid. This is the first audition you've gone for that you didn't get. Get over yourself.
Right. I think that part went to Ansel Elgort.
I think it did. Yeah. And he did a good job too.
Yeah.
I liked the film.
So your first taste with rejection.
Yeah.
You mentioned that you just did, you were just on the West End. You did Romeo and Juliet, which was pretty cool. And that came on the heels of taking a year off after you did the crowded room.
Correct.
Room, which, as I understand, was a very intense experience for you, but one I also feel like was misrepresented in the press. Like, I listened to some interviews and I read some stuff, and my sense was that there was this narrative that was being imposed upon you, that it was so exhausting that you needed to take this break, and they wanted to kind of portray it as some kind of mental health, crisis
episode,
that you were going through, when you were consistently clear throughout, like, hey, I'd already planned this. I was going to take this time off. And I think as a young person, to have the sense of self and the awareness to say, hey, like, I need breaks from time to time, rather than to just be on this constant, hamster wheel, more, bigger, I think speaks to your maturity and your perspective.
Thank you. I was actually very disappointed with how the press ran with it. But then, like I said earlier, you can't fight with the press. You're swimming upstream, and I kind of just rolled with the punches and let it happen. I think it's really disappointing that a young person in my decision who's lucky enough to have the power to say, I'm going to take some time off for myself, gets painted as, something negative. I think we all work too hard and we should put our lives first. I've always lived by the idea that I work to live. I don't live to work. And I think that it's really unfortunate that that's what people took from the idea of me taking a break.
It's additionally ironic given that we're kind of in this discourse or dialogue around mental health right now from a mainstream awareness perspective. Even with, as I mentioned to you beforehand, like I was in Paris for the Olympics, and, mental health is something everybody's talking about, whether it's Simone Biles or Michael Phelps and all these athletes who have made a point of saying that this is an important thing. And there seems to be a respect around that, but maybe not so much in your world.
Yeah, and I think it's very different, and it's very obvious to see how someone like Simone Biles would be affected by mental health. The pressure that she's under to perform at the level that she performs at. She's absolutely incredible. We sat down and watched her this year, and I can totally see how that pressure would get to anyone. Pressure is only natural, and pressure is a privilege to a certain degree, but sometimes too much pressure is too much pressure. And I think mental health, I took a break from social media once and felt the need to kind of announce it because I didn't want people to worry that, I had disappeared or something. I don't know. And that also was met with a negative reaction of like, oh, you can't hack it. Like, you can't handle social media. And I just think that sometimes it's important to look up and engage with what's around you. And I find for me with social media, I can easily sit on the couch for 4 hours and scroll. And I haven't had Instagram on my phone. I'll download it to post something, or download it if a friend of mine's posts something and I want to like it for them. But 99% of the time, I don't have it on my phone. And my life is so much better for not being completely glued to this false world that we have on our phones.
Yeah.
But it's a shame, and I really hope it changes, because I think self-preservation is so important, and only a fool would say to you, you should work until you crack. Because if you crack, it's going to take you longer to get back to full fitness and work at your top capacity. So for me, like, taking these strategic little breaks where you can rest and recoup and come back your best self is really important, and something that should be heralded rather than chastised.
Sure. If you want to have longevity in your career, It doesn't make any sense that you would play all out and leave everything on the field with a performance, whether it's The Crowded Room or Romeo and Juliet, and then immediately go into something else.
Yeah.
Like, there's a manic kind of attitude around that, or maybe a fear response. Like, I have to always be booking because maybe the phone's not going to call. That comes from an insecurity or a place of fear. But having like a healthy, strong sense of yourself and knowing like, hey, I bring something to the table. It's not going to disappear if I take a minute off. Like, I'm thinking of, like, a great example would be, like, if you're great, there's always going to be a demand, right? Look at Oasis. How long it's been? 25 years or whatever.
Yeah,
and they're going to make $400 million because finally they got their shit together.
Crazy.
They'll make more money on this tour than they did over the course of
100%.
all of their albums. You know what I mean? The point being, like, if you have the goods, you don't need to be in a hurry, but to be, what are you, 28?
28, yeah.
28, to be that young and to like own that, I think also speaks to character, because I can imagine myself at 28, or most 28-year-olds who are just so hungry to, be climbing all the time. And there's a kind of a hustle porn culture out there where it is frowned upon if you take a minute, take a beat to like reassess and reboot the operating system. So the next time out, you can give the best of what you have.
100%. I don't operate well or as well as I would when I'm tired. If I don't sleep well, or this is the thing I struggle with the most, is sleep when I'm working. So for me to be able to have some time to recoup and come to set or come to work or whatever I'm doing 100%, it makes a world of a difference.
Hey, everybody. Today's episode is brought to you by Seed Gut Health. I talk about it all the time on the podcast. You know it's important. If you've even listened to a few of my podcasts, I think I've maybe devoted, a dozen, 24 episodes to the microbiome. You got to take care of your gut health if you want to have optimal health. How do you do that? Well, your nutrition, your lifestyle habits, sleep, all of these things play into that. But it's also important to find a really good prebiotic and probiotic. How do you do that? Well, there's a lot of nonsense out there, so you got to follow the science. And the best evidence-based product that I found out there is Seed's DSO1 Daily Symbiotic. I've been taking it for, over 3 years at this point, every single day. There's just a tremendous amount of science behind this product. I urge you to check it out. And right now, it's a great time to do that because you can get 25% off your first month of Seed's DSO1 Daily Symbiotic. Hit the link in the description below to visit seed.com/richroll and use code RICHROLL25. Get on it. Romeo and Juliet, was that your first time back on stage since Billy Elliot?
Yeah. First time.
And my sense is that stage is your jam, right? Fundamentally, setting aside all this other stuff, there is kind of a love for that.
Yeah, it's definitely the birthplace of my career. And it's been so long since I'd done it that it felt like the first time. And it was an amazing experience. I wasn't planning on doing theatre. I just I was at home. I had taken my year off. There's obviously been a whole load of things that have happened in our industry that kind of put a pause on a bunch of things. And I was itching to find something to do. I've always been really scared of going back on stage because it's just feels so exposing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nowhere to hide.
There's nowhere to hide and
it's different from mocap.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, when you can change something or say, look, could you just move my arm a little bit further out? And I think that's what really excites me. When something stresses me out, I was chatting to my friend yesterday about this actually. I work really well when I don't think about whether or not I should do it or not. With the play, they called me up and they said, look, if you want to do this, you need to let us know today because we got to book the theatre. And we'd been speaking about doing this for maybe 5 days. I hadn't spoken to my family about it. I hadn't really spoken to my girlfriend about it. And on the phone, I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. I'm happy to do it. And then I started to panic because I was like, what have I done? Why am I doing this? But when I put myself under that kind of pressure, that's when I do my best work. When I start feeling really uncomfortable because that level of uncomfortableness drives me to do the work and be focused and learn my lines and break it down and understand the language and try and do something different and unique to what's been done before. But I loved it. I really loved it.
There's two things here. First, you're tackling Shakespeare.
Yeah.
So it's no small...
And I've never done that
in
before.
The UK.
In the UK,
yeah,
in London.
For UK audiences. So, the degree of difficulty just goes through the roof, right? And then secondarily, how long was the run?
The run was 3 months. It was 8 shows a week. And it was
that is an endurance.
Tough.
Yeah, having to do that every day, sometimes twice a day, right? I was in London last summer and I was with my youngest daughter, who's 17 now, and we went to go see Paul Mescal in a streetcar. And it's such a visceral performance, right? And he's, and he has the legacy of Brando on his shoulders, the pressure that would come with that. And then I was just imagining, this guy's got to do this every day, sometimes twice a day.
Yeah, it was intense.
That's super intense. And then you do the backstage thing and you have to go greet all your fans every night. Did you do that? Open up the back door and sign the autographs and do all that on top of the whole thing?
Well, I guess a bit of a blessing was that we had loads of people show up and backstage was really like a red carpet every night. So what I would do is I would sign cards in my dressing room. So 100 cards. And then the security outside the theatre would hand them out. Because I wouldn't have been able to get to everyone.
It would have been too crazy.
So I kind of came out and did a smile and a wave and said thank you and stuff and then got in the car. But the keen fans that got out first got a little signed card. But it was an amazing experience. I mean, trying to stay mentally focused and not allow the show to kind of run on autopilot was really a real challenge. Trying to stay engaged and make sure that you're constantly listening and we'd have understudies come on at certain times and they would change the tone of a scene or the speed of a scene. And you had to be able to pivot live, which I found really difficult. But by the end, a skill that I didn't know I needed that I've really kind of improved upon. Because, like when you work with Downey on set, what's great about him is he'll improvise, and if it lands, he'll do that again. But what's quite nice for you is you know that, oh, he's going to say that again, so I have some time to prepare. He's so quick that even if I write a joke that he has no idea about, and then I improvise a line, he'll use my joke to set up a punchline of his own joke somehow. He's like so good like that.
You're never going to match wits with that guy.
No.
Yeah.
And I think that having done the play and being able to pivot in the ways that we had to pivot when things would go wrong or someone would skip a speech or you know, an audience member's phone went off and you'd have to kind of keep going and not let that distract you. I'm really excited to see how I've improved as a performer the next time I go on set. Because it really feels like a great place to sharpen the tools and try some new things out, and you get a little bit more freedom because, you know, once the director leaves, it's kind of your show. And you're working with the actors at warm-up saying, like, tonight I want to try it a little bit like this. Do you mind if we just, can you set me up with this line, change the rhythm slightly so I can land this joke? And it was such a pleasure. It was such a pleasure.
How do you make decisions about the projects that you want to get involved with? I'm saying that thinking about, you know, somebody who's, you know, steeped in the MCU.
Yeah.
And with that, there's expectations and pressures and a certain kind of preset trajectory for an actor of your stature. But when I look at the choices that you've made, you're making all kinds of, you know, interesting, different choices that are challenging you, and some of them work out and some of them don't. But it all feels like an experiment and you trying to find new ways to express yourself.
I think that's perfectly put. It's an experiment. And like, I try not to think about what will this do for my career? Is this an awards piece, or is this a box office bonus movie? Is it something I'd like to watch? Is really my biggest indicator as to whether I would do it or not. And I just love being challenged. My favorite thing about my job is that I get to try new things and sort of live in different skins every now and then and become these different characters. And I just love the idea of being told, right, you're going to Nebraska for 4 months to shoot a movie. I'm like, okay, great. I would never go there normally. So it'd be great to go and spend some time somewhere. So I love everything that comes with it. And it's less for me about, is this going to be good for my career? And more just, am I going to enjoy making this? I read a script a few days ago, which I won't talk about because it's still being shopped around town. But it was like, it's the first time in my career that I've read something and gone, I just don't have the energy to shoot that right now. It was too intense and it was a lot of action and all that sort of stuff. And it's the first time I've gone, cool, do you know what? Reading those sequences, I don't want to make those right now.
When you're thinking about the choices that you're making, in addition to like kind of just what lights you up generally, is it the script? Is it the director? I'm sure you have a list of directors you want to work with, ambitions about, you know, maybe long term, like what you want your career to look like and the various roles that you want to explore. But do you have a sense of what you want to do next or even what that is? It sounds like you haven't decided yet.
No, I have like 3 or 4 things that I'm kind of juggling with right now. The biggest of which is my sort of re-entry into the MCU and what that looks like. It's been a really fantastic experience that Tom and Kevin have allowed me into the kind of creative bubble of Marvel, and I've got to see firsthand how these films are built from the ground up. It's been so fun to just sort of sit in the room and see these guys pitching ideas back and forth, and every now and then I'll chime in with something. And first and foremost with Marvel, I'm a fan. I grew up loving those movies. So to sit in the boardroom with them and they've got this great mural on the wall of all the heroes, and to kind of hear them talk about the movies, and I'll come up with an idea and they'll say, no, you can't do that because we're doing that in the new Captain America movie.
It's all mapped
really,
out. Yeah.
It's really cool to just see how they've got this vision for the future. And I just love being a part of that. But in terms of what I want to do next, I just love working on set. I love the camaraderie. I love the community.
And you have Akiva Goldsman.
And we have Akiva, who was fantastic. Yeah. And to be honest, wrote the best scripts I've ever read. It was so easy to say yes to that job. When I started reading his work, I was like, wow, this would be such a pleasure to do.
He's the gold standard.
He is the gold standard. Yeah. He's fantastic. And he did a great job. And he was very brave to tackle that subject matter in the way that he did, considering his past and his background. To touch on some of the personal things that have happened to him in his life, I think is something that we should celebrate and admire, because I'm sure he's helped a lot of people that have been through similar things through that show. So I'm really proud of him that he tackled it in the way he did.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he's proud of you.
I'd hope so.
For how you acquitted yourself in that role.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
Yeah.
The haircut alone was a tough one.
I kind of liked it. I thought it was cool. I didn't know that was a wig. I was like, you should grow your hair long.
It was my real hair. That was my hair.
Oh, they colored it.
Yeah, they'd made it darker. And then the studio were really against the idea of me having bangs. And I just really thought that it was like the icing on the cake that would set the character apart. A good tip I got from Jake Gyllenhaal, actually, when we worked together, who I love, was that you can do so much of your performance in hair and makeup. So much of it can be done before you've even opened your mouth or opened your eyes. And I've really taken that to heart, like subtle nods to different characters here and there, or slightly changing the color of your hair, or even something like changing the color of your eyebrows ever so slightly, I think really helps disconnect the audience from who you are, especially when you play a character as high profile as Spider-Man. You're so recognizable as that character. So the studio were like, no, you can't cut your hair like that. We're not allowing it. We don't want you to do it. And I went straight to my trailer and sat down with Rachel and was like, right, let's fucking cut my hair off then.
Oh no, how'd that go over when they became aware of that?
I remember walking into the camera test and the cinematographer was not happy. But I actually think it was a really good decision. I think it just brings a level of authenticity to the character, and it's so different and unique to that time that it works. But bless Zendaya, she always talks about, she's like, no, I thought you were handsome with it. But I know she's just being kind.
Yeah.
It was a rough look.
What do people not understand about being part of this MCU universe? I mean, this isn't just a series of movies. This isn't just its own cottage industry. This is almost like a nation state. Like, it's so massive. There are so many team members and people that contribute to these movies, so many moving pieces. It's bigger than any actor. It's bigger than Robert Downey Jr. It's just so gigantic. Do you find that disorienting? It sounds like you found it nourishing. And all the actors that are in these movies always talk about how much they love making these movies.
I think firstly, what sets it apart from anything else is the community and the sense of ownership over the characters from the fans to the studio. I feel like it's the only studio that is working in unison with the fan group. Like fan service is a really big thing at Marvel.
Right. And you have to walk this delicate balance between fan service and moving the story forward in new and different ways.
Yeah, and I just think that what's so beautiful about the entire thing as an entity is its community. And when I say community, it goes from Kevin Feige to the most diehard fan and everyone in between. And for me, I really love being a part of that. But then in terms of like making the films, I think what Marvel have done so well, and Sony, I mean, I always have to give my credit to Tom Rossman at Sony, because he's been like my American dad since I've moved over here and started working over here. Like work stuff, personal stuff, like he's always the guy I call. I had a meeting with him the other day where I took my dog to his office. He won't mind me telling me this story. So I took him to the office and Tom's like, oh, I love dogs. Dogs are great. You can bring the dog. It's fine. And I'm sitting in his beautiful office in Sony and we're chatting, catching up, talking about golf, talking about projects that we'd love to do together. And my dog is like trying to get up on the couch. And I'm obviously trying to be mindful. I don't know what Tom's like leniency is with dog behavior. So eventually he's like, he can go on the couch. Don't worry about it. It's fine. So the Noon jumps up on the couch and it's this beautiful like white couch. The ones with like they're like ever so slightly fluffy, expensive.
Yeah.
It's a box office bonus couch for sure. And Noon just starts digging in the couch. Like, when dogs do that thing when they like dig in, and I'm trying to be like, no, Noon, stop it. And you can tell Tom is like through gritted teeth, like It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. But back to what I was saying, sorry. I think that they do...
Sorry, I just had this flash. I'm imagining Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder playing Les Grossman, the studio exec, like throwing an absolute fit.
Just
at
going
something
nuts.
like that, yeah.
No, but he was very gracious about it. But I could tell that in the back of his mind, he was like, can you please get your dog to stop digging up my couch? But I love Tom. I owe him a lot. He's been very, very kind to me and a great mentor and someone I've learned a lot from. But again, sorry, what I was saying is that when you're on set of a Marvel movie, they're big, there's green screens, there's crews of a few hundred people. But again, that community that Marvel and Sony build is so strong that it doesn't feel like a $200 million movie. It feels like this really small, intimate little character piece. And that's what I think works so well with the movies, is that the fans feel like they can connect to the characters on a personal level, rather than it being your just kind of Joe Blow action movie.
What have you learned, other than what you already shared, about working with people like Downey? Because you're surrounded by so many great actors when you're, I mean, I'm imagining Avengers, they're all there.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Especially when I was like really young. I think I was 20 or maybe I was even 19 when I was shooting Civil War. And, you know, I am a diehard fan of the studio. I felt like I'd sort of won some competition and was allowed to like be on set for the day. But then when I had to take my mark and do my scene with Downey, it was a really overwhelming experience. And I'm very grateful to Downey because I think I've told this story before. When I did my audition was like 8 pages of dialogue. It was a long scene. Typically an audition will be 2 pages.
Your original Spider-Man audition.
My screen test with Downey. So this was kind of like the final step. Although they did add another step, which was like a physical test where we had to do some fight scenes and stuff. And the scene with Downey was great. The audition went really well. I was told by my agents to learn the lines exactly. And that was kind of like a bit of advice, but also because I'd been really lazy earlier in self-tapes and I would rewrite things and change it so it fit my mouth better. But they said in this instance, you have to learn it perfectly. And then when we did my first take with Downey, he just started improvising and changing everything in the script, which kind of gave me license to kind of follow him. And I think something I learned from Downey is like, you can't beat him, but you can ride his coattails. And those are good coattails to ride. So in that scene, I just kind of followed his lead and we improvised and we did a bunch of stuff. And I thought after that audition, I was like, oh, I've definitely got this. Like that went so well.
Is this the one where he helicoptered in?
That's the one where he helicoptered in. But what he did, which is so great and so sweet, is when I got to set, after I'd got the gig, and we came to set, it was me, I was meeting Marissa Tomei for the first time, and I was now working with the Russos, and Downey was there. My scene had been cut down significantly from what I'd done in the audition to now a 1.5 pages or maybe even 2 pages. And we start shooting the scene and Downey piped up and was like, where's all the kids' lines gone? And the Russos sort of said, well, look, you know, this is already a 140-page script. Like we can't spend too much time on this. And Downey was the one that was like, no, you're going to want to spend some time on this. Like, let's shoot the whole thing from the audition. You can always cut it, but you'd want to have it. And they used all of it.
Yeah, that's
so
cool.
I owe that to him.
That's cool.
And I think that's really cool. And I'd love to one day do that. If I'd be lucky enough to somehow bring Miles Morales into my Spider-Man universe and into the MCU, I'd love to do for a young kid what Downey did for me.
Yeah. Well, it's a way of honoring the introduction of a new character and a certain level of respect. Like in that audition, clearly he's intentionally throwing curveballs at you to see how you can handle it. And when you were like, all right, he's on his game, like,
sure,
you know, we're in this together.
But it's an interesting thing you asked about, like, what have you learned? And it's like when you work with someone like Chris Pratt, he's so funny. It's like, don't try and out-funny him. Try and elevate him to be funny. Like if you're in a scene with someone and the audience is laughing, I think both people in that scene are winning. And I think sometimes I would really try and get hung up on like, I want to be the one that's getting the laughs. But I think there's just as much honor in like setting up the laugh. And when you're working with someone like Downey or Chris, who are just so effortlessly funny, let them be funny and try and make them funnier. And that's something I've learned. again, don't swim upstream when you can swim downstream.
Well, that's back to the team sport aspect of
Totally.
the whole thing.
Because at the end of the day, it's like there's no pictures on a scorecard. Like,
Yeah.
you want the movie to be as good as it can be and as successful as it can be. And if that means that, you know, we're working with Jacob on Spider-Man, his character is the funny one. I find the humor in being stoic, and his humor comes from being funny.
Right, because his humor is elevated the more stoic you are.
Exactly.
If you're trying to be funny, then it destroys the whole scene. So are you
100%.
in service to the scene, or are you in service to yourself?
And that's the biggest part of acting, is like being able to separate yourself from your own vanity, which we all have. We all look in the mirror before we leave work today and go, God, I'm having a bad hair day, or I'm having a good hair day. And the moment you're thinking on camera of like, do I look good? Do I sound good? Is this funny? The audience can subliminally pick up on that, I think.
Yeah.
So it's important to leave vanity at the door.
Yeah. Easier said than done when
Sure.
you're in the biggest movies in the world, and these movies are grossing in excess of $1 billion, and your face is everywhere. Like, and you're a young dude.
Yeah.
Right. So how did you avoid the pitfalls and the common mistakes that a lot of young actors make when their star ascends quickly like that? I mean, you said you had years in advance of that, but still you're pretty young, you know. Many a person has fallen prey to the allures of this town.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was having a conversation about this sort of thing recently, and I was chatting with a fellow actor of mine, and we were sort of saying like, I miss the days when like getting the gig was the win. But now the gig being successful is what is the win. But I feel like I held on to that for a really long time. Even after Spider-Man, getting a new job was just as exciting as being cast as Spider-Man. And I think that having that kind of freedom, and in some ways ignorance to like what it was that I was doing, was really helpful for me in building confidence in my own capabilities. So I just never really give it much thought.
Mm-hmm.
I try not to think about the fact that millions of people will see it and I'm going to be scrutinized. It's more that thing of like, if I like it and I know I've done my best. A really poignant piece of advice I got from my dad. Again, my dad is like my go-to. If I'm struggling with something or if I need some help or a bit of a boost, like I'll call my dad. I really admire him. He told me a story about Lee Evans, who's a really famous comedian in the UK. He's brilliant. Very performative, very cartoon-like, creates these fantastic characters on stage. He sweats like a pig. Like he'll wear a suit and within 10 minutes of being on stage, he's like dripping with sweat. And my dad told me a story about when they were kids, they did a gig together at like a pub, maybe a couple hundred people in this pub. And Lee was backstage putting eye drops in. And my dad was a bit like, what? They might have been in their late 20s at this point. He's like, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, it makes my eyes glisten. And my dad kind of thought to himself, but like, Lee, there's only 200 people out there. You're not playing an arena. And I think what my dad took from that lesson, which he passed on to me, was like, whether it's 100,000 people or 5 people in the audience, your best is a minimum. You can't half-ass anything. You can't mark through anything. And I think I've taken that on board quite heavily. I've always given everything 100%. I remember that all the time, my dad telling me that story about, I've never met Lee, and I know that they were really close when they were younger. But that story always really stuck with me.
Yeah, it's cool. The little things are the big things.
Yeah, they make a difference.
Yeah.
And those little tiny details, like Jake was talking about with makeup, like those tiny attention to details can really be a make or break in building a convincing character.
But even if no one notices, like you notice.
You notice,
you know, for your own relationship with what you do.
Nothing brings me more pride than sitting in a theatre, watching something I've been a part of, and seeing an idea I had come to life. Nothing makes me more happy.
That's got to be a crazy experience.
Especially when it comes to something like a Spider-Man movie where like, had I not been in them, I'd be sat here watching them because I love them.
Right.
To be given the grace and opportunity to kind of be involved in the creative of those films is one of the coolest things I've ever experienced.
Well, to that point of being a fan, there's this iconic video of you, you know, as a young kid. I don't know how old you were, being asked like if you could play a superhero, who
yeah.
would you play? And you say Spider-Man. And I can't help but think, reflecting on that, like either you're an incredibly powerful manifester or there's some kind of predestiny at play here. Like the dancing, like of course, all the dance experience plays in perfectly to Spider-Man. You love Spider-Man, and this kind of like unfolds in your life. There's a surreal aspect to the whole thing, I guess is what I'm saying.
Do you believe in manifestation?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. We all have a purpose, I think.
Sure.
And our job here on earth is to grow, is to evolve.
Yeah.
And to learn who we are. We're all in a constant relationship with becoming, right? And I think the more attuned you are to yourself, the better position you are in to kind of manifest or realize whatever that thing is that you're here to do. And it's different for everybody, right?
Totally, yeah.
I mean, you're in a very heightened situation, but not everybody can be LeBron James, but
Sure.
I think everybody has a thing, and our job is to kind of discover what that thing is. And so the manifestation piece is the kind of action-oriented aspect of it, but there's also a more gentle kind of letting go and allowing that has to happen in that process.
Well, it's that knife edge, isn't it? It's that fine balance of, even though in that interview I said I want to be Spider-Man in the future, I didn't just sit back and relax and then it happened. Like, there's manifesting, but there's also work that goes into it. So it's that fine balance of, is it the universe that's making it happen, or is it something that you're making happen yourself? And I honestly think it's probably a little bit of both.
When you're working hard and for the right reasons, you put yourself in a position for those synchronicities to occur and also to be aware of them when they're occurring.
Yeah.
I think. So it is both. It's both of those things.
Do you think you've manifested anything?
Yes and no. Like, I've worked very hard.
Yeah.
But also I'm very aware that I'm not in control, that there are other forces at play. And that, I think, helps with ego and humility, which 100%. I think is important.
And that's
because if you start to think like, oh, I made this whole thing happen, you're on a crash course with disaster.
Yeah. That's a downhill slope for sure.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing with film as well. One of the reasons why it's important to treat everyone with respect on set is because without them on side, the movie's not going to work, And I think that it's an interesting process when you make films, because when you wrap on the last day, more often than not as an actor, you're not allowed in the edit. You don't get to comment on cuts. You might do a bit of ADR where you get to see parts of the film, and then you see it at the premiere. And I think that it's important to make sure you treat people with respect, because then they'll treat you with the same respect. And hopefully, as a result of that, the film will be the best picture it can be. And I think that, you have to put a lot of trust into other people, and trust is built upon respect, I think.
When you watch any movie, but particularly these MCU movies, the credit scroll at the end is endless, right? And you realize like there's so many people.
It's incredible.
That play a vital part in getting that vision realized to the screen. And the idea that you're not even seeing it until the premiere.
Yeah.
You go to dailies, like, do you know, are you just, well, even dailies, like you're just in mocap with green screen. Like you're not even really, it's hard to even imagine how that performance is going to get transformed into what you ultimately see in these movies, because there's so much CGI and everything else that goes into giving it a sense of verite.
Yeah, and one of the unfortunate things about Spider-Man 3 was we shot it in like peak COVID times. So we shot everything in a studio, which meant that I think throughout the entire process of making that film, I might have done 3 days on location. And you can feel it in the film, I think. Like when we're walking through New York, they sent a crew to New York to shoot the streets with a motion camera jib. And then they brought that piece of kit back to Atlanta, and then they would mark on the floor like there's an extra here, there's a dog here, there's a sidewalk here, and then I would have to try and map out what I was going to do in a pre-existing shot.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
This is such a weird thing, and this can make me sound really difficult, but I got over it and we figured it out. But like the camera was moving way slower than Peter Parker would usually walk. Peter Parker's very bubbly, very quick. Everything is about getting from A to B as quickly as possible without thinking. And this shot that they had was like this really kind of slow, meandering camera angle through New York. And Peter is supposed to be like in a rush to get to Doctor Strange to ask him this question. And I found it really difficult to like portray I'm stressed and in a rush, but walking really slowly. And I actually think that shot isn't in the film because I don't think it works.
Couldn't they just speed up the background footage?
But then people would be like walking like this.
All the yeah, I got you.
I wish it was that simple.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of trust involved when you're making a movie like that.
Over the last decade of hosting this podcast, my mission has been to engage in what I consider to be critically important conversations about the things that matter most in life. While I'm immensely grateful for the growth of this show, I've also come to realize that my voice alone is not enough. This mission cannot be a solitary endeavor. So I wanted to find a way to help amplify other meaningful voices. And the result is Voicing Change Media, this beautiful consortium of thinkers, storytellers, artists, and visionaries, all committed to fostering meaningful exchanges, intentionally curated for those committed to the path of self-discovery. Together, we're creating a space of growth, a space of understanding, where every exchange has the potential to enrich our lives and catalyze profound personal and planetary change. Visit voicingchange.media to learn more and subscribe.
Can we talk about your sobriety?
Please, yeah.
Yeah. So in, what was it, January of 2022, you decided to put the booze in the rear view?
I didn't decide to put the booze in the rear view to begin with. I just decided to do Dry January. And in doing Dry January, it really scared me because I had a really tough time. I couldn't quite wrap my head around how much I was struggling without booze in that first month. And it really scared me. So I decided as a sort of punishment to myself that I would do February as well as January, and I would do 2 months. The second month was no easier. If anything, like it got a little bit harder. So then again, I was starting to kind of panic thinking, damn, like I have a bit of an alcohol thing. I'd had quite an upsetting conversation with a doctor about my liver a year earlier. And as a young kid, I ignored the doctor, as we all do. And I started to think like, oh, wow, maybe I have a bit of an issue here. So then I started to go, I'll do March. And I got through March and started to feel a little bit better, but was still really struggling. So I said to myself, if I can make it to June 1st, which is my birthday, and I can do 6 months without booze, I will have then proved to myself that I don't have a problem. I'm just young and enjoying a drink. And then by the time I'd done 6 months sober, I really started feeling the benefits. I started sleeping better. I was handling stressful situations better. My relationship was better. My relationship with my family was better. My relationship with my work was better. And I just sort of said to myself, let's do a year. Let's get through the first year. And then that would be a wonderful achievement. And then by the time I'd crossed that annual mark, I was done. I was like, I'm never going to drink again because this is the best version of myself.
What was your relationship with alcohol prior to that decision?
It was a complicated one because it was my go-to to celebrate and my go-to to commiserate. And as an actor working at this kind of juncture, there's a lot of that. The movie comes out, it does really well. The TV show comes out and it absolutely dies on its ass. And then you go for a job interview that you don't get. And you're constantly like this, which means that you always have a reason to be drinking. Or I felt like I always had a reason to be drinking. I was never a bad drunk or anything like that. When I started, I just couldn't stop.
Right.
I wasn't the type of person that could nip to the pub for a pint. Like if I was going to the pub, I was going to the pub to close it.
You're closing it down.
Yeah, I wanted to lock the door behind me.
But not so bad that the cops aren't getting involved and you're blacking out and waking up in weird places.
No. And that's where I've been so blessed to have the people around me that I've had, my brothers, my girlfriend, my family. They never allowed that to happen.
But left to your own devices, maybe. Yeah.
I've polished off a minibar one too many times.
Yeah. So you were like 26?
It's interesting, actually. Kevin Feige told me a story about when I did my first screen test with Downey, the night before I polished off the minibar, and Marvel found out about that.
They know all.
Yeah.
The Eye of Sauron.
Because I told Kevin, did I tell Kevin or did he tell me? But whenever it came up in conversation, he was like, yeah, we know about that.
Ooh.
We asked the hotel. And I was like, oh, shit. Still got the job, though.
Have you ever talked to Downey about?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
He's been a real ally for me.
He is all in.
Yeah.
Like, he works his program so hard and makes sure that it's always his number one priority.
Yeah. He's very generous with it. He's really helpful.
Yeah.
And Amy Pascal's been really helpful. I had quite a nasty thing happen to me this weekend where I went to a restaurant and ordered a non-alcoholic gin and tonic, and it was alcoholic.
Ooh.
And I took a gulp and kind of put it down and was like, wow, that's really good. That really is a great replacement. Asked the waiter to come over to ask, what non-alcoholic gin is that? Because it's the best I've ever had. And bless him, he'd made a mistake. And it really upset me. Like, I was really quite beaten up by it. I sort of sat at the table and it was a real storm cloud came over my head. But I spoke to Amy, I called her up and sort of was like, this just happened and I'm a little stressed out about it. And she kind of tempered my nerves, which was nice.
So you make this decision, you kind of weather this discomfort over a series of months. But you did this on your own. Like, you didn't go to AA. You sort of course corrected. You had this sense about yourself, like, this is headed in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Left unchecked. This is going to go to a dark place. And what's interesting is all of the discomfort that persisted for month after month. Like, there's a difference between abstinence and emotional sobriety, right? Like, as I often say, you know, the drugs and the alcohol aren't the problem. They're the solution, right? Like, they're your best friend because they're allowing you to divert all those uncomfortable feelings that you experience in various situations. And then when you remove it, you're like a live wire with all these emotions. Yeah. And it's confusing because you've never really had to confront them because every time they come up, you just take a drink and they go away, right? So what is your relationship with that discomfort? Like, how did you quell it? Or, you know, what is your way of like working through whatever that is so that you can be in this place of feeling like I'm good, I'm me, I can go anywhere, and I don't have that compulsion?
It definitely took a while to get to a place to feel comfortable going into bars and pubs and stuff like that. I think the realization for me was that I'm a very confident person, but I'm more confident when I'm pretending to be someone else because the ramifications of your actions aren't real because you're pretending. So I would get really uncomfortable and not confident in social scenarios out in public. And I think
when you're just being you,
when I'm just being myself. And I think that's why I really latched onto drinking because it masked that insecurity with stupidity, I guess, a little bit. That's why, like, I've always had a really hard time with like campaigns. Like, I did a Prada campaign, which I loved. And I loved working with them. They were great. But I had a really hard time seeing me on a billboard sell something because it was me, Tom Holland, not as a character. So I think that's kind of why I latched onto it so much. And through perseverance and kind of gritted teeth and FOMO of not wanting to miss out, I would force myself to go to bars and go to pubs and enjoy the beer garden for the football. And when I realized that alcohol wasn't masking my insecurity or bringing out my best self, it was actually doing the opposite. I then started to feel this freedom of like, oh, I can just be myself and I have nothing to be insecure about. That's when it started to get easier. And I started to really feel the benefit of not being kind of tied to this drink. I used to remember going to parties in LA because at the beginning, you know, as a young kid, you try to fit into the LA world. And now that I've grown up a little bit and I know that it isn't my place to be, I don't try as hard to like go out to the LA parties and mix with celebrities that I don't know. But I used to go to these parties and be like, I can't speak to someone until I'm drunk. Like, I've got to get this going. And now that I've kicked that and I found replacements that make me feel like I'm a part of the process without sacrificing my morning, my afternoon, my next few days has been so liberating.
Well, the real gilded opportunity in all of this is that it pulls the covers off all of those emotional wounds or weaknesses or fears or insecurities and puts you in a position where you have to look at them.
Yeah, you got to
right?
deal with it.
And so here is your opportunity. Like, why is it that like I'm in movies and I go to a party and I feel insecure when I have to be myself? Like, what's beneath that? Like, what's driving that? Like, why would I feel that way?
Sure.
And I think like running towards that is the path of healing. Like, how do, going beneath the surface, like what led me to feel this way and how can I kind of untie those knots so that I could go anywhere and just feel good in my own skin. And I think, sobriety is tricky. Like if somebody just has an occasionally problematic relationship with alcohol, maybe there isn't some deep-seated dysfunction that really needs to be dealt with. But if you truly have a problem, to me, in my experience and kind of being in this world for a very long time, like there's always something to look at there. And you're presented with this choice. You can either like grip the edge of the table and like white knuckle it, but that's not a great strategy. At some point, you're going to crack, right? Yeah. Instead, you have to release and like be, again, to what we were talking about earlier, like in this place of acceptance and surrender that is so much harder than anything you've ever had to do where you're using your self-will. It's like a releasing of your self-will. But that's the real gift, right? If you have the courage to like run towards that. And so I guess I'm just curious, like, did that prompt you to do some therapy or to really look at that stuff? Or how have you kind of confronted yourself in those, deeper ways?
I'm really lucky that I've got people around me that I'm very comfortable speaking openly with. They're by no means like professionals and able to unpack things in the way that a pro would be able to. But I've just been very open with my family, with my friends. My friends all drink. And, we've had so many conversations about why I'm giving up or how it's going, or they've decided to take a little break and they're asking me for help on, what's the best way to do this. Facing those demons is just, again, something that I sort of did by myself. The idea of like sort of pulling my socks up and being like, your mates are going to the pub. You're not going to not go because you want to hang out with your friends. You've been away for 6 months. You haven't seen them. So you kind of just got to grit your teeth and bear it. Mm-hmm. And the more I kind of did that, the more I could kind of let go and relax. And then the more I let go and relax, the more I started to feel the benefits of being free and having a life enriched and enjoying the freedom from alcohol. So no, I didn't ever really seek professional help. I just had great family and friends.
Yeah, good for you.
Thank you.
I feel like culture is shifting. There is such a groundswell embrace of the alcohol-free lifestyle. Like it's not like it was when I was a young person. Sure. There's all these cool movements. Are you familiar with like 1 Year No Beer in the UK? Like those guys are friends of mine. Like I know those guys. And it's just cool to see people who don't necessarily have a drinking problem, but are like, do I need this? And they go on this journey and realize like their life is so much better. To your point, they're sleeping better, et cetera. But their life just expands. There's this idea like if you stop drinking, like your life is going to get really boring and small. And it's actually quite the opposite. And I feel like your generation and Gen Z really get this. Like my boys are your age. They're musicians. Trapper had a birthday and they were out like at a bar in Echo Park the other night and they came back and like, they were like, yeah, no one was drinking. They're having like mocktails. Yeah. Everybody could drive home. Like that just blows my mind. Like I can't imagine being 28 years old and like going to a bar and not everybody just getting absolutely smashed.
Sure. It's an amazing thing that it's changing. And I think it's great that, people shouldn't feel pressured to get wasted and drink for any other reason than being social. I love it. And with these non-alc beers now, I love the idea of like my mates come over on a Tuesday night. They've all got work at 5 a.m. tomorrow. We can share a few beers, but there's no consequence to it. There's no attachment to it the next day. You get to be rid of it and free, and you get to live this life enriched. You don't have to sacrifice anything. Because I think that's what you're right. People think a life of sobriety is sacrificing the fun, but it really isn't. You just have to be bold enough to like take that step to try it. And once you get across the line, you're like, wow.
The social dynamics are the trickiest because people future trip, right? Well, how am I going to go to this wedding? How am I going to, next year? How am I going to go to this, like I can't imagine. So I'll drink today,
sure.
Because that just seems impossible. And a lot of people are in social environments where there is that pressure. It sounds like your friends are not those guys. Like they're not the ones saying, come on, one drink, it's what's a big deal, or putting pressure on you. But a lot of people are in environments like that. Yeah.
And I hope that can change. I am so blessed. I mean, my mates that I hang out with, that I used to drink with, they're all tradesmen, carpenters, welders. They work on sets, they build the sets, and they love a drink.
You're a carpenter too, right? Didn't you study carpentry?
Sort of.
Yeah.
My granddad, bless him, who only passed away a few weeks ago, he was a carpenter and he taught me carpentry. So I'm going to, hopefully one day, one of my goals is to have a property where I can have a little workshop on site and keep up that little family tradition of carpentry. I wouldn't call myself a carpenter. I have built things
your way
in
around.
the past.
You know your way around.
I could fix a door for you if it came off the hinges. One of my favorite things is if something breaks in Zendaya's house, I take huge pride in fixing it.
Yeah.
The other day, she has this guest room, it wasn't the greatest room. It needed some
old
love.
School masculinity.
Yeah, I built her these cupboards and put a new wardrobe up for her and fitted it in so it looked like it was part of the wall. And I was very proud of myself.
Yeah. Have you ever worked with Harrison Ford?
I haven't.
So you could chop it up with him.
I'd love to chat to him about that.
Yeah.
Swapping notes.
Right.
But I'd love to take my carpentry to the next level and be at a situation where, a friend of mine says, oh, we're looking for some new bedside tables. And I'll say, oh, let me make you some.
Right. In case this whole acting thing doesn't work out.
Well, maybe it might be my get out plan. It might be my sail off into the sunset.
Or you just be the old codger in the garden, making your,
making a bench or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, a flower pot.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about Bureau. So you're so passionate about this alcohol-free lifestyle that you actually decided to jump all in and create your own non-alcoholic beer. So what was the inspiration for that?
I think as an actor in my position, I'd been approached loads of times by different companies to set up something, whether it could be, an alcohol, a rum, a vodka, a beer, a clothing line, all that sort of stuff. And I'd never come across anything that sparked any sense of passion in me. And it wasn't until I got sober and I was dealing with the struggles of getting through that every day, and I noticed a void where there weren't good enough replacements for people like me who wanted to go to the pub, enjoy the social aspects of it, share some golden juice with your friends, and then go home. And I thought to myself, wouldn't it be a great thing if I could turn not only my sobriety into a great thing for my lifestyle, but a great thing for my future and a tool for other people who are maybe trying to achieve the same thing that I have. But then also a product for someone like my dad. My dad loves a beer after work or when he gets home, but sometimes he doesn't want to drink, but he just wants to crack something open and drink it. So I just started kind of going around town and asking my agents to help me find people that were setting up these companies. I spoke to Athletic and, I was a big fan of theirs, and
Bill Shuflet.
Yeah, was sort of tried to kind of get involved there, but they were doing so well that they didn't need any help, which I totally respect. And then I started speaking to my agents about what if I set up my own one? And, it's a pretty daunting task, but WME are so fantastic at putting the right people on the table. So I met with this company called Imaginary, who are an investment venture capital company. And we kind of had this idea of building our own product. And it's been one of the most enjoyable things I've ever done. For me, it's felt like a school project of do you guys have The Apprentice in America?
Sure.
It feels like I'm on The Apprentice.
Yeah. Remember the other president who was the head of the...
Oh shit, that's right. He did do it, didn't he? Because we had Alan Sugar did it in England. Oh, yes, that's right. He did do that. Yeah. I remember now. But it's been such a joy working with the creative departments, figuring out what we want the company to represent. I think it's really important for me that Biro isn't ramming sobriety down people's throats. It's for everyone. It's for people that don't drink. It's for people that want to drink less. And it's for people that drink a lot, but one night they need to wake up early and be switched on the next day. And I think that it represents this void in the market. I noticed that, all non-alcoholic beers like Peroni or Heineken Zero or Guinness Zero, they're all blue. All of their cans have like a blue connotation. So like Beck's is Beck's Blue, Peroni is Peroni Blue. And I think that's really unfair because it's like you're in the bar with a big signpost saying like, I'm drinking a non-alc beer. So my goal was to come up with something that you could drink in a bar that was as appealing, that scratched the itch as much as a real beer, but you didn't have to pay the price for it in the morning, and something that was inclusionary rather than exclusionary. So my hope is that Biro can represent the non-alcoholic beer market, and that it can be something where people like myself can feel included in a place where I sometimes feel excluded.
It's great, man. I think it suits you perfectly. It's smart. When you see people like Ryan Reynolds and George Clooney with their spirits companies, I mean, obviously this is like a smart play for anybody who's in a position like you to explore, but to marry it with a real passion, to be not only, kind of the face of this thing, but also an evangelist of a lifestyle that is about community and connection. I think it's great. And I think that this segment, this market is exploding and only going to continue to grow. Bill at Athletic told me his whole story. Like when he started, like he couldn't find anybody to work with. Like he had a brewer partner and they just couldn't even find anybody to do small batches because everybody was like, there's no market for this. And the products that have always existed have been, to your point, kind of like wave the flag, for the problem drinker, where you're just kind of announcing.
It feels like they're just checking a box.
And it's about like the negative aspects of this rather than kind of pushing the ball forward towards like the positive lifestyle aspects of this. So,
well, I think that the language with alcohol-free drinks is always about what they're lacking. And what we want to promote is what you're gaining. That's why we're kind of coining this idea of a life enriched. Just because there's less alcohol in it doesn't mean that it's less a beer. It's brewed the same, it's the same ingredients, it's just ever so slightly different. So for me, it's not about what it doesn't have, it's what about you gain from having it. And I think that is something I'm really passionate about. I think to what you asked me earlier, like, what is it about a project that gets me excited in terms of acting? It's like, do I believe in the message? Do I believe in the story? Is it something I'm passionate about? If yes, my foot's in the door, I'm ready to do it. And that's exactly what Biro has presented to me here. An opportunity to tap into something I've never sort of understood before, but I'm really passionate about making a difference and helping people out. I'd love to have had a Biro in my first year of sobriety. It would have made it a lot easier for me. And I hope that maybe in the future it can help people afterwards.
You brought some. You're gonna let me taste some of it?
Reveal it.
Maybe we'll take a quick break and we can like bring it out.
Yeah, just appear in the middle.
Yeah. Look what magically appeared.
I know, isn't it amazing?
Can you believe? This is just, it's like a Spider-Man movie.
I just was saying it's really interesting, like when you're doing press for something, like a film especially, and it's been a secret for so long, when you talk about it for the first time, there is this weird adjustment process of like, I'm not supposed to talk about this. I've been keeping it a secret for so long. And now the floodgates have opened. And this is the first time I've ever spoken to anyone about this. It's been under lock and key. Like even guys at my golf club are like, what is this thing you keep rushing off to work on? And I haven't told anyone. So I'm really happy today.
How long have you been working on it?
I mean, the creative, we've been working on it for about a year in terms of like the liquid itself, like what it tastes like, the flavors that we want to try and enhance, the branding and the marketing, which is the part of the process that I was most involved with. was probably what, a 5-month process, 5 to 6 months, 7 months, which was great. It was awesome. But then the setting it up and hiring the right people, that was about 4 or 5 months beforehand. And we've been so lucky. John, our CEO, I met with 2 guys, and the moment I started speaking to John, I knew that he was the guy that was going to represent what I wanted to try and create the best. He was very authentic. He was very honest and kind and thoughtful, but also incredibly driven and successful. So I was really drawn to him. And I think how he's helped me and our team get to where we are is a testament to him as our leader, which is great.
Yeah, it's cool. So what do we got here? You got a couple, for people that are just listening and not watching on video, you got we have a Bureau presentation here. We have 3 different kinds.
So SKUs is a new thing I've learned in my rapid business life. We've got 3. We've got Edge Hill IPA, which is like a hazy IPA, which is my favorite. Edge Hill is the hill in which my school is on top of. So that's kind of where I grew up. The green is the Kingston Pils. It's like a classic take on a Pilsner. Kingston is where I grew up. So that kind of represents home. And then the cream is the wheat, the Noon wheat, named after my little dog, which is one of our favorites. And they're great. For me, they really scratch the itch. It's been such a pleasure learning about the process of brewing beer, the difference between brewing non-alc beer and, your full strength beer. And then also having the ability to ask Grant, our brewmaster, I'd love to have a stronger aftertaste of hop with the hazy. And then he'll explain how he'll go about doing that and all that sort of stuff. So being able to build a product that's tailored for my taste that I get to share with everyone has been awesome.
Which one should I try?
Well, what do you like? What's your go-to kind of beer?
I mean, not too heavy. I mean, listen, first of all, I went to treatment in 1998.
Okay.
So you were 2 years old?
I would have been 2 years old, yeah.
Okay, so it's been a minute.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So it is a weird thing because it's been so long and I didn't get sober and then kind of drink non-alcoholic beer that I'm of 2 minds with it. On the one hand, I think it's fantastic these things exist, but it's a weird thing because when I taste it, because now they're so good, right? I'm am I having a beer? And it lights up a part of my brain that freaks me out a little bit.
One of the things I'm really excited about with Bureau is that we are never going to bring out a full strength beer. So that when you're holding that gold can, you're safe.
Yeah.
There's no booze in it.
So which one? The wheat?
That's a wheat. So that would be like a Hefeweizen or a Blue Moon. Then your Pilsner would probably be the lightest of the 3.
Yeah. Let me try that.
That's kind of your standard lager. And then this is the really juicy one.
Right.
This is the...
I'll taste both, but And by the way, I should say this isn't this isn't like a sponsored thing.
No.
There's there's no I'm just doing this because I believe in what you're trying to accomplish.
Thank you.
I think the alcohol-free lifestyle is such an important one. And to the extent that there are options and alternatives out there for people, I'm supportive of that. And that's where it ends. So if people think there was money that got exchanged, no, that's not what this is about at all.
Well, cheers.
So
this is my first time sharing a beer. There you go.
All right. Well, I'm honored that you would come here first. Yeah, man, it's so wild. There's such a vivid sense memory. My brain immediately goes to some party that I was at, when I was, 25 or whatever.
Sure.
It's a trip. I mean, it tastes really good. But it is a little freaky if I'm being totally honest.
Yeah, no.
Because it's so close.
And again, back to what I was saying is now that we are getting so close and it's really difficult to discern the difference. It's so important to me that this kind of color-coded thing for our company becomes the gold standard of what non-alc is, so that there's no sense of doubt that
my
there's
brain
no
is
alcohol in
when
here.
when am I gonna feel it? I can feel my brain going, okay, just give it a minute, you'll start to feel it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But it's not coming, don't worry. You could drink as many of those as you like and drive home. That's the hazy.
Yeah.
This is my favorite. The IPAs were my go-to. Right. It's really juicy.
Oh yeah, I like that one. Yeah, it's nice. I'm also reminded of several months ago, I had the guy who founded Upside Foods in here, who is pioneering cellular meat. So he's growing.
Oh yeah, yeah,
he's growing like chicken in these like brewing. Yeah, I mean it is a brewing process almost, and he brought his chicken products. So I haven't eaten meat in a very long time, and tasting that was also like
I bet that was wild.
But it is real chicken, just without the sentient animal.
Yeah. Wow,
it's wild.
It's really interesting.
It's a crazy future.
I haven't tried it. I'd be very interested to try it though.
I mean, it tasted exactly like it, and he would say that it's actually healthier because they can toggle down the saturated fat,
sure.
or they can kind of make it a little bit healthier, and it's not infused with antibiotics
and stuff,
hormones and all the like. It didn't grow up in some disgusting situation,
eating shit and stuff.
And then also it has the texture and the flavor of what a chicken would have if it wasn't so domesticated, like more like
wow,
before humans started to, kind of screw with the genome and the living conditions.
And what, I know this might sound
but
like
people
a
have a
stupid
huge
question.
thing. They have there's a huge resistance to it. Like there's a huge ick factor. Like this is unnatural, and I get that. But when you consider how many billions of these animals are slaughtered and the conditions in which they're raised, like it begs the question of what is natural.
Yeah, and also look at bananas. Like bananas aren't supposed to look like they do, but they've been genetically
denatured and such
modified to look that way and stay riper for longer and all that sort of stuff. So even the things that we think are natural are not natural.
Right. They grow the cells on like a lattice work, I guess.
Wow,
I don't know exactly how they do it. There's a lot that goes into creating the right texture, et cetera. But, they're basically like muscle cells that they're literally growing.
So they would just grow a chicken breast?
Basically, yeah.
How does it work with growing a chicken leg?
I don't know.
Do they grow the bone in there, or?
I don't know. But I mean, they're working on, they have
early
beef
stages.
And chicken. They can basically do whatever. And then you're like, well, could you grow human meat? So people are going to be cannibals. It's weird.
But I guess that's one step in the direction for regenerative medicine of, amputees maybe in 100 years down the line.
The future of what's possible. Yeah, I went to some conference and there were some scientists and doctors who were pioneering growing heart tissue and lung tissue. Yeah. It's we're entering a crazy new world.
Yeah. I think skin grafts and stuff like that will change. And we work with a charity called Debra in the UK, and their American equivalent is called EBRP. It's a charity that helps kids with EB, which is a disease called epidermolysis bullosa. And it's essentially to my understanding, we have 9 layers of skin that all move over each other. That's why our skin is so flexible. But to someone with EB, their skin is fused together, so they don't have that luxury. So if they were to quickly close their hands, their skin would crack.
Oof.
And it's gnarly. They bleed and they're blistered all over their bodies. They have terrible health complications down the line, and their life expectancy is very short. The benefit to EB, though, is that there's only one degenerative gene, whereas with cancer, there's hundreds of thousands of genes that can go wrong. So EB is at the forefront of gene therapy. So when all these people are trying to use gene therapy to kind of change the world, EB is the one that they're trying to solve because they know what the defective gene is. And they've now got these topical treatments and all sorts of different things that are working, that are making a difference.
Wow.
And there's no cure for it yet. But they are on the precipice of curing it. And when they cure it and they unlock that technology, that will change the world.
That's cool.
Yeah,
That's
it'll
really
be
cool.
crazy.
And philanthropy is a big piece of your life too, right? You have a trust and you have your tentacles in lots of different areas with that.
So for me, what I love about the Brothers Trust, which is really the thing I'm most proud of, is the ability to be boots on the ground and see the difference that is made by helping these different people and raising awareness for certain things like EB. No one knows about it.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
No one's ever heard about it. So I love being able to bring attention to things like that and all that sort of stuff. And I love being able to see the difference that we make as a trust. We've traveled to see the different charities, and I love it. I really find it to be something I'm super passionate about. And my mum.
Some tour dates to announce. If you want to come see the return of the.
Yeah,
we're good.
Let it
in.
He wants the multiverse to. And ever since I heard that, I said, there are sentences in the world that just have never been uttered in the history of the world.
Well, that's funny because Joe Rogan, he says that everything has been, everything has been done, like you've.
No. I'll give an example. Okay. We, in New York, 20 years ago, we opened a new facility to the universe, and we have models of planets and molecules and things that are dangling. So you get the relative sizes of things. I gave a tour of the facility to Martha Stewart.
Wow.
Okay. She's all that, by the way, because as we walking around and there was like a display surface, she's like,
tidying up. Huh?
She was taking the fingerprints off the.
She's probably taking her fingerprints off. She's been guilty of some things.
So watch what happens. So we're walking around and we have these orbs, and she says, Dr. Tyson, you have dust on your molecules. And I thought to myself, wow, that sentence has never been spoken in the history of the universe.
That's probably, see, I think I agree with that kind of stuff.
Right.
Because, one time I was on his show, and the first thing he said, he's like, there's been another Theo Von, there's been another, there's just.
He wants the multiverse to be another one of you? Oh, we can go there.
That's what he goes into. But you actually, in your, in
Wait,
the
did
new
we
book,
begin yet? We all up and beginning?
I think we're rolling.
We're rolling, yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Let it go. I love what you've done with the place, by the way.
Oh,
They're
thank
very
you.
nice. Uh-huh.
We're just about to get we're getting a new studio, so we're getting close to the end of the time.
Don't make it too impersonal. I mean, make sure the studio is still intimate.
Just feels intimate. Yeah. I agree. It's important, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, what are you doing? You're on stage, and that's not the point of a podcast.
Dude, that's a great point, because we've been looking at places, and I'm like, I don't want something that's too corporate or something. It doesn't feel right.
It ain't right.
Yeah, it feels like more you want.
And when you're on stage, that's you be on stage. That's different, right? Yeah, here we're chilling.
Yeah, we're chilling. You want it to feel that way.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a great point. I'm really glad you said that, because I needed some affirmation there. But in your book, in Starry Messengers, so this is your new book, right?
And thanks for checking it out. Yeah, definitely.
No, I tried to check out as much as I had time to kind of
Here's what
enjoy.
you do. You're here in LA. You're in LA. Okay. You get the audio book. And then when you're stuck in traffic, you just 3 days of traffic, get through the book just fine. All right. That's how they should market them. Yeah. How many days of 405 traffic,
4 days of traffic. But one thing you said about it was individual, that the end of their, you kind of almost did it a little bit of an equation on the individual. It's kind of towards the later in the book. You talked about, it was just like, that each person is unique, and you kind of went into.
Oh, you went straight there. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Because that's the life and death chapter.
So just tell me about that. I just want people to hear how unique they are.
Oh yeah. Okay. So just the book is at Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization, and it's what the world looks like if you're scientifically literate and you have and you're thinking about Earth from space, and the world looks really different. Not just the world physically, but people's interactions are different. You have some strongly held opinion, and I'd say, no, you don't. You think you've deeply thought this through,
right?
But you haven't. There's this part of it, and have you thought about this, and have you thought about that? I'm not here to hand you an opinion. I just want to make sure that whatever opinion you do have is deeply is rationally formed, that you've folded all the information together. Then I walk away and think however the hell you want. I don't care.
Yeah, I think it definitely helps adjust maybe the scope of stuff. Like if you're looking at some from this angle, well, what about look at it from this angle? Or what about look at it from the inside? Or what about look at it from the history of its beginning?
Exactly. And a quick one before I get to the how unique we are. Just a quick one. I don't know if you buy tuna. Now when you buy tuna, it's very clear whether it's line caught tuna.
Oh, really?
Line caught. Okay, that's a big selling point, because when it's not line caught, it's net caught.
Oh, they do net.
You know what happens when they drag a net? Occasionally they drag a dolphin into the net.
Yeah.
Dolphins are air breathing. So if they're caught in a net, they suffocate and die.
Oh.
Okay, you don't want that. So you get line caught tuna. And I'm just thinking, So for people who just care about that, I wonder, what about the tuna? Who cares about the tuna? do you just not give a rat's ass about the tuna? Like what? And then they said, well, it kills the dolphin unnecessarily. So then I said, well then, make dolphin burgers, okay? You said, you can't have that. And I said, well, why not? You go to the deli. Yeah. Okay, if a deli made dolphin salad sandwiches, there'd be picketing out front, wouldn't there?
Yeah,
okay?
I'd have a cut of it.
Okay, no, you're Theo Vaughn.
Yeah,
but,
I'd love it. We had owl one time at Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving? Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so my point is, if you go to a deli, there'd be picketers out front if you're serving dolphin
if you're
meat.
slinging dolphin in there, they're going to
now watch. But what else does the deli serve? They sell dead chicken, dead turkey, dead salmon, dead pig, dead cow with roast beef,
dead vegetables.
I'll get to that in a minute. But they sell all kinds of dead animals in a sandwich. And this is just another dead animal. But somehow we culturally, philosophically, we've divided up all the kingdoms of life, and we do carve-outs for what we want to protect and what we don't. And often that carve-out is arbitrary at some level. Yeah. And just be self-aware of that. Are you high and noble because you're saving the dolphin, but you're eating the tuna? Right. I don't know that you entirely are. You say, well, a dolphin is a mammal. Well, so are pigs and cows. All right, last I checked. Yeah. Okay.
They're just, I think they're not as graceful. They can't do as many. Well, then
admit that. Say, I will not eat graceful animals. Right. I'll only eat clumsy animals that are ugly. Yeah. So it's an attempt to just make you more honest with yourself about the opinions you carry. There's another one. Let's say you're a vegetarian. This is from the chapter Meat Eaters and Vegetarians. Okay. I go there because that'll rile some folks up. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Each chapter is a point of conflict in civilization. I'm trying to illuminate places where people could think differently, or maybe not have to think that way at all, because in fact what they felt was deeply held argument really just evaporates in the face of a cosmic perspective. So here's one. You're a vegetarian because you just don't want to kill animals, okay? You don't want to kill, fine. So in your basement, you have a humane mousetrap, okay?
Oh, yeah, I've seen those.
Oh, you've seen those?
Yeah, some of them, it's like it goes in there.
It
and
can't
there's
get out.
art on the walls inside of it.
I've seen
It's
like a mouse condominium. All right,
yeah,
so they go in. You got to check them every few days.
Water?
Every few days, because they'll dry out. All right. So anyhow, so you check it, and then and what do they do with the mouse once they capture it?
Let it free.
They let it free into the wild. All right, because they don't want to kill animals. All right, I get that. But do you realize that a mouse in the wild lives between 9 and 18 months because it's highly likely to be swallowed whole by a owl or pecked apart by all manner of woodland predators, okay, carnivores. And so what you've done is you've doomed the mouse to be eaten prematurely in its life. So the best thing you can do for the mouse is leave it in your basement, where it will live up to 6 years of a full fat life in your basement, but you're not doing that.
No, because so I guess it makes us feel some type of noble if we transfer it.
I'm just saying.
But you're really putting it into a harder life.
In a harder life, correct.
Yeah.
So if you want to say, well, that's just nature's loop and circle, well, all right. So you're saying it's nature's circle to have a owl eat it. Then by the way, if you crawled into the domicile of any animal, they'll kill you if they could. Yep. They'll kill you. They will kill your ass.
Yeah, they don't care, bro.
If you lay down into an ant nest, they will bite your So all right, but we have the intellect and the power to capture something and remove it from your home. And I'm just saying, if you cared about the mouse, you'd leave it in your basement. Yeah, that's all. That's my only point.
Yeah, I think. Well, that's a good point. A lot of this book is like that, and it's kind of. I thought it was nice about the book that you can kind of pick it up whenever. You can kind of almost start in on any chapter.
Yeah, because the chapters are independent of each other, and each one is a way, in a way, a chapter on the things we all argue about.
Yeah.
The chapter on there's one on politics. Are you left wing, right wing? What are you arguing about and why? And have you really thought it through? There's the vegetarians and meat eaters. There's a chapter on life and death, risk and reward. That one, there's a gap in the human mind. I have no other way to account for this, where it is not natural to think about statistics and probability.
Oh yeah, that's
around.
me.
It's not natural. And did you know that
It doesn't feel as much fun sometimes.
That's true. It ruins something, what you want to be true or what you feel to be true.
Yeah, or the mystery. It takes away the mystery.
But it's a triumph of human intellect that we even could figure it out in the first place. Here's what you have. You go to Vegas and there's someone puts money on a 7 on the roulette, and I'll say, why are you sticking with the 7? They say, it's due. Yeah. And they're looking at, and the roulette table, they have a list of all the previous numbers.
Yeah.
And they say, it hasn't shown up, it's due. No, it's not. It's not due. Every roll has the same probability.
Every time?
Every time. It's not due. All right?
What is that feeling then that we get? What is that feeling?
I'm telling you, other things. The people rolling dice and they need a low number, like a 3 or 4, so they'll roll the dice gently. And if they need a high number, they'll throw it hard. No. And so do you know who exploits this about us? Casinos. Casinos know we suck at math and probability and statistics. So they exist. Other human beings learn this about human beings and created an entire industry to exploit it.
Damn.
It's sad. And my people, the American Physical Society, physicists, this is back in the 80s. They were going to have their annual meeting in San Diego, and there was a snafu with the hotel reservations. Vegas said, we'll take you. You got 4,000 people? At the MGM said, we'll take you. So all the physicists went to Vegas. And we know probability and statistics. We understand the fact that basically you don't win relative to the casino. At the end of the week, there was a news headline. Physicists in town, lowest casino take ever. So it's sad. It was like almost the saddest chapter that I wrote.
Well, why do we feel that? So what is that feeling that makes us feel like, is it a feeling that we create? Where does that come from that makes us feel like this is it?
It's because we don't have the brain wiring to know otherwise. I have no other accounting for it. We just don't think. By the way, that branch of math was one of the last to be discovered. Do you realize probability and statistics was developed and discovered after calculus?
Wow,
if
why?
You can pick, I think it's because the brain doesn't even know how to go there. I have a research paper from the mid 1700s, which feels like a long ago, but a lot of math had been developed before that, including calculus. And in that paper, it says, I've just discovered how helpful it is to take an average of numbers. It's like,
right, that's pretty normal stuff.
That's normal stuff. And somebody had to discover this about the world. And so
I guess we don't want, because do you think also at that time there was a lot, there's also back then, there's more sorcery, there's more wizards.
Yeah.
There's more
less than the Middle Ages and stuff, but.
Right. There's still a few milling around.
Yeah, a few. And so
I think there's a little bit more mysticism then. So probability probably is something that probably would be the last thing you think about if somebody over here is, Hester Prynne somebody at a damn
that's a perceptive
party.
point.
Yeah.
What you're saying, I think, is because we had sorcerers and wizards and people with mysterious powers and shamans and things, they could live in the mystery of the probability and statistics, and you think it's a power that they wield. And so there's no urge to try to decode it because it's their powers.
Right.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think
they hadn't really debunked all those powers 100%.
No, they hadn't.
And religion was really on everyone's breath. So there was a lot more, I think, mystery.
Yeah, and it's not just probable, even physiology. So, for example, you go back, 300-400 years, if you fell on the ground, writhing and frothing at the mouth,
people would think you were winning something from God.
No. And you're doing this and you're shaking. The devil just occupied your body.
Devil, boy.
That's what the devil looks like and feels like. So, oh my gosh, the devil's there. Let me go to get the priest. So you're in a small town. How far away is the church? It's 2 blocks away. Okay, so you go down to, and
but you could be choking on the damn muffin.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
It could be, but I'm specifically referring to that condition where you're frothing at the mouth. Okay. So they get the priest gets the robe, the holy water, the crucifix. They go on location, they bless them, and then the symptoms go away.
Oh, now you're healed by the priest.
That is the exact
And it was a
arc.
seizure.
And it was a seizure. It was an epileptic seizure.
Damn.
Epileptic seizure matches the time scale of you going to get a priest down the block in a small town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
And so, boom. Why think it's anything but the devil?
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. That's right. Unfortunately, life doesn't come with a user manual. You won't find one. You can check your pockets, check your pants, check your crevasses, check. Go ahead, check, feel around, feel yourself. There's no user manual, so when life isn't working for you, it's normal that you can feel stuck. Hell, I felt so damn stuck. I feel like I'm got glue on me. I'm glued out. Navigating life's challenges can be challenging. That's why BetterHelp is here to help. BetterHelp therapists are trained to help you figure out the cause of challenging emotions and learn productive coping skills, which makes therapy the closest thing to a guided tour of the complex engine that you and me can be. BetterHelp has connected over 3 million people with licensed therapists. It's convenient and accessible anywhere, 100% online. Whether you've been in therapy or haven't been in therapy, BetterHelp it's interesting because you can get a therapist right there. You get one. And they'll help you find one in person, help you find one on the screen. You can just talk on the phone. Whatever's comfortable for you. If the therapist isn't working, it's easy to change therapists. You don't have to be in the office explaining to them. You just send a message, say, I want to try someone different. And boom, there you are. And I encourage you to find someone that really fits. Try a couple out before you land somewhere. As the world's largest therapy service, BetterHelp has matched 3 million people with professionally licensed and vetted therapists, available 100% online. Plus, it's affordable. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a therapist. If things aren't clicking, switch. No waiting rooms, no traffic, no endless searching for the right therapist. Learn more and save 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/THEO. That's better, HELP, betterhelp.com/Theo.
We're so I don't blame people for this. It's just the reality of discovery, and if you question what you see and find ways to experiment with it, and you realize, no, it is not the devil. It is epilepsy. That's uncontrolled firing of the synapses of your brain. It's still a tragic affliction that's not entirely cured. We can control it with drugs and things, but that's an example of the mystery that existed back then.
Do you believe in the devil?
I remain unconvinced that such a thing exists.
Dang, you challenging him.
Yeah. By the way, Jews don't think of hell. To Jews, there's a heaven but no hell, and therefore there's no devil.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's taking the easy way out.
Well, no, because, well, yeah, right. That's fine. I hadn't thought about it that way. Yeah.
And it's better real estate too if you're I feel like if you're advertising it like that. Like there's a heaven, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Don't worry about the hell.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe they needed less forces of control over their conduct than the Christians later did. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one thing about Christianity, man. Sometimes it's like too much pressure.
Well, yeah. And no one could fulfill that. No one can live
It's
up to
impossible.
that. Which is why, here's another one, in the spirit of your earlier comment. Here's another one. Oh, you got sick and this person didn't. God is punishing you. You did something against God in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, you were touching your privates, all right?
Yeah.
Well, whatever. I mean, we all do stuff.
Oh, I do.
and it's easy to find it and say, "Oh my gosh, I must be punished for that."
God.
And when that happens, then blame starts getting handed out. So here I got another one. Consider that Muslims, part of the rituals of being a Muslim is you're cleaning your hands and your feet. and your ears and your nose, and there's an ablution, whatever the word is, where there's a cleansing daily.
Wow.
Daily.
That's
Okay.
a good idea. My grandmother, I think, was Muslim then.
Well, just think about this. Back then, nobody's showering every day. But some funky times.
Oh.
Okay. All right. There's some people don't shower every day today, but you could. And United States, we probably take more showers than anybody else in the world from the research I've done on that. But point is, if a disease comes through and it comes from contact or some other thing because you're dirty, you get sick and the Muslims don't.
Oh, so they seem powerful.
Oh my gosh. And you're Christian and they're Muslims? You're saying they put a hex on me. Damn. These heathens, these non-Jesus following. Okay. Wow. This is how this can happen. I got another one. You ready?
I don't know. I'm still riding the last one.
You got one? You ready?
You got a lot of them.
Here it goes.
All right.
So we would later learn that many of the plagues were from a flea. Okay.
Like from a little fly?
Oh yeah, just a flea, just a regular flea, the house flea that you get on pets. Okay.
Oh, I hate
so now
them.
watch. So the flea would get infected and would bite you, and you'd get the plague. Okay.
Okay.
The plagues have killed more people than more than wars. Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right. So plague is like a blight on you. All right. So now watch what happens. Where did the fleas come from? We would later learn they came from rats and mice.
Yeah.
Okay, that were infected with the plague.
Okay.
So if your house had rats or mice, and mice were common. Look at old Renaissance paintings. There's mice in the corners of the paintings. It's really funny just to see this. All right, so now watch.
Maybe they were good luck, huh?
If you owned a cat, you didn't have mice.
So you didn't get the plague.
You didn't get the plague. No, wait a minute. Who owned cats? Well, there are many women that owned cats.
So women didn't get the plague, and they were therefore sorcerers.
They were witches.
Damn.
Witches.
And some of them are.
And you still associate a cat with a witch.
Yeah.
To this day. To this day. I mean, when you're storytelling about
Broom, witch. Those are the items.
These are the two
accoutrements.
So
accoutrements. Those are them.
So this is what happens when you live in a pre-scientific era.
Wow.
The blame game begins.
But that's fun as hell, though. Some of it.
Well, for a movie, but I don't want to live in those times.
Yeah.
So this book is an attempt to unravel this blame game. When you see things happening, it's not my fault, it's your fault. Well, did you really look through your opinions and your thoughts? And
yeah, it was neat. Some of it made me mad.
Ah, good.
Some of it made me mad. I was like, fuck, I don't want to know this. I don't want to. I want to believe what I want to believe.
No. It's bad because you knew it. You knew it's true, and it's against your urges.
Yeah,
right?
it was like, damn, Neil, I want to believe what I want to believe. You know, that's what it felt like sometimes. Moments.
No, but I'm not. I don't think I'm heavy-handed. I think they're offerings, right? Have you thought about it this way?
Yeah, no, I don't think it came off like. I'm trying to think. No, I don't think it came off as like know-it-all. I think it was like
that wasn't my intent. If it ever felt that way, it's just.
Well, you're a fact guy. You're a factual man. You know, and I battle. Like I think I've always kind of battled the dark arts overall. So it's like I've never really looked at a ton of the facts. It's always been this more ethereal sort of.
Well, what you want to be true rather than what is true. And by the way, that's coming a long way in life to realize the world. This is the difference between the different kinds of truths. I spent a chapter in the Truth and Beauty chapter. I'll just spend a minute on it now. So there's something I call personal truths. This is something no one's going to take. In a free society, no one's going to take it from you. If Jesus is your savior and true to your bones, that's a personal truth. In a free society, and especially in the United States, where it's constitutionally protected, your freedom of religion, no one should take that from you, okay? You'd have a legal case if they try. All right. Other personal truths. Oh, well, Muhammad is my last savior on earth, my last prophet on earth, okay? That this would be a Muslim personal truth. Other truths are Beyonce is your queen, right? Or whatever. The things you feel, okay. Personal truths are the foundation of our strongest held opinions. And in a pluralistic world, society, we should cherish that. This is why people are different from each other. All right? You don't want everybody to be the same. That's called a dictatorship.
Yeah.
If everybody aligns with exactly the same opinion.
Yeah, we don't want it.
The problem with your opinion, if it's in a personal truth, if you try to have someone else agree with you, you have to have an active persuasion. So what? But in the limit, that becomes all-out conflict and war. People fight over personal truths, kill each other, because their personal truths don't agree with your personal truth. So personal truths, when they go outside of yourself, risk bloodshed.
Right.
In the history of civilization has demonstrated this. All right, then there's a political truth, which is just something that becomes true just because you heard it often enough. And that's a weakness we have. Not a weakness. Evolutionarily, it made sense. If you see something repeat 100 times, that's reality.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but you know what happens now? People have hijacked that urge to recognize that something that repeats must be true. They've hijacked it. Now they just find something that they want to be true and they repeat it to you. You hear it enough, it must be true.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, especially, well, nowadays also we have, since we have technology and we have this advancement, like, with the internet, social media, it's easy to get things in front of people so many times.
Yes.
It's easy our attention span has been hijacked.
It's been hijacked. Completely. That's the word. There's no other word but hijacked. And in the old days, we called it brainwashing, where you repeat something and then it becomes true. That's hijacking this feature of our evolutionary brain, that it's trying to create order out of chaos.
Well, it's like Stockholm Syndrome. We almost are slowly developing almost some variants, seem like of a Stockholm Syndrome or something. Like we're like all like Elizabeth Smart, without or Elizabeth Dumb. That's who we're becoming. You know what I'm saying? We're all like, we're just bearing with what we have to deal with all the time.
Exactly. And so you try to sift through what is true, and it must be that which was repeated often enough. So that's a political truth. Then there's an objective truth.
Okay, what does objective mean?
And the methods and tools of science are exquisitely tuned to establish objective truth. So these are truths that have been demonstrated by observation and experiment and repeated experiment.
What does the word objective
Objective means it's true whether or not you believe in it.
Okay, so it's no doubt true.
Yeah, because I can show that it's true, and it's not my bias that thinks it's true. Here's the data. Now you say, I don't believe you. I think you had a bias. I think your wall current affected this. So I'm going to do it on 240 volts while you did yours on 125 volts, 120 volts. You do a different experiment of your own design. You get the same result.
So that's objective. It's a fact.
So when you do it enough times and all the experiments agree, this is why science, it wasn't really developed as we now practice it until around 1600. All right. I know that feels like a long time ago, but a lot of the world unfolded before then. All right. And so once we learn, if you say something is true, let me test it. Let me find out. Let me devise an experiment. And if I can verify your statement with this experiment and someone else can in a third person, we're good here. That's an objective truth. And what objective truths have going for them is that they're true whether or not you believe in them.
I don't like them.
Well, because the actual nature can't be fooled. Nature is the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah.
If you overeat this week and you gain 3 pounds, next week you can't protest with placards saying, I protest the law of gravity because it made me heavier. No, you don't have that option. So it seems to me if you're going to base laws on things, but there's a whole chapter in here on law and order, right? If you're going to create laws in a pluralistic world, you base the laws on the objective truths.
Right.
Because that applies to everyone. Don't base a law on your personal truth, because that's forcing it on me. And I have a different personal truth.
Is climate change an objective truth?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So what happens is...
You believe in climate change?
It's not a belief. It's not about a belief.
Right.
When it's objectively true, you don't have to believe it. It just is true.
Yeah. I believe in it when it's really hot. I believe in it. If it's like a hot day, I'm like, damn, they're right. They right about this shit. I'll tell you that, bro. I'm serious, dude.
So
I'm like, we gotta fight this. You know what I'm saying?
So here's the thing. So if it was only determined that way, then another person that was in a cold snap would say, no, I don't believe it.
Right.
And everybody's making up their own theories about it because it's their own life experience. But an experiment takes the information out of yourself.
Okay.
It's not your perspective. It's not your bias. It's not your worldview. And you get all the data available. And then you establish the objective truth. So in climate change, and I give an example here in the probability, in the risk and reward chapter, you probably heard the number 97 scientists say it's happening in 3%.
Saw that in here.
In the last 20 years, there are basically no scientists left denying it. So it's basically 100%.
Damn, there ain't one holdout out there.
But let's go back to when it was 3%, because that's a fun number.
Okay.
All right. Let's do an experiment. Some engineers, there's a bridge that's there. You don't know where it came from, but it's a bridge, but it's brand new and it's about to open. And you say, I want to drive my truck across the bridge. And 97 engineers come up to you and say, by the way, I don't know any of the other engineers, so we're not in cahoots or anything.
Yeah.
If you drive your truck, that's going to collapse and you're going to die. You will likely die plunging into the ravine.
So 97 of them say that.
3 say, oh, Theo, go take your F-150, drive across.
You're some good old boys. Never mean it no harm.
Go on. You'll be fine. What are you going to do?
Making my way anywhere.
He's singing. He's feeling it. He's feeling
I'm
it.
just saying, man, I take the General Lee off that bastard. That's what I'm saying, man. But no, I feel you. So
you would probably listen to the 97 engineers, especially if you're not an engineer yourself.
Yeah. Especially if you got to look the engineers in the eyes. Now,
no, eyes got nothing to do with this. That's you trying to be human about this. Don't be human. That mess you up. Let me feel what you're saying. No, they'll show you the research papers. There's no eyeballs in the research paper. There's no emoticons in the research paper.
So then what is that makes me want to look them in the eyes and see? What is that?
Oh, I'll tell you. It's a good one. It's a good one. And again, I think it's understandable evolutionarily. If you look someone in the eye and they tell you something that just happened, that is more true to you than a statistical table with charts and bar charts.
Than a pie graph.
Than a pie graph that says the same fucking thing. So and advertisers know that. They hijack this. Okay?
Testimonials.
But watch, they could just show a bar chart and say, this detergent is better than all the others, and here's the data. They could show that, but no. They show some parent and a kid, and they put it in the machine, they pull it out, and look how clean. And the eyewitness testimony has huge value to our emotions because another human being is communicating it.
Right.
And so I'll give you another example. You could be, it's a little more obscure, but you read in like Consumer Reports or whatever that this one car is like...
Or vacuum.
A vacuum, sure.
Yeah.
It's the best one and it's working every time. You walk into the vacuum store, because you saw the data, and someone's walking out saying, I will never buy one of these again. It's... Oh, you can't say a vacuum sucks. Sorry. Vacuum... Sorry. No, this vacuum was awful. Yeah. Oh, it reversed and it made my whole place. I would never do this. And you hear this? The person, you don't even know them, but they're another human, and they're speaking with emotion.
Huge effect on me.
And there's fire in their gaze. Okay, you're gonna back out and walk out of that store.
I ain't getting that.
You ain't getting that. That's not gonna happen.
I'd rather broom. I'd rather use a fucking broom.
Okay, so I think it's natural to trust another human in that context, but that's why we have to train ourselves to trust the data. And in science, when you become a scientist, I'm taking statistics and data analysis and probability essentially every year I'm in school. It's not just one class and you move on. There are different nuances of it. There are different ways you think about it, different ways you ask questions. You know what science is? It's a professional way of querying nature so that you can not fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not, or that something is not true that is. Did I say that right? Whatever, the opposite.
You might have. I don't know. I was following it too.
No, I'd say that you don't want to be fooled because nature can't be fooled. Ultimately, nature can't be fooled.
Right.
And we have biases so you don't want, do whatever it takes. I'm going to give you the scientific method. Do whatever it takes, and I'm going to repeat that. Do whatever it takes to not fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not, or that something is not true that is. Does it mean getting a video of it? Does it mean getting someone else to check on you? Did you have your coffee this morning or not? Is that the measure? Were you more alert? Did you miss something?
Right.
Do whatever it takes. And when you do that, it ain't got nothing to do with the passion in their eyes.
Oh. Okay, now so let's take this into something that is a realm that doesn't have as much probability, probably.
Go for it.
So let's take it into the realm of love, right?
Love it.
Or affection, things like that. So whenever you met, are you married?
Yes, I'm married 34 years.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
man.
Thank you.
Wow, that is a damn record almost.
Well,
you should win a Nobel Prize for that. I feel like.
I met her in relativity class. She has a degree in mathematical physics.
Dang.
Yeah, in graduate school. So that was fun.
Yeah, you met her in relativity. That's wild. So,
all right. So you're talking about love.
Okay, love. So, do you? I mean, do you take these same concepts into like whenever you were falling in love and stuff like that, or was it more like a normal?
Okay,
thing?
so
you saw her in class.
So the answer is yes, I do.
Wow.
I don't often talk about this. You want to hear it?
Yeah. Well, I'm just curious because I don't have a wife or anything yet.
Well, it's mathematical. Okay, then this could be helpful to you.
Okay.
It could be helpful.
Okay.
Right.
At this point, I'll take on anything.
It's a little bit of mathematical.
Okay.
How much math have you had in school?
I took a couple of them.
You took a couple.
I took at least, yeah.
A couple of them.
I was good. I did all right.
You did all right. All
Yeah.
right. You did all right. Okay.
And
By
I
the
took
way,
one of them at high altitude. I took one class out in Arizona at pretty high altitude.
you know what they say? That if you learn something under certain psychomotor conditions, that you recover it better under those same conditions.
Oh, wow.
Like if you get high and you learn something, if you get high again later, you remember that better because you match the mental states.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, I've read that. I haven't read it lately, but a few decades ago. That was,
Yeah, dude,
that was
seemed like, bro, I think I wrote that. Okay, so I'm glad it made its way
okay.
around.
So here it is. All right, here it is.
All right.
You got to follow me with some math here.
Okay, I'll
ready?
try.
It's not complicated. By the way, I don't know any dumb professional comedians. You all are smart people. You're perceptive. You know what's going on. You have to know deeper what's going on to come at it from the other side and show why it's hilarious. Okay? That takes insight. You guys are the keepers of the soul of the social and cultural mores of civilization.
Yeah, I think a lot of us try to be. Jesus, I don't know what I'm doing, but I think a lot of us try to do our best. You know?
You're holding up mirrors to what we think, say, and do. And so it's a fundamental part, I think, of modern existence, because without it, my gosh, how unpleasant the world would be.
It would
without
be.
these perspectives. So I'm not just blowing smoke. I'm just saying, and you especially have a certain authentic honesty that is palpable. And it's like,
Thanks,
whatever you
man.
say, I'm with you on. I feel you. This is what
Yeah.
you were saying. Do you feel what the person? If I can't feel what you're saying, go home.
Right.
Right. What are you doing? You just type it up and send. Text it to me. If I'm not looking in the eyes, So okay.
Yeah, well, it's helping me because it's like, I think I have I'm not like a naysayer of science. I love, I'm grateful for science because I exist, and I'm grateful that the world exists and that we're able to have all types of different experiences of like caring about each other and getting to travel and see different things, and that my eyes work. Like, I'm super grateful for science. I think sometimes I get I have a fear sometimes of like, if anything's out of like, out of like right here, everything else can seem a little bit questionable, So I think it's just it's just probably
the questionable part is because you create your own worldview.
Yeah.
And everything makes sense to you in your worldview, and something's trying to poke it from the outside. You're understandably skeptical of it.
Yeah, I'm probably skeptical a lot.
Or rejecting it because no, I got my thing, my situation. It works for me.
Yeah, and I like to daydream and stuff, So science, sometimes they want to really, hey, bro, we need you to pull these daydreams over here, and we got to tag them. We need to get the weight and the density of these daydreams so we can have them on file. So I respect it, and I'm really, really grateful that you're here. But yeah, so tell me about that when you went into
I'll tell you
love.
about love. So here it is, and this is a little geeky.
Yeah,
it's a geeky thing. So, all right, you can have a line, and you can measure the length of the line. All right, inches, whatever. Okay, that's the only thing you can measure about it. There's no area, there's no volume. It's just a length. All right, now I can add another line at like right angles to it. And when I do that, I can actually trace out a square.
Okay.
So now a square has more than just a length. It has area. Okay, there's area inside the square.
That's a good point.
And that area is defined by both axes. You need both to get an area. Okay? All right. Let's add a third axis.
Oh, damn.
X, Y, now Z. Now you don't have a line, you don't have a square. What do you have? You have a cube.
Now I'm on mushrooms, I think.
you have a
feel
cube
you.
that's full. Each of these
Right,
is
so now
is
you're
a
really-
dimension. Okay.
Right.
So now watch. Now I can take that to higher dimensions, but I won't. I'm going to stick to 3.
Okay.
So we can go to 4 and 5 dimensions. Let's stick to 3. So now you ask yourself, what do you care about in a relationship? Okay. You want the person to look hot? Nothing wrong with that. Make a note of that. Okay. You want the person to be good in bed? Okay. That's fine. Be honest with yourself. That's another. By the way, you can be hot and not good in bed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, or vice versa. Okay.
Yeah.
So these are separate coordinates.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right, now watch. Let's get a third one. You want the person to be kind, let's say. Kind. You don't want an evil person.
No.
Okay.
No.
So each of these is completely separate from the other. Yeah. You can be beautiful and evil. You can be ugly and kind. But you care about those 3.
Right.
So now rate this person from 0 to 10 in those 3 categories. Just go ahead and do that. So you say, person's really kind and they're great in bed. I'm only give them a 5, okay, in looks. They're great in bed and they're kind. All right. Here's what you do. You know how you get the volume of a cube? You multiply X by Y by Z. Okay. The area of a square is X times Y. The area of the volume of a cube is you multiply all 3. I'm telling you to take those 3 numbers, multiply them together. You will get the volume of your love. The volume of what you care about. Okay.
Dang, bro.
So now watch. Now here's my point. What you need to do is, because presumably if you're in the field, there are different people out there. Get each person's volume and go after the person that has the largest volume. Because they might be higher in one than the other. But if you really care about them, it's the totality of that package that matters. Especially in a relationship, those features don't always stay the same. They could vary.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Some
they
people
grow
get better looking as they get older, or you might get more attracted to them, or less attracted,
or less
to 'em.
attractive. So there's variance.
They might
there.
learn different skills,
But
outdoor
often
skills.
some of them get less.
Yeah, it's a mix.
It's a mix. So let's say they get a little less attractive, but the other bits were strong. So you have a volume, a strength of a larger volume to work against.
Okay.
If things start shifting.
Okay.
In this. Okay. I'm telling you, you can take that to higher dimensions. So, what are they bad? What are they hot? Are they have maybe a good sense of humor? Something you might value.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. Are they curious? Do they want to keep learning? Okay.
That's important.
Do you value? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? All right.
Because I want them to keep learning about me. Because
That's
gonna
selfish.
stay interested.
Just if they're curious. You're part of what they want to keep learning
Okay, that's
about.
fair.
Don't
that's
focus
fair.
on no,
My bad.
dude. Come
no,
on.
you're
man.
right.
Okay, so I went around with a 5-dimensional. So in math we call it 5-dimensional vector space.
And this
5
what you
dimensions.
took in your love life.
Yeah, so that's what I did.
Damn,
okay,
boy, fucking Neil rolling up.
So what I'm saying is there could be someone who's the hottest person you've ever seen.
Yep.
And you could be distracted by that and say, I'm marrying that person. And then they're not so hot 10 years from now, or they get a little chubby, whatever you're valuing or not valuing.
And
And then all of a sudden, everything you married the person for isn't there anymore. And then you divorce 7 years later.
So you got to look at that volume.
Got to look at the volume. And by the way, be crass if you want to be crass. Do you want to marry someone who's wealthy? Put that in there too.
Put it in there.
Okay. Don't be ashamed of that.
Right.
Because any one of these can change. People say, oh, I want that's shallow. You need a personality. People's personalities can change.
Why are we sometimes ashamed to look at the criteria we honestly want to look at?
I got through that. I matured out of that. Because society wants you to not want that. And if someone is honest, I like your wealth. I enjoy it. And by the wealth can go away too.
Yeah,
in the same
all the
way your
things
looks.
can.
All the things can. But if it matters too, then it's one of the coordinates in this volume. By the way, if any of those go to 0, because the volume is a product, you're multiplying these numbers.
Right.
If any of them goes to 0, the volume goes to 0.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, because you do.
You're
it by
not adding
0.
them, you're multiplying them.
Wow.
So try to make sure that the likelihood of it going to 0 is, or if it does go to 0, if you don't matter, then it shouldn't have been in the
Right. It has to be things that nothing could go to 0. So then, and if you do that, then you're probably going to be picking things that have some real value to you.
Correct.
Or overall value.
Correct.
Objective
Or
value.
just be honest. I just want money, and if you run out of money, I'll divorce you.
Right.
But the person could be fun and happy the whole other time.
Oh yeah, they're buying sandwiches for everybody. Y'all are having a good time or whatever.
I don't. That's people are their own individuals.
So
Why
what
pass-
happened though,
Why
Neil?
pass judgment?
What
on
happened
others?
when you got the lady? You invite her out. Where'd you take her? Where do you?
Oh well, we were graduate students at the time. Very poor. So a big meal is like a $12.
Oh yeah.
Dish, and so. I have to say this if I'm airing all the thing. So I took her for granted initially.
Oh.
And we broke up initially. And then like 6 months later, I said, what the hell did I just do? Oh my gosh. I went back to that volume and I said, all these other people are not filling that volume the way she did. And I was really sad.
Did you go back to her and tell her?
I could, because I broke up. I can't, what are you going to do? You can't do that. She knocked on my door. She came back to me.
And what'd she say?
And I don't remember because I was distracted by the fact that, oh my gosh, I have a second chance here.
Wow.
And so on that second chance, that's when we moved in together and got married 3 years later.
And you didn't mess it up the second time?
No.
Yeah.
And the strength of a marriage is how big is that volume? Because yes, they will vary and people will get crabby and people, there are things that will test it, of course.
What's something that you and your wife like to do together? Is there anything like that you feel like helps keep a marriage together over time? Is there any?
You do things together.
Yeah.
And do new things together so that you have a new memory to add to the portfolio. If you always do the same old things, it can get, you see the person every day of your life, right? And so just make sure it grows.
Do you guys take like classes, or is there stuff like, do you just take walks? Like, what are some fun stuff?
Yeah, we do take walks. In fact,
I used to take walks with my ex-girlfriend. I liked it.
Yeah, walks are simple. They're low budget.
Oh yeah, like, honey, I'm about to take you on this walk.
And
every step sounds like I'm saving money. Every single step. Let's go another block. Sure.
It's an incidental fact about it, not the instrumental fact. Okay. Hey, baby, I love you because every step is cheap. No, that's not going to fly.
Let's go
Is that why you're not
block.
married yet?
Yeah, it could be probably. I gotta start investing more in my
Here's the thing:
relationships.
all our fairy tales, you see the courtship, which is so romantic and beautiful, and how do those fairy tales end? What's the final word? The final phrase.
The end.
No, before that.
Oh, happily ever after.
They live happily ever after. Wait a minute. Why don't you show me some of that?
Oh yeah, that's true. Huh?
Give me some hints. How do you pull that one off?
Yeah, like Rapunzel, they don't show you that she's selling her hair in China. You know what I'm saying? They don't show you the odds and ends
Just
of
leave
it.
that one out. So
Yeah.
we're trained in the courtship.
And
And
they don't
we
show
are-
you that Snow White has an opioid addiction. They don't show you some of the truth behind this stuff, man.
dealing with actual life problems and challenges.
Yeah,
So-
or that Goldilocks is into bestiality. They don't show you some of the truths out there, Neil. Damn, you're right, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
They just gave us.
Yeah, Goldilocks is sleeping with the bears. It's whatever.
I know. They don't tell you that she has a crush on Gail Sayers. You know, they don't tell you she's out there been running around with Jim McMahon. They don't tell you all of that.
Right. So we have no literary life experience even thinking about what happens beyond they lived happily ever after. So you have to sort of discover that on your own.
Do you feel like, is it hard for you to was it just the brain you were given that made you more scientific? Or was it like, do you feel like it was nature or nurture, like that you developed that as because it was a skill that you needed to help process your own like life and childhood?
That's an important and perceptive question, and I have to unpack that because you put a lot in that one question.
We talk about that kind of stuff a lot on this show.
Excellent. Well, I'll go there. Let me go there right now.
Cool.
So, everyone wants the secret to things. What's the secret to intelligence? The secret to this? That implies it's only one thing and not something more complex. And so I remember when I was a kid, this is a slight off-ramp, but I hope it's worth it. When I was a kid, it was in 7th grade, I did a book report on Ponce de Leon. And he's the guy, the Spanish explorer, who went into South America searching for the fountain of youth. Okay? You drink from it and you have eternal life. And I remember reading that and then I say, that idiot, why would he even think that exists? He's going to commit an entire voyage to believe that there's just some elixir coming out of the ground and he lives forever? Really? A full-grown human being believed this? I was thinking to I was a geeky kid, okay?
Yeah.
I'm 12, I think, at this point. But I did the book report on him, and then I noticed as I got older, this is something deep within us. Nobody actually wants to do the hard work to improve their health, to live longer, healthier lives. They want the instant fix.
Yeah.
And realizing that Ponce de Leon was looking for the fountain of youth allowed me to see what people were doing. I'm old enough to remember yogurt, eat yogurt, that you live forever. Dannon had a commercial with centenarians eating yogurt.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
I remember Mom would eat the yogurt. I'd be like, damn, Mom's going to be around.
But that's what I'm saying. So we want there to be quick fixes for things and quick answers and quick solutions. What's the latest? Kale, did you eat your kale today?
No.
If not, you're going to die a miserable death. Okay.
You'll be dead by noon. Yeah. There's definitely, and kale is trash. Kale is so hard to eat. Kale feels like it does not want you eating it.
I like kale if you add bacon too.
Yeah. Hell, look. I ain't saying nothing, but it is what it is, baby.
They knew that with collard greens to put in a ham hock. You want to eat leaves? Put some dead animal in that stuff.
Yeah. Dude, you could put bacon under a damn corpse and I'll fucking have a little. You know what I'm just saying, bro.
Actually, you know what cannibals called humans? Long pig.
Really?
Yeah. Because of all the animals that you would eat, humans and pigs come closest.
Man, I could see it.
But to taste like bacon, you have to cure it and do the things, whatever.
Yeah.
But anyhow.
I'd have some cured human a little.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Would you have any?
If I were starving, I mean, I have.
I see you, dog.
No. Wait, starving.
Hey, bro.
No, wait. If I'm in a mountain and help is not coming and people died in the plane wreck, and otherwise we will starve to death, I'm eating me some dead humans. Yeah. I'm not thinking. Oh,
what are you eating first? What part you think?
Muscle tissue. I would say, the bicep maybe, or I would take my cue from just what you get in the store. Yeah. Ribs are some good eating.
I love ribs. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I wouldn't hesitate. So it's not about morals; it's about survival.
Yeah.
So, but by the way, if there's a pig over there, I'm eating the pig. I'm not eating the dead human.
Yeah, that'd be weird if you're like, I'm gonna have Randy
instead of Pumbaa. I'm eating Pumbaa. Okay, Pumbaa ain't surviving the day. Okay. So
that'd be crazy. There's one dude at the plane crash, and he just wants to keep eating the people. We're like, but dude, we have
and pigs and cows and turkeys and chickens. What are you doing?
Weird,
it crashes on a farm, right?
It crashes at a 7-Eleven, and he's still over there cutting up an old lady. We got some creeps out there, man.
So now I'm completely distracted. What the hell was I talking about?
What were we talking about, Zach?
I don't. We kind of went out. You were talking about, I don't know. You started about bacon. It's been a long road.
I know. It has.
We were talking about love.
Love. No, we got off. We evolved off of love. I remember. How did I become me? That's what it was. Okay.
Oh yeah. So do you think you developed a sense for science out of nature or nurture?
So watch. So I'm walking through life, watching people want to believe that simple things will fix everything. Those are the YouTube ads that get your attention. You've been doing too many sit-ups. Just do this and you'll have ripped abs. Just eat this, drink this, and and you don't have to do any of that work. And I thought to myself, there must be something deep within us that just wants to be lazy about what our accomplishments. Okay.
Yep.
But that's a kind of an off-ramp just to say, I don't care about nature or nurture. What I care about is that whatever you are, you know you can improve it. You know this. In practically everything we do, you get better at it from trying, from practicing. In practically everything we do. So I'm not going to say nature, nurture. People say, oh, well, Michael Phelps, he's got really big feet that flap for swimming, and he can flap. He's got webbed fingers. I don't know.
He's
what
a
they
long
say.
pig.
Okay,
he's a long pig.
I don't know, but they'll say whatever they will about his body. But wait a minute, he's in the water 30 hours a week.
Yeah.
Did you factor that in? Where's that in your equation for him succeeding? How about that? Okay, so generally, if you part the curtains, someone is working really hard at what might look easy to them that they have accomplished.
Right. So I don't think that about you. I feel like you've obviously put in the the hours that it takes to have your credibility.
So let me get back to your point.
But
so
when you were a kid,
here
I'm
it
wondering.
It's very simple. It's very simple. All kids are curious about everything. They overturn rocks and, poke things and generally create chaos at home. And most of what parents do is they spend the first years of the kid's life teaching them to walk and talk. And then the rest of their life telling them to shut up and sit down. Yeah. Because they're wherever they go, they make a mess. But that mess, the parents think they're making a mess. But no, they're not. These are the results of experiments they've been doing to discover the operations of nature. If you happen to leave an egg up on the counter and a little toddler, and because you're making breakfast, and a toddler is reaching up, you say, no, don't touch that. And I'm saying, no, let him grab it. Let him. What did the egg cost you? Last I checked, 40 cents at most. Watch. You know the egg is going to end up breaking. But so what? The kid starts playing with the egg.
Yeah.
And then they do something with it and then it breaks. That's interesting. Something can be hard yet fragile. How many things in life are that?
Most of life.
Eggs are hard. No, most things are solid. This is hard and not fragile.
But a lot of experiences in the world and stuff, I mean.
Well, no, that's you're thinking emotional. I'm talking about physical objects now at this point. The egg is hard but fragile, okay? And so they'll learn about that.
Pretty fascinating.
And it's brittle. It doesn't bend, it breaks.
Yeah.
Okay? So these are structural properties of organic substances, all right? And then what's inside? There's this transparent goopy stuff, and there's a yellow thing. What is that? And then you tell them, that might have been a chicken. Oh my gosh!
Blow their mind.
Blow their minds. And by the way, you see that colorless stuff? If I heat it, it turns white. You can watch it change color in front of your eyes. There's 7 science experiments to do with the kid reaching for the egg that you didn't want them to touch, and you just squashed that because you don't want to use the 40 cents.
Yeah, because you want to have a damn quiche for yourself.
Okay, the president of Harvard once said, when people complained, why are you charging so much for education? He said, if you think the cost of education is high, you should try the cost of ignorance. Yeah. That's even higher.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, that curiosity is beaten out of us by the time we're in middle school. If you retain that curiosity, that rampant curiosity, you're a scientist. A scientist is a kid who grew up physically, but not emotionally, not mentally. If I see hey, what is that? Let me poke that. Let me see what's behind it. And it doesn't have to be a physical object. It could be like fictional objects. I watched the Thor movie, and I'm saying, gee, I want to know how much does that hammer weigh? I'm still curious.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, what does that hammer weigh? And I heard a sentence in the movie that enabled me to calculate how much his hammer weighed.
Wow.
They say, hammer forged in the heart of a dying star? Oh my gosh, I'm an astrophysicist. We deal in dying stars. I got this. Hide some dense stuff going on in a dying star.
Damn.
I filled out the density and I tweeted it. And I said, if Thor's hammer is made in the way the movie says, It has the weight of a herd of 300 million elephants.
Oh.
That's why nobody could pick it up. The Hulk couldn't pick it up. You need the magical powers of Thor to do it. So now
I saw Lou Ferrigno at the post office one time.
Lou Ferrigno, the original TV Hulk.
Yeah, the original one, yeah. And his wife was making him move boxes around. He was all pissed. And I'm like, you're the freaking Hulk, man. Move a couple of boxes.
That's only, he's got to be green to do that.
Yeah,
dude,
that's true.
Get with the program.
He was without his paint.
But watch what happened, okay? Because I'm in the Geekiverse.
I'm thinking,
I'm card
if you
carrying.
tweet that, I'm like, nerd alert.
I tweeted that out. That was
like,
a
nerd alert.
total nerd alert. And then I got out nerded.
No.
Oh, somebody said, Dr. Tyson is wrong about this calculation, okay?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got totally smoked on this one. So what happened was, in 1991, Marvel issued a Thor's Hammer trading card where they said Thor's Hammer is made of a fictional material, Uru, and it weighs precisely 42.3 pounds.
Oh. So they kind of cheated.
They
cheated
didn't calculate
science.
it. Yeah. But I'm getting to your earlier point. I wanted my answer to be true.
Right.
I think it's a way better answer than 42.3 pounds, but it's wrong. It's in the canon, in the Marvel canon, it's just simply wrong. And you got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, and when to, what's the third one? And when to walk.
When to walk away. When to run, I think.
Oh, run!
Yeah. And that's, I think, usually around alimony or something.
Yeah, hold them, fold them, run. So that's an example of still being curious into adulthood. And all scientists are like that. So no, it's not nurture nature. It's, did you protect your curiosity in childhood? If not, you'll ossify. I love that word. You'll harden in your own beliefs. You won't even seek out things that might conflict with what you think is true. And because you're comfortable where you are.
Right.
You know what it is?
We want to be where we are.
We want to be. So here it is.
Well, yeah, you get from a place of like, I'm right. And it's funny because I don't really like being in that place. Even there's part of me that does like it because it feels like I'm winning. But there's another part of me that knows it's not helpful to me as a evolving human.
Which wins? Sometimes one wins, sometimes the other?
I think sometimes one wins, sometimes the other. But I'm grateful that I have awareness of both. And I do find my awareness.
That's half the effort, by the way. If you know that this is going on, you're there.
And I'm grateful that the one does battle a lot of times and say, I know you want to sit right here with this, but it's only fair if you look at more to the story.
I think
it's only fair to myself too.
There's a guy named Walter Bagehot, I think is his name. I quote him in the book. And I think this is the right quote, where he said, there's no greater pain of the human existence than the prospect of having a new idea. Because it would just conflict with who you are and how you've defined yourself.
Yeah.
So,
and why do we want to have that definition of ourselves?
I think I know why.
It's comfortable.
Here it is. You ready?
You must have been the worst person in class. You must have been like, no. Every time the teacher's like, does anybody have an idea? You must have brought a fake hand and just put it on your desk straight up.
Every time. So here's what I think is going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know the Alice Cooper song? I don't know the title of it, but I know the lyric. School's out for summer.
Yeah.
School's out forever. Okay. This is a celebration of not learning. And we know people, if not ourselves, at the end of the school day, we can't wait for the alarm to go off at the end of the day, or the Friday comes, or more likely, the last day of school in the summer, you say, school's out, and you toss your books in the air, and you run down the steps. And I'm thinking to myself, your only job was to learn about this beautiful world, about this majestic universe, and you're celebrating not learning. And so I'm not going to blame the people. I'm going to blame the school. Because if I have you for 6 hours a day, and you come out and you'd rather not be there, I have failed. Not in a literal grade sense. As a teacher, I have failed the system. You know what should be happening in school? I shouldn't be loading you with textbooks, with bold-faced vocabulary words that you memorize once for the exam before you move on. No. I should figure out a way to make you excited about everything you learn.
Yeah.
So that at the end of the school day, you're sad to walk out of school.
Damn.
Oh, imagine the world that would be. And you know what schools should do? It's not let me load you with knowledge. It's let me prepare you to be a lifelong learner so that this curiosity that we have infused in you in kindergarten through 12 or kindergarten through 16, if you're in college there, whatever, when you come out, that is just the beginning of the flame that will course within you for the rest of your life, because you will spend much more time not in school than you ever did in school. And once again, I'll use the word again. If you ossify in your knowledge by getting out of college, getting out of high school, if that's where you are, you will never grow. The world will leave you behind, and you'll just be the grumpiest person on the porch saying, get off my lawn. What do these young'uns know? I know, because you are comfortable in your ignorance, and you don't even know your ignorance because you came to it from having learned, but only up to a point. And without the curiosity, you don't keep learning. It's all about the curiosity and the ambition you have attached to it. It's don't tell me about nature, nurture. I'm not even thinking that way.
Yeah, I think. Well, I grew up in a place. I grew up in a place in Louisiana. We had, I've talked about this before, like the primate testing facility where they created the polio vaccine was in our town. So Tulane University
didn't know that.
Had their primate testing facility in St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana. And I remember one time a bunch of the monkeys had gotten out, right? And they came and got us out of YMCA summer camp. The police did, the tallest kids, to help them. And so we're out there by
the monkeys are on the trees and you got to reach for them, or how are you going to get them?
The monkeys are just out.
Yeah.
And they wanted like a chain of people, I guess.
Oh, okay.
And so,
by the way, when the monkeys get out, there's no, that's a scary fact, right?
Oh, in hindsight, knowing now what I know about monkeys and chimpanzees, I think it was a bad idea.
Oh, okay.
But at the time, we didn't know. So, it was a smaller town then. And so we're out there just wrangling chimps out by this Kenny Rogers Roasters. He used to have Kenny Rogers had a chicken establishment for a while. And they had like kind of rotisserie chicken. It was pretty good. They had like this cornbread thing that was pretty good. But anyway, and also in our area, they had a thing called LIGO, L-I-G-O.
It's still there.
It's you know what I'm talking about?
Laser Interferometer Gravitational Observatory.
Yeah. There's only two of them in the
United States, in Louisiana, and I visited them, Louisiana and up in Oregon or Washington State.
Yeah, so that was another thing in our area. So there was.
By the way, just to be clear, that is discovering colliding black holes in other galaxies across the universe.
Damn.
It's a new kind of telescope, and you got it there in your home state.
I knew they were up to something.
No, yeah. And by the way, the monkeys are running.
Look,
the escape monkeys achieved consciousness and intelligence.
I wouldn't be shocked,
That's some Planet of the Apes shit going on.
I would not be shocked, dude. I've seen some people there that work at some of the gas stations, and they have a banana for lunch. I'll say that, dude. There's some interesting folks there.
Chimpanzees peel the banana from the bottom.
Did
you know that?
Really?
Yeah.
You know what my friend does? He breaks the banana in half. Like
if it's unripe, that'll work.
Yes, that's true.
Otherwise, you got some mashed banana right there.
But we used to hear about because they were over there hunting. So all we heard was that they had gravity hunters out there.
That's a good way. That's a poetic way to put it.
So that's what we heard. And so there'd be people like, if you saw somebody that could dance real good, you'd say they were like one of those gravity babies or whatever. Or sometimes people would have parties and people would say, oh, we're going to get and they would live near there in Livingston Parish, Louisiana, where that LIGO Center is. And they'd say, we're going to get so fucked up we can't even feel the gravity.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
That would be part of it. Wow, zoom in on that. That's crazy.
Yeah. So what's going on there, if you're listeners have access to this, the viewers. So those are two long tubes, and they send a beam of light from that central building simultaneously, the full length of both tubes. And then there are mirrors at the end of those both tubes, and it reflects back, and they recombine the light. And if the light recombines perfectly, then nothing happened between those two reflections. But if a gravitational wave washes over Earth and goes through this facility, one of those beams will be slightly delayed compared to the other.
Really? They're doing that out there?
And they can measure it.
I know people that can't read out there.
Oh, they delay. And so they're looking for a variation in a fraction of the diameter of a proton. And that is a completely evacuated tube that goes up and back.
So tell me this. So say they find say there's some variation. What does that tell them? That there's some pull on the Earth?
First, it tells you that the thing actually happened. Einstein predicted the existence of gravitational waves. This discovered them 60, 70 years later.
Wow.
Okay? No, more than that. This was 2000. When was that? This century. Einstein made the prediction in 1916. So you're talking basically 100 years. Wow. A century, there's a prediction and then a discovery. And this is ground truth that our ideas actually match objective reality.
Okay.
And you want to say, well, how does that put food on your plate? It doesn't, but it advanced technology in a way that will surely have applications later on. Einstein wrote down the first equation in a paper called On the Stimulated Emission of Radiation, obscure quantum physics paper in the 1920s, late teens. And why are you doing that? You're a smart guy. Why don't you help put food on people's plates? Do you know what that's the foundation of? The laser, which would not be built until the 1950s. Damn. And lasers back then were cost tens of thousands of dollars and they were room size. Now they're impulse items at Walmart for laser pointers, right?
Oh, yeah.
But lasers are now, barcode, now photos can do it, but in their day, barcode reading, laser surgery, LASIK surgery for your eyes, laser cosmetics removal. So
lasers. You put a laser on anything.
On anything.
Buy it.
And do you think Einstein's saying, yes, we're going to have LASIK surgery with this equation that I wrote?
No, he didn't think that.
Nobody's thinking that. So the people say, why are we doing this with smart people when the smart people could be solving the homeless problem?
Because we don't know what the future is going to be.
You don't know what the future is.
Somebody might invent a laser that makes homeless people happy.
Okay. So you don't know.
What about this, though? So say that thing picks up some sort of gravitational wave. What does it mean? It means that there's a black hole that's kind of sucking on Earth a little?
No, it meant two black holes collided, and the collision is quite catastrophic, and it sends a ripple. It's like tossing a pebble in a pond.
Okay.
And you see the ripple go out in all directions, except the pond surface is flat. In space, this is a ripple that goes through full 3 dimensions of space. And it's moving at the speed of light, and it washes over Earth at the speed of light. And by the way, remember I said, make sure you don't think something that's true that's not, or isn't true that is. Okay? So, suppose you're just a mischievous graduate student, and you're in that facility. Say, I'm gonna tweak this, and everyone else is gonna think they actually discovered something. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Suppose you're diabolical. Or you're just a prankster.
Oh, I would do that easy.
You're just a prankster. All right. We have built-in protections against that.
Oh, damn.
We have another one.
They got a Ring camera or whatever?
We have an entire other LIGO in Washington.
Oh, making sure.
Yes. Okay. So you would have to coordinate with another prankster to do it at the exact moment. Okay. Whatever. Now, okay, they both made the measurement, but separated by a fraction of a second. Just what you'd expect. If the wave came from one direction, continues to wash over Earth, and goes across and comes out Seattle on the other side of the Earth. Okay? That 1,500 miles, whatever that distance is, it takes light time to do that. They were able to measure that precisely. It was good.
So tell me about this. So let's talk about outer space for a second.
Yeah.
So
I'm your guy. For
that. No, I'm glad.
I don't know how many who's been in the seat, but there aren't that many astrophysicists out there. So.
We did have a guy who was a science man recently, and he was in charge of the cryonic freezing. You know, there's a cryonics institute where they freeze people.
On the possibility that they bring them back to life.
On the possibility that one day they'll be able to bring them back to life. Do you think that that's possible or no?
I'm not so I think what'll happen is we'll figure out what ages us and we'll nip-tuck fix that. And then who cares about the frozen people at that point? We can all just keep living on. I mean, I don't...
Right. Are we going to need them? That's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. People that want to live forever, in the life and death chapter here, I comment on that. Do you really want to live forever? It's a whole thing. Because if you live forever, what motivation do you have to do anything today?
Nothing.
Nothing.
But that's what I kind of like about reincarnation. It's like when people are doing reincarnation, they're like, I'll get to it. You know, when you believe in reincarnation.
Yeah, but you don't know what you'll be reincarnated as. And so you could be reincarnated as a roach or an ant or something.
Yeah. It'd be hard to fix a shelf as an ant.
It's so that's a risky business there. Yeah. But let me lay a little bit of mathematical thinking on you.
Okay.
For me, there's nothing more motivating than the knowledge I'm going to die. Think of the prisoner in the cell, and they're putting an X through every one because every X is one day closer to getting out. Well, let's do that for your life. Every X you spend doing nothing, that's a day you could have done something and you're going to die one day.
Yeah.
And it's there on the calendar, okay? This would so motivate me, as it does, to be as productive as I can, as helpful as I can. Try to make a better world for your privilege of having lived in it. So if knowing you're going to die brings meaning to your life, then living forever is a life of no meaning at all.
Damn.
That's how I think about it. So no, I don't want to live forever.
Yeah, I think if I could live forever, I'd probably go swim more, honestly, or do something like, that I don't really love doing, but I kind of wish I did more.
That's a weird wish. If I live forever, I would swim more, even though I don't like it. I'll give you another chance. Answer that again.
If I could live,
that was the lamest. No. If I could live forever, I would do stuff I didn't really feel like doing.
Well, yeah, because it would be like you'd have so much time. I don't know if I could live forever. I don't know what I would do. That's a great question. What would you do if you could live forever?
No, I would
just say that is the sentence. You have to do it.
I don't know. I don't know, because so much of how I organize my life is knowing I'm going to die.
Right.
And I have to think about it and get back to you on that.
Okay, I'll get back to you on it too then. Fair?
And I hope it's not, I'll swim even though I don't like it. No. That's the lamest, no.
Okay, I'll try and do better, but that's what I think I would do.
I know you are cleverer than that. You're going to give me an answer that's better than
I'll
that.
think of something.
Okay.
What culture or ethnicity on Earth, say aliens show up, right? Is there a society or culture or ethnicity that's best evolved, you think, to handle it?
Scientists.
Really?
Scientists. If an alien came here, go ahead, Theo, if an alien landed right in front of us and said to you, Theo, take me to your leader, are you going to take him to the White House?
No.
No, of course not. Are you going to take him to Congress? No.
That's a great question.
That's my point.
You take him to?
You would take him to, well, I'm not going to speak for you, but I happen to be a scientist. But if I were not a scientist, I would take him to a scientist.
You would?
Yes. A biologist or a physicist. Somebody who's, by the way.
Say science is closed that day.
Come back out to lunch. Come back tomorrow. Open at 9 a.m. So
even science has a sandwich, bro. Where would you take him?
You speak of science like it's the one dude behind the counter. Behind the lunch counter.
Hey, I'm just saying.
No.
Where would you take him then?
No, wait. Let me finish what happens if you're trying to talk to him.
Okay.
My point is, mathematics.
I give him a treat first. I think you'd have to.
A treat. They're not a pet. They just flew here in a ship way more advanced than anything we've ever conceived. You're going, here's a chew toy. That's just not gonna do.
I'm just saying, you got to give him a little.
You'll be the first human zapped by an alien laser. At that point.
You hit him with that Snicker? Dog, you good.
They're your friend forever.
You good forever, bro. He'd be pulling on your
This is not E.T. Steven Spielberg where they're eating, what do they eat, the Reese's Pieces? No.
Oh, yeah, dude, Reese's. Bro, he'd bring his friends next week.
Now, you give a Reese's to an alien, it's going to get diabetes. How do you know it can handle it? This is some pretty...
That's a good point, bro. Now he's stuck. What if he becomes all lazy and stuff when you start getting him acclimated?
Gets fat and lazy on Earth.
That has to be a movie, right? Was there a movie like that?
I don't know. But...
Okay, so he's here. What do you do?
What I'm saying is that I have a periodic table of elements that are elements across the universe. I know mathematics and laws of physics that apply across the universe. They got here from across the universe.
So those laws would be totally the same on their planet.
Totally the same. So if you're going to start with a language, like, oh, this is a cup and this is a fork and this is it's like, this is our elements and this is, we call this aluminum, we call this, and they will know, and they start to develop a common vocabulary so that you can communicate with them. Because they're not going to speak English, nor French, nor Mandarin, none of the above. That being said, if they send radio signals here, the largest radio telescope is going to pick it up first. And you know where that is?
Hold on, let me think. Arizona.
It was once on American soil in Puerto Rico, the Arecibo telescope, but that collapsed out of disuse. And the largest radio telescope in the world is in China.
Wow.
So the first humans that will hear the signal sent by aliens will be Chinese astrophysicists. But we're talking about if they visit. So if they visit, I'm saying bring them to a scientist. The scientist will know how to think about and pose questions to them for this reason. And I got a little dust up when I saw the movie Arrival, and aliens visit and they park these pods floating over there. And so the government gets two people. They get a linguist and a physicist to decode their, and I'm thinking, no. You get a cryptographer and an astrobiologist. That's what you want to do. I don't know if you saw the movie. The alien is like a septipod. Looks like an octopus, but it's only 7 things. And it's squid inking messages on a glass. It's underwater or wherever medium it's in. And so, there it goes. Okay. Your boy brought it up on the
Okay,
screen.
we got it right here.
Okay.
Arrival, yeah.
Yeah, it's Arrival.
Sabotage diplomacy scene.
Yeah. So we're trying to find out what are they trying to say to us and why. And so I would have brought a cryptographer and an astrobiologist.
I see.
But they brought a linguist, a cultural linguist, and not an English linguist. Could you look that up real quick? The profession of the woman,
Was she hot too?
I don't remember.
Because you got to bring a hottie out if an alien shows up. I think you got to show up with some real dimes.
She was a what?
bruh.
Yeah, she was a linguist.
Linguist, yeah, okay. So they have a linguist and a physicist. Physicist is good, but not as good as a cryptographer who's trying to figure out what the hell they're saying. So I posted that, and I shouldn't have. That should have been my forbidden Twitter file. Because my people are in movies all the time.
Right.
We have astrophysicists how often is a linguist in a movie?
Yeah.
All right.
This was their one
It was
chance.
their one chance, and I felt bad.
And you burned them
I
up.
burned them. I threw some shade on their
But now,
stuff.
what about this? So tell me this:
What?
if the Chinese would be the first people to know that, right?
No, to hear a signal.
Okay.
That comes over.
Do you think that they would tell the rest of us or not?
Probably not initially, but eventually.
bro.
No. The thing is, why should they? They built their own damn telescope. That telescope is a mile in circumference, by the way. You want to get a sense of how big it is. It's called the FAST telescope, 500-meter aperture spherical telescope.
Oh,
That's
damn.
the acronym FAST.
But if they know and they don't tell us, man,
But then they can they can have
Just
a whole
worried about
pact.
that.
And they say, we are the chosen ones and everyone else on earth isn't. Send your ray beams to, I don't know what they're going to do. But there it is. We have another image.
Oh, we're fucked. Bro, we are.
We're looking at the image on the screen. I was there, I visited that. We filmed there for Cosmos.
What?
Oh my gosh.
Bro, you got to hold on to that footage, bro.
Oh
because
my gosh.
we got to make this. Why don't we have anything like this?
Because we like to think of ourselves that we're Americans and we over history, we've been reactive to challenges from other countries, not proactive.
And what are we now as far as when it comes to challenges from outer space?
We have nothing that rivals that.
Wow.
At all.
So when it comes to space, we're not really the number one.
No. In space, in access to space. Plus, you have the Billionaires Boys Race that's up there.
Yeah.
And by the way, there's a whole chapter in here called Earth and Moon, where I just talk about the relationship between Earth and the Moon and going to the Moon. How we went to the Moon to explore the Moon, and we looked over our shoulder, and we discovered Earth for the first time, and it changed us. Between 1968 and 1972, do you know what happened? We saw the picture of Earthrise over the moon, and I claim that there was a firmware upgrade to our awareness in this universe. Because what happened immediately By 1970, we founded the Environmental Protection Agency, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration that monitors climate and weather. We had the Comprehensive Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act. We banned leaded gas. We banned DDT. The first Earth Day was 1970.
Earth Day was pretty chill.
Okay, it's chill.
Yeah.
But if you ask any of them, well, why you have Earth Day now? Well, because it's the right thing to do. This is the firmware upgrade. They're not thinking space.
Right.
They're just thinking, obvious, we should. No, you know what else was going on in 1970? We were at war, hot war, cold war, campus unrest, civil rights movement. In 1968, 2 leaders were assassinated. 1971, was the shootings on Kent State campus. We had issues here on Earth. Don't tell me, oh, it felt like the right time to protect Earth. We had other issues. Something else was operating in your brain stem that you weren't even aware of. That's the firmware upgrade. Do you remember? You would have seen videos of it. The crying Indian.
Yeah.
Okay. People throw trash out the window, and he turns around and he tears, and he's in headdress. Of course, that dude was Italian. He was an Italian actor. Yeah, he was Italian heritage. So back then. You could do that, right? Right. You could do that back then. But my point is, when did that public service announcement come? 1970. People throwing trash out their window for decades.
So something at that point made us think we got to start looking at this place that we're on.
You know what that's called? A cosmic perspective.
Now, what about this? Do you think we are due for other firmware upgrades?
I would like to think so. A firmware upgrade where we stop killing each other.
Yeah.
You think, there's no greater argument someone gives for killing someone else than what they believe in rather than what is actually true. It's almost like the less evidence you have for something, the more you're willing to give your own life or to take someone else's life for it.
Mm.
And that's some weird stuff for our species, weird behavior pattern for. Now, the world is a much safer place than ever before. Here's a number to sleep on. You ready?
Yeah, probably.
We live in a time where if a bus drives into a crowd of protesters, kills 10 people, that's world headlines for a day. It's national headlines for a week. It's local headlines for a month. Okay? Kills 10 people. Between 1939 and 1945, 1,000 humans were killed per hour of every hour between 1939 and 1945. That doesn't happen today. Yes, we have war, we have conflict, people are dying.
It's not like that.
Not like that. It is not like that. And not long before that, there was another world war, plus a pandemic on top of it that ultimately killed more people than the world war did.
Wow.
So
less people are dying.
Yes. We have more people and fewer people are dying and fewer people are living in poverty than ever before. Okay? And so, so we have about 8 billion people in the world. We'll level off at 10 billion. There are very good reasons to think that it won't go above 10 billion. It's not going to keep growing.
Yeah, because people aren't having as many children.
They're not having as many children. We're living longer, so that mitigates that, but they're not having as many children. And the developing worlds that used to have the most babies, the women are getting educated, and educated women have fewer children. Shutting down.
Yeah. It's true, man. They was just running.
Is that how you say that? I didn't know that was a way to say that. That's a new way. I never thought of saying it that way.
Hey, look, man. This black hole's closed.
Shutting
Okay?
down the
That's all
match.
I'm saying,
No
boo.
more kids. Well, in the day you'd have many.
Take that
you'd have many
around
kids
the
because kids would die.
Right.
And you didn't want to run the farm or whatever you're doing.
Right.
So now they don't die. We keep them alive, and so the birth rates are dropping, even in the developing countries, and in some countries, the birth rate is below replacement level. So this all averages out, and we'll settle out at about 10 billion. But what my point is, we live in sort of safer times than ever before, even if it doesn't feel that way.
Interesting.
You were talking about feeling before. Was it Gallup or one of the polling agencies? For the last 30 years, they've asked people, is your community and are you safer this year than you were last year? No. It's more dangerous.
It's fear.
For 27 out of 30 years, people have said it's more dangerous than the previous year. And In those years, the crime rate has dropped precipitously the entire time.
So they're slanging fear.
That's what sells evening news.
Really does.
Evening news. And I have an example on this. When I grew up, every night, I grew up in New York City, every night the evening news would lead off with a fire in some home.
Usually it's a space heater, those little space heaters.
No, back then people smoked in bed.
Oh.
Okay,
Damn, boy.
and it was before.
That's crazy.
And it was before.
It's fun to do, but
smoke alarms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
And by the way, I got something funny for you. I'll just tell you just in a quick minute. But the point is, I was certain I would die in a fire.
Damn.
I would never live to adulthood because I saw that every single day. And so now there are fewer fires because we have smoke. Yeah, there's a few and they make big news, but the rate compared back then, New York has fewer firehouses. We've been closing firehouses.
More
you
boring.
just don't need them.
But it's more boring though.
And by the way, what really saved things are smoke detectors, because I'm old enough to remember, you might be a little too young for this, where before smoke detectors, you had to buy flame retardant things in your home. Your curtains were flame retardant. Your child had flame retardant onesies.
Yeah, really?
Okay. But if you think that through, if they're in the crib and the flame is strong enough,
it's not going to help.
To burn their onesies, you don't want the onesies to ignite. Your kid is dead.
Oh, yeah.
Long dead.
It's almost like when you get the hash brown, but it's in that little thing, you know?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's exactly like that, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
You're like, do I need it?
Where's the potato if the whole thing is brown, is hash brown, okay?
Yeah, I don't know if I need this little holster for it. Like, I just, you know.
Okay, so my point is, this flame, and we later learned some of them cause cancer. That's not what kept people alive. Ultimately, it's the smoke. It's the smoke detector.
Wow.
But where was I going with that? I had some bigger point I was making.
Well, I think things like that take the fun out of everything. You know, they used to have these. We were
talking about crime rates.
Oh,
so everyone thought the crime rate was going up, and it's been going down the whole time. Your perception is not reality.
Oh, yeah, and that's a lot of what this book's about.
The whole book is that.
I remember we had these underwears that had a buzzer in them, right? Because I wet the bed, right? So I was probably late 20s. And we had these underwear when I was a child that got a buzzer right in the
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
So the pee would
any liquid hit it, they'd go off.
And you'd wake up and you go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Didn't know they had that.
So, I mean, it was
interesting.
It helped. I mean, it was embarrassing because you had to like lie to people what the buzzer was.
Right,
you know?
right.
Like, are the cops coming? And then you'd have to run off and pee. You know? But like,
did it work?
Is something in the oven? It'd be like 4 a.m. You tell your friends like, I think something's in the oven.
Yeah, sleepovers are awkward. Yeah. Right. So did it work for you?
It worked pretty good, I think. And then a pill came out, and that really.
Yeah, I think the pill was it. Yeah, I mean
that shut me off.
Better living through chemistry. We are sacks of chemicals.
Yeah.
And the evidence of that is, you ever seen the book of medicines to treat your ailments? It's all chemicals.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we're sacks of chemicals.
Yeah, that's what helped.
Wait, so you wet the bed until your 20s?
Oh, yeah,
That's late, dude.
Oh, I was late. I'm been a late bloomer.
You gotta set up a hose or something.
Oh, dude. My whole life, I've been a late bloomer.
Wait. So in your, not to get all TMI here, but when you were peeing in the bed, were you dreaming that you were peeing in a bathroom?
Sometimes I would be dreaming that I was peeing. Sometimes I would even be dreaming that I was peeing in a bed. You know, it was like my brain couldn't give me...
Well, that's an authentic reality.
Yeah. My brain couldn't give me any more clues.
Okay.
But sometimes, yeah, I would just be deep asleep. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wet the bed, man. I wet it as a child and I wet it as an adult.
Okay. You turned out okay, though.
Yeah. I think I'm just a late bloomer, man. Everything has been about 10 years
Okay.
late.
That's fine.
You know?
We're okay with that.
Why does it feel sometimes when I look at space, right? I'm standing there, I'm looking out at space.
Oh, by the way, if you're in space and your jetpack stopped working, if you pee forward, you'll move backwards.
That much propulsion will help?
Well, in space, any propulsion works.
Oh.
Because there's no friction anywhere. So if you send any liquid out you could fart the other direction and you'll propel backward.
Damn.
So don't pee and fart at the same time.
That's
you
like
lose.
a gangbang.
No, you lose your net momentum. You just stay there.
Like,
so
oh,
choose,
damn.
are you going to fart or are you going to pee?
Okay.
And we're good.
Like,
Right.
damn, I wasted all my fuel just sitting there. What if
Now that's advice I'm pretty sure you didn't think you'd be getting today.
I didn't at all.
Right.
But I'm glad to know that, dude.
Okay. Mhm.
Take a can of beans if you're headed out into the ether.
By the way, you know those swamis that they always show pictures of who are levitated above with their crossed legs? So you can't do that unless he is actively expelling gas out of his butthole.
Okay.
So you'd have to like eat a lot of beans and sew up the butthole to get very high pressure.
Damn.
And then pop it open and then he can levitate.
Wow.
Yeah.
So so that's definitely advertising then. They're using that. They're obviously
Well, no, I'll say
a
they're
smoke and
completely
mirrors.
defying known laws of physics.
So nobody can really levitate like that.
No one has ever done that in a controlled laboratory.
Okay.
So if they can do it, there's some magic that they do. And okay, it's just not useful if I can't reproduce it in the lab under controlled conditions with cameras and everything. It's just not useful.
Yeah.
And it's
so magic isn't real.
No, well, you know, the Arthur C. Clarke edict, any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. That's a good one. Okay. So if an alien comes up and waves their hand and something happens, you'll say it's magic, but to them it's science.
It's just super science.
Correct. In fact, I tell you, I don't mean to brag or anything.
You do magic?
No, I did when I was a kid. Actually,
I can see that.
I did physics magic. I'd pull the tablecloth out from under.
I still do that sometimes.
It's fun, yeah, and I did some
fun,
card
it's
tricks.
risky.
Yeah, and I have large hands, so I can palm a card pretty easily.
Oh, damn.
So I did that as a kid. I made money at kids' birthday parties. I think I was 12 or something.
Wow.
Doing it for 6-year-olds.
What was your first job?
Oh, I was a camp counselor, and I worked whole summer, and I made $150
for YMCA.
It was a version of that. Yes, it was some other thing, but it was through a church thing. Yeah,
yeah. I went to YMCA camp. It was fun.
Yeah. And then I went to before then I went to camp. I was in a YMCA camp several years in a row.
Camp was fun, huh?
Yeah, no, it's good. It was good. It was good. But let me tell you the job I hated the most. Just the whole optics of it. I got to college, and I'm on a work study program, but the work part was like whatever job you can get that was contributed to your tuition.
Yeah, same. Okay? I had to be in the bookstore.
Well, no, fine if it was a bookstore, but not the job I got. Okay, I cleaned the bathrooms in the dorms of other students.
Ooh, probably just all semen in there. I mean, not, you know. Damn,
so no, I'm just saying, just the out of my cleaning bathrooms, you know, but I'm doing it for fellow students who I'm going to see in my physics class or in my art class, right?
Yeah.
And it was just, I did it, but I just thought they need a different way to work this out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, but it puts you through college, and you get through college, and that was that.
You earned your stripes, man. I'll say you went through. I mean, you.
But you know what I regret? I've never had a job where I had to tolerate the behavior of someone else.
Ooh,
like a checkout counter or a server at a restaurant or a flight attendant. I've never had to tolerate someone being a complete asshole and smile while you're doing it because corporate policy says the customer is always right. I've never had to do that.
Oh, that's everybody at a CVS now. I feel like they have to put up with everything now.
Yeah,
there.
so
that's interesting.
I try to be empathetic, even though I've never
interesting
been
that you
that.
recognize that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Because it usually is kind of an important job to have.
Yeah.
Is outer space gay or straight?
So there's an entire chapter here called Gender and Identity. Okay? I'm just putting it out there. Okay? Gender, it's an entire chapter. What that looks like through a scientific lens. And what I will tell you is.
Oh, yeah. I remember you talking about the facial structures.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things. Okay, so I'm going to give you an answer. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Is outer space gay or straight? Practically everything we see and measure in space, not only objects, but temperature, size, density, is on a spectrum. So for you to say, is the universe gay or straight? I'm going to tell you, whatever the universe is, it's on a spectrum.
Okay.
In fact, the very word spectrum comes from what happens when you take light and break it up into its colors. We just happen to assign names to the 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, but it's a continuum. We're just being lazy by assigning 7 colors. Our brain doesn't want to see nuance because it's easier for us to think in binary.
So it's,
are you with me or are you against me? Well, maybe you're somewhere in between. Are you a boy? Are you a girl? Maybe they're expressing themselves somewhere in between. And your brain has a difficult time recognizing a spectrum. And so you're requiring it be into a bin. So there you are, forcing other people to match how you see the world. And that's wrong. Let me not say it's wrong. I'm going to say, the world is not going to change to fit your inability to recognize how it's actually manifesting. It's not going to do that. So
it's bi.
No, it's on a continuum.
So it's,
whatever it is, you can say, is the universe sweet or salty? Is the universe, whatever it is, you're asking me, is it this or is it that? That's the binary brain trying to force a continuum into 2 categories.
So it's like Chex Mix.
Except with more objects, more kinds of objects than what you find in Chex. Chex Mix has like 5 things in it.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, imagine if Chex Mix had everything in a continuum.
And it kept changing.
Now look at how our brain works. We have hurricane strengths, right?
Oh, yeah.
They measure the wind speed. Do you realize it's a continuum? But we divided it into 5 categories.
Right.
But it's a continuum. Do you realize you can go from low category 3 to high category 3? And they'll just talk about Hurricane Irma is still a category 3. 1 mile an hour faster, and it's category 4. It's breaking news.
Oh, yeah.
Hurricane Irma is now category 4.
Yeah.
Excuse me, it's 1 mile an hour faster than it was yesterday.
Yeah, people lied. They said the winds broke in.
Okay, so I
saw the winds making a bowl of cereal, some guy said. Like, what?
That's funny. That's funny.
That's
So my
crazy.
point is, even with hurricane speed strengths, we force them into categories when it's actually a continuum.
I see. So it's a continuum out there. So because it looks kind of gay, I feel like, but then sometimes it does things that seem really straight. But those are also my definitions of those
Correct.
things.
You're forcing the universe into your 2 categories.
Right. I think what's tough, for people just in layman's terms, is when you have a template of society over time and things start to come in and make it evolve or adjust. It's hard sometimes to get those things all the way to the grassroots level.
I would claim that the template was always people forcing a natural variation into categories. Do you know Joan of Arc? You remember she was burned at the stake.
Yeah,
This was
yeah.
like 1400.
Was she doing witchery?
Okay, that would be one way you would burn people at the stake. But they couldn't burn her at the stake for not being religious. She was very religious. She was trying to kick the British out of France, her mother country. She led soldiers into battle.
Wow.
Do you know half, I don't know if it was half precisely, but a big reason why they indicted her and burned her at the stake was for cross-dressing.
Damn. And look, if
there's a passage in the Bible, in Deuteronomy, you ready? It's, if a woman don the clothes, this is very close to precise. If the woman dons the clothes of a man, she is an abomination unto the Lord thy God.
Oh, man.
And so they said, we can get her on that. They're like trying to throw the book at her, right? We got her on this.
got her here.
Because you can't lead soldiers into battle with a skirt riding side saddle.
Yeah.
That does not work.
No, you got to put on at least a strong hat at the earth.
So is she an early person who's just a tomboy?
Yeah.
Who's expressing herself in male, though she's biologically female?
Oh, she'd have been in a league of their own, probably.
Oh, okay. So we know, we've grown up in classes where there was the tomboy girl and the slightly effeminate boy. We, if not ourselves, this has been with us forever.
Yeah.
It's in literature and it's in the thing. And the difference between then and now is we have a raised social consciousness so that those folks on the continuum are less so the object of mockery in storytelling. They're just other characters now. And there's still more room to improve that. But I'm saying you have people who are trans, people who are who are full up trans or just simply wearing clothes that are not what you want them to wear based on what you think they should be.
Yeah.
Is that a free country? If this is what concerns me a bit. A lot of the resistance to this comes from the conservative side of the voting public, and they're trying to control the freedoms of people's expressing themselves. And somewhere I read that the pursuit of happiness, did we read this somewhere in the founding documents? And if my pursuit of happiness is wearing a skirt and putting on makeup and lipstick, no matter whether or not I have a penis, you want to take that away from me? Why? That is, it, in a way, that's a violation of what it means to live in a free country.
Yeah, I think people just accuse you of gaying or whatever. They accuse you of like queering
the
around.
fact that
and that
it would
sort
be
of
an
thing.
accusation at all rather than a recognition that there are people different from you
Yeah.
who live in this free country.
Well, look, I'll tell you this. A lot of times I've been around a lot of, like sometimes there's a lot of drunk men, you know, and I don't drink. But I'll get around them sometimes and you could see they start wanting to, you know, their lips get a little wet and you see them wanting to be, you know. You see 'em.
Their guards are
you see the guard
are melting down. Okay,
you see the guards on lunch break. You know what I'm saying? You could just and sometimes the guy's wife will be there. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? What is even going on? But you see him, the eyeballs start getting a little wandery. So I think, you know,
if we were honest with ourselves, it wouldn't even be a problem. If we were honest with it centuries ago.
Well, yeah, there's probably just and also some of it is templates, some of it is tradition, and people want to people worry, I think, too much if you lose, and I'm not saying they're correct traditions, but I think a lot of people worry if you lose tradition, then what does that mean? I think, you know, we're still evolving in a way that we want to look at existence in a larger scale and not just in the scope of our own lives.
I'm a big fan of traditions, and let's call them rituals for the moment, okay? A Thanksgiving dinner is a ritual. The traditions and rituals in and of themselves, I greatly value them. They're some of the greatest binding forces in a culture, are traditions.
Yeah.
Okay? In Passover, the observant Jews of the world are all doing the same thing, basically at the same time relative to the sunset, okay? And so that's a binding force. But if your tradition is not the celebration, but what you look like, what you sound like, what you say, what you think, then those are traditions trying to remove freedoms that your country might otherwise be giving you.
Yeah.
And so
where does it come from?
Traditions?
Yeah.
They kept tribes together. Oh my gosh.
Where does the other stuff come from? Like where does it? But I think maybe it feels like I'm trying to decide what that feels like to people that makes them so commonly that those are things that are hung on to, you know?
Well, it's one thing because you have your own ritual, okay? I used to always have candles for dinner, okay? I blow through yards of candles.
Oh,
okay?
I bet you did.
It's a romantic, and I'd like a bottle of wine and with my wife.
Boy.
So for me, that was a little bit of ritual. My mother burned candles, and she was Catholic, and candles are a thing in a Catholic church.
Oh yeah,
you
they're
know?
candled up in there.
Yeah, and the candles are burning during the mass. So a little bit of candle worked into me. But I'm not.
That's nice.
I'm not forcing someone to do something with the candle.
Right.
Okay. I'm not forcing someone else to pray to the candle. I'm not trying to change the behavior of someone else. It's just something I do, and I do it. All right. It's when you cross over and require other people recognize this.
Yeah.
Or you require other people abandon it just because you don't want it. That's not a free country. That's all I'm saying. You can imagine a country where everyone is homogenized in whatever way you want. Those countries exist. I didn't think that was America.
Yeah.
I didn't say that right. I didn't think that was America.
I think it was America.
America.
It's really
Dude, I spent 6 years in Texas. I know how to pronounce America.
Damn.
I met my wife in Texas.
Oh, okay.
Austin, Texas.
Oh, at UT Austin,
Austin.
Are you a Texas fan?
So the funny thing is,
Be honest.
I don't know if I ever told anybody this. So I'm a New Yorker in Texas, which was a little bit mind-blowing. You know, just the Confederate flag is everywhere and the gun rack on the back of the pickup.
Yeah.
And it's just a really, I was almost anthropological for me to observe the Texas tribe. That's what I was thinking.
What does anthropological mean?
It means I don't know that I'll ever assimilate, but this is something interesting to observe and take notes on.
Okay, got it.
Okay, I'd be an anthropologist.
Okay, got it.
Studying the culture.
Okay,
so
got
I
it.
did that. And were you really wearing that hat? Really? And those boots? Like, really?
Yeah. And this is a woman you're talking about.
And your belt buckle is that big? Really? And so it's all weird. But again, I'm recognizing it's another place.
Right.
I don't want to homogenize them to be New Yorkers. This is Texas.
That's a good point.
It's got its own history. Six Flags over Texas.
Yeah.
Okay? Texas was 6 different countries. All right? And I don't know anybody else that can say that. You know the 6 countries, right? Mexico, Spain, I think France, the Confederacy, the United States itself, and the Republic of Texas.
Oh, damn.
Or did I leave one out or count
That's
one
6.
twice? But that's where you get Six Flags, the amusement park.
I
You
didn't
didn't know this,
realize
dude.
that.
Dude, you didn't know this.
Finally, some stats I can use.
Oh my gosh.
Finally, some information I can use.
That's how you get
that.
Six Flags.
Dang,
That
bruh.
kid didn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I didn't know. I never thought
And
about
you go
it.
into the state capitol and you see the flags.
Yeah, I've actually been to the state capitol, but I didn't know
there in
that at
Austin.
all.
Yeah, but so I'm there, and no. So here's what happened. When I left Texas, it was 6 years later. I get back to New York and say, I want to wear some of those boots. So the next time I visited, I picked up some boots.
Yeah.
And then I kind of like that hat. Not the full up, 7-inch brim, but the smaller brim.
Yeah, yeah.
So I own 6 cowboy hats, 5 pairs of boots, and one of them is like ostrich. I
got some stretch,
digging
baby.
digging out the animal. I don't have the lizard or whatever the one is. The alligator. I don't have the alligator. But so.
I got some stretch at the house, dude.
I
feel
wear
you.
that on Fifth Avenue
Yeah,
in
it's
New
fun.
York. I'll do that.
Yeah.
And so it turns heads, but I'm comfortable in that because I felt it. It was a time delay.
Yeah.
All right. I feel it now, and now I can appreciate a Texas movie or a Texas culture, Texas music, which is not. It's not country western, really. It's not Nashville, I should say.
No, it's not.
It's a lot more.
It's a lot more like red clay kind of country.
Yeah. And I didn't know a sad song till I heard a sad Texas song.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the blues. Blues all up the coast. Mississippi on up to Chicago blues, but up the river, I guess I should say. But Texas, up some singing in the. My dog.
Oh, there's some sadness over there.
Sadness, okay.
Parker McCollum, you got to listen to him. He's kind of a sad young
I'll
fella
dig some
who
up.
does it.
I'm a blues guy. I'll do it.
You know what? His is a little bit of blues in a way. So, I often theorize, we talk about a lot of this show like beige. The future is all going to be beige. Like eventually everything's kind of merging.
We mean skin color?
Yeah. That eventually everything is just kind of merging. And I wonder if it'll be like that with sexuality as well, that everything will everyone be like kind of this beige, trans kind of like, gangbang, or like everybody just like, will everybody just be like a beige trans graffiti artist? That's what I feel like. I feel like we're all just kind of becoming
I think there are enough people in the world that value individuality that we will never be so homogenized.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I think. So let's take this to a scientific limit.
Okay.
We can now control the genome.
What is it?
So I got your genes, and I can see you in the uterus, and I can nip and tuck and snip and thing, and you'll come out 6 feet tall with this color skin, this gender, with this thing and this that, and I can make you.
And that's not outlawed?
We don't the ethics of this. We don't know how to do that yet, but I don't see why that wouldn't one day happen. Our ethics are not really quite keeping up with it, not from what I've read yet, but there are people thinking about it. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is cure diseases for sure. All right, genetic.
Right,
diseases.
you'll go in and stop people from having different kind of Down syndrome. This and that,
exactly.
emphysema.
So obvious ones, and we all have to agree what to cure, because even that has ethical issues.
That's true.
For example, it was not until 1987. I report on that here in the gender and identity chapter. It was not until 1987 where the American Psychiatric Association, whatever their acronym is, the American Association of Psychiatrists, it wasn't until 1987 where they removed homosexuality from the Encyclopedia of Mental Disorders.
Oh, it used to be in there?
Yes. So you ask the question, if it was before 1987 or even earlier, and you had the medical capacity to, quote, fix someone whose genetic profile, if that's where it's found, it makes them gay, would you do that? Back then, they probably would, because that's a disorder.
They thought it was a mental disorder.
And then you find out that at least 15% of the 1 out of 6 is this. At what point is it a disorder? And what point is it just a natural variation of who we are as a species?
Damn, that's crazy. So the guy who's writing the disorders obviously was a straight guy.
Perceptive, right on. And there's the guy, what's his neuroscientist? I always forget his name.
But I guess if you're super straight, say you're super straight, you wandering out of a cave or whatever, right? You're a straight guy. You see
I know that I'm straight. Can I tell you how I know I'm straight?
How?
I know I'm straight because I wrestled for 8 years the muscled, sinewy, sweaty bodies of other men.
Yeah.
And at no time did I even have a tingle in my body. It's like, I'm going to pin your ass to the mat and get up and walk away.
Okay.
And that's what I'm good. I was captain of my high school's wrestling team. I'm just thinking my hands are all over men's bodies. If I had any urge, I would have felt it then. So
if they do 1, 2, 3, 4, and you still,
the tapping out.
The longer you stay there,
the counting the thing.
I think if you just stay there and don't tap because it feels good, I think that's crazy, baby.
Yeah.
Well,
so I'm
but do you ever
cisgender
wonder,
heterosexual.
Do you ever wonder if you could ever book? Because some people think you could evolve into it. Like I wouldn't. Like I would wonder if one day I could be, when I'm 70 years old, be a homosexual. You know,
I don't know all the drivers and causes and what's genetic and what's cultural. I don't know. I don't even care. It's just whatever people want to be in a free country. Let them be that.
Yeah.
Right. So to argue it, it's like. That's like arguing, should someone wear their hair one way or the other, wear the part. It's how you express
But
yourself.
I wouldn't say I'm a straight guy.
You got your mullet and you rocking that. You've been rocking the mullet from the day one. That's your thing. If you came out with an afro, you're somebody else at that point.
Yeah.
But this country allows that. I don't know if your fans would allow it, but the country would allow it.
They would.
Okay.
They'd be impressed, I think. What about this? So I think, I could see if you're a straight guy, you're writing the book, right, on what the rules
you're
are.
a straight psychiatrist.
Right.
Writing the book.
You see a guy, you're hanging out with your buddies, one of them reaches for another guy's wiener or whatever. I could see you being like, this is. But do you think he thought it was wrong, or he just thought?
Well, just as simply, I don't know that they value judge. They're just saying it's a disorder.
Right.
In need of repair.
So, but it was a disorder based on that things are just supposed to be this way.
Because they had whatever biases, they had whatever inability to embrace the spectrum of humanity presented to him.
Right. Is nature just, or does nature gay also?
Oh, okay. There are books on this. I forgot, rainbows. Can we look this up real quick? Rainbows. Just look up rainbow and sex, and there's a book that'll come up. Just real quick. Evolution's Rainbow. Okay. So there's a book called Evolution's Rainbow, which explores what species out there actually have full spectrum sex. Okay.
Damn,
gay sex, bang sex. There's rape in some. There's dolphins. There's no other way to understand it. Unless, okay. So there's a full range of what's out there.
And I don't care if those are line caught or.
Well, so here's my point. That I don't know that we should care what the rest of the animal kingdom is doing. Do you know there's a mole rat? There's something a mole rat where one variant on it, they mate for life, and the other one, they're as promiscuous as all get out.
Damn.
And they're both mole rats.
I got both variants.
You got so they're both mole rats. So, and then people say, oh, eagles mate forever, and they want that to be. We want to emulate that, and then you find out that bonobo chimps. They're fucking all the time. To resolve differences, to fight each. Just look at this video.
Yeah,
it's behind the wall. You got to go behind the wall on the video. And bonobos are very close to us genetically. My point is, we're human. I don't care what the other animals are doing. You can find an animal that'll support or deny whatever claim you're trying to make about us. So forget them. We're our own species.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
We have the capacity to grant freedoms in some governments to support your happiness. We value that.
Yeah, that's cool, because
let it
it's
go.
crazy to think that some countries don't, right?
That's why I'm glad I'm in America.
Yeah. Me too, dude.
Am I good at that, right? I get like a B+.
I think so. What about this? So do you think we'll ever really be able to travel like into another galaxy, like interstellarly? Do you think
you need a wormhole? We're not doing that without a wormhole.
we don't have like diesel or whatever? We don't have anything that'll push us.
There
fast
is no
enough, huh?
rocket. No, there's a rocket that will get there eventually, like in a few million years, but you don't live that long. Yeah, we have rockets powerful enough to get you around the solar system in your lifetime. But to the nearest stars, at those speeds, it would take 50,000 years. That's why they're talking about generational ships. Where you go, you have babies.
No,
they grow up
they
and
go.
they have babies.
So we might do that.
It's called a generational ship.
Wow.
It's a little weird because
Put my ex on that bitch.
It's a little weird because we're obligating the unborn to continue a mission that you're starting that they didn't have freedom to reject. That's an ethical thing right there.
Damn.
I know.
Are you for it? Just say
I'll just wait around for the wormhole.
Just say yeah, dude.
Let's
Don't
step
cut
through.
corners. Let's send a boat. Okay, come on. So then we don't have anything right now that'll ever get us there. So
No.
we're almost kind of stranded here.
Stranded in the solar system, it's not so bad. A lot of good stuff going on.
No, it's cool.
Here. Yeah.
Why is it when I look up at the sky?
By the way, just to be clear, we got to the moon, hung out on the moon, and came back in less time than it took Columbus to cross the Atlantic.
Wow.
So we're doing all right. I'm okay. We get to Mars. We haven't sent people, but we can send hardware to Mars in 9 months, a little less. That's good.
The wormhole, what would it how big would it be? Would you be able to walk into it, or you have to kind of step into it?
No, it's like you step across it like it's a threshold. Yeah. You've seen Marvel and Doctor Strange or Rick and Morty. These are literal, they call them portals to other dimensions, whatever. But a wormhole would just be that. You would just go through on one side, come out the other. And you would not see the fabric of the wormhole. It would just be a hole in space. And it's a hole every direction you look at. When we think of a hole in a floor and you fall through, this is a hole in full three-dimensional space.
Damn.
No matter which direction you go in, you're entering the hole. And you'll come out in another place. In some places, if you take space-time and curve it, in one of the illustrations we have up on the wall now, it's curved. So if you were to travel that whole distance around the curve, that could take you a long time. You bend this, imagine it's a piece of paper, you bend it, cut a hole through the two edges. You didn't have to take that long route. And you bypass it and you get to the other side of the galaxy before the end of the TV commercial. Damn. And that's how the warp drive people do it.
Is that mathematically possible?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, we don't. But
you promise?
Oh, yes. On paper, we can do that, but you need some matter that's the opposite of gravity. So it's negative energy stuff.
Are we building that?
That can pry open. I'm not authorized to say if we're building that.
Are you really not?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Plus, that's what I would say if I wasn't authorized. I'm just kidding. That's exactly what I would say. That's like asking someone if they're a spy.
Yeah.
Say, no, I'm not a spy. That's what a spy would say. There's no way out of that one.
Dang, man.
No. So
what could you take stuff with you, or would you have to not have any like carry-ons or whatever? Like, how would you?
Do you remember Terminator? When he came through time, he had to come through naked. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because clothing couldn't go through the portal, or only living tissue could go through the portal. But here's a problem that I think they forgot, hair is not alive.
So going through bald.
He should have gone through complete bald ass, bare ass, bald.
Damn.
Plus, he has living tissue, but it's on top of his metallic skeleton.
Oh yeah.
So the skeleton shouldn't have made it through. He would have just been a pile of flesh,
so they
slithering along the ground. They weren't entirely consistent with their own rules.
Would you be brave enough to go if they offered it to go?
No, I'd send a gerbil through first. I'm not going through first.
Damn, bro.
People ask me, do you want to ride on Elon's rocket? I say, only after he sends his mother, brings her back safely, then I'll go. Yeah. Until then, I'm sitting right here.
Wow.
Yeah.
You wouldn't go, huh?
Until I know it's safe.
All right, 2 gerbils, go.
And they come back and they're not weird or anything, or
One of them's doing the hamster wheel backwards.
They're doing the hamster dance, right?
Listen to Smooth Criminal.
On the wheel? Yeah. So, did he do that in Smooth Criminal? Maybe he might have. I think it was. Yeah, but he did a lean on it. Yeah.
What was the first concert you ever went to?
Oh, thanks for asking. I don't go to many concerts for not noble reasons. One of them is I prefer the quality of a studio album to people screaming in the background.
Oh yeah.
The occasional song is good, like Freebird live. That's the only way I'm consuming that song because it's longer than the album. It's like 3 minutes longer or something. And Leonard Skinner is jamming and the instruments. So occasionally you get the extra stuff going on in the live, but mostly I like the acoustic quality of studio albums. So therefore, I'm not going to see you in concert. I'm going to buy your album and just listen to you at home.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one. Two, concerts are expensive, dude. I didn't have that money growing up.
It's expensive.
So I just didn't go. And plus I didn't have a car because I grew up in the city. So concerts were not just, when you're in the city, it's less of a thing. Most of the people went to concerts at Madison Square Garden were out-of-towners coming in from Jersey and Long Island and things. So, but I think my very first concert was Earth, Wind & Fire.
Ooh, yeah.
I saw them in Austin, Texas. And then I saw the Commodores.
Oh, yeah.
Then my sister worked for PepsiCo, which had retained Michael Jackson for things. And I saw Michael Jackson. Pretty good seats too in Madison Square Garden.
No way.
So these are some good stuff. I'm not. Yeah, that's good.
How was that?
That was good. He did stuff right all the way back from ABC. It was a full retrospective.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a full retrospective, and so I saw him. I saw Simon and Garfunkel.
Dang.
But my favorite. They're my people.
Let us be loved. Is that them? No, that's the Beatles, huh?
Wait, so saying that again?
I've got some real estate here in my
Oh, yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. That's one of the songs. Yeah. And so just a balladeer, is that a word? A balladeer of the era.
Yeah.
Simon and Paul Simon and Art Garfunkel. And a couple of other concerts. Oh, this one was good. I saw the 50th anniversary concert of The Who.
Ooh.
Oh, my gosh. And you know who opened for him? Joan Jett. Oh,
that's good.
This was good.
Was it good?
Oh man! And I recorded. I don't know if I was allowed to do this, but I recorded Roger Daltrey singing the line because he's 70 now, singing the line. I hope I die before I'm old. that was his lyric, right? His dude's lyric.
Dude, that's research.
Yeah, that was I was totally.
I was at dinner the other night. I went to dinner the other night with David Spade. Actually, we were both doing shows somewhere in San Diego.
Cool.
And I'm name dropping there, but he's my friend, and we had Anyway, Roger Daltrey came and he sat at the table next to us.
Oh.
And he and David knew each other, so I just got to watch them talk to each other for a second.
Very cool.
So that to me was pretty cool.
Cool.
But,
yeah. God, I do cities too. Do you know that?
You go perform.
Yeah.
Oh, and speak.
Yeah.
And just answer questions.
And they're in theaters, dude.
Yeah,
and,
I believe that.
Right. And the numbers that they get for stand-up comedians, because we're not Broadway, right? We're not, you're a one-person show on the stage,
right,
with very little overhead to produce your show, right? And so that's the same with me. Well, there's a screen and I show the universe, but I always interesting to see what comedians came before me or after me, because I'm a big fan of your trade. So
thanks. Yeah, I think a lot of guys, obviously. Well, it's interesting thing about Joe Rogan is he introduces people to a lot of other people that they may not have been introduced
from
to.
his audience. Yeah, audience base.
It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah. And he's done it all. He's the stand-up and TV host and everything. You know? Yeah.
And he just is so curious. He is one of the most curious people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
He's a consummate researcher.
That's an example of it. And the difference is he's curious in the moment and he's got an expert and he fills it up and then the expert goes away and then he fills in the blanks with his own thoughts. So if you want to do that right, you have the curiosity, your guest stimulates that curiosity, and then you go take out books and finish the gaps.
Yeah.
And, look at the documentaries, and then your curiosity isn't just satisfied in the moment. It's something that goes beyond the moment so that you get the broader, deeper understanding of what's going on. That would have helped him when he got that dust up with the vaccines. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They got on to him, huh?
Yeah, totally got on him. and people pulling out of Stitcher and things. You know, was it Stitcher or SoundHound? I forget whatever is his
Spotify.
Spotify.
So, yeah, and people were pulling out of Spotify, you know, out of solidarity. So he got in his dust up. It's because he's curious in the moment, but in an ADD sort of way, right?
Right.
Because the next shiny object, he wants to know about that, right? And then he knows just enough about that, and you get into that zone, where you know just enough to think you're right, but not enough to know you're wrong. That's a zone that many people get into.
Yeah, I think a lot. From what I remember, and I don't know all of it, I think a lot of his stuff was that the bio companies were really pushing the vaccines on people a ton. You know,
but is that a reason to not protect yourself against COVID? What you have to do is, some of that can happen. All right. I don't know how much it happened during COVID, but we're honest with ourselves about profit motives, right?
Yeah.
So now you watch. Now you look at who's dying in the hospitals. Okay. It's people who are unvaccinated with comorbidities primarily. And then other people who are sort of unvaccinated and older who are just sort of at risk, but not being old is not itself a comorbidity, like being obese.
Right, but
okay?
it's
these are factors.
It's a
factor. There are people who were not getting vaccinated. And so do you want to stay out of the hospital and do you want to not die? And you look at the death toll, the excess deaths because of COVID, you can see the bump in the mortality statistics over those 2 years. There's whatever it is that's level, because we're the same amount, approximately same amount of people, number of people die every year in the United States. And then in 2020, it went up. And then when the vaccine came in, you saw it coming down a little. And then the people were, so yes, it's a free country, but you can catch it and then spread it to somebody else who needs the protection. Or can't get vaccinated because they have an immune problem. So at that level, you're being selfish. That's all.
Do you think in hindsight that I always felt like herd immunity would have been the best thing for that? I'm not a scientist.
That's sure, but herd immunity, it depends on the lethality of the drug and how quickly it spreads. That'll determine the exact herd immunity, but you got to typically be up around 90% vaccination. So that 10% would not have to be vaccinated and they won't catch it. But the herd immunity in a rational society that cares about its citizens, the 9%, 10% that don't get immunized, it's because they can't be immunized. You want the herd immunity to protect the weak, the people who are immune compromised, the people who have some genetic disorder where they rely on you to be vaccinated so they don't catch the disease. That's how we should be using herd immunity, not because you're by the way, the liberals and conservatives met each other on the other side of the fence for this.
I know. I remember seeing that in this book.
The OG anti-vaxxers were liberals, okay, who don't trust the pharma and don't trust the big business and all the rest of this. And then the freedom angle came in from the right. You can't.
I don't want to. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't put this in my body.
Right.
It's dangerous. Vaccines are dangerous. That vaccines cause
So they cherry picked things and they go to websites and they spend an hour or more, but researching it, and then they will claim to know more than the medical professionals. So sure, if you don't want to get vaccinated, go live alone until the virus goes away. But stay out of the zones of people who could catch it from you if you caught it.
Do you feel like if we would have not done a vaccine and just let the virus go through us, it would have just went through us?
It would have killed 5 times as many people.
Really?
Oh, easily.
Wow.
Easily.
Wow.
You don't remember, hospitals were overrun. People were in the corridors. They had mass burials. Oh my gosh. How quickly people forget.
Well, I remember they put people on ventilators, but didn't they realize that they shouldn't have put people on ventilators?
Yeah, so on the moving frontier of a new thing, it's easy to say, oh, you shouldn't have done that.
Right.
No,
now.
At the time, it's like you're having trouble breathing, there's a ventilator. And then people do experiments. This is the value of experiments. Say, well, if you tip this way or you breathe through a hole in the table or whatever, and there's a better chance. And that gets published, gets disseminated, and then you have a new best practice in that moment. And the public the public saw this happening in real. Normally, it happens, you don't even see it,
Right.
Because it's a controlled study on some corner of the world or in some country. You don't even see it until it's already tested out. But you don't want to hold the vaccine longer than necessary if you could be saving lives with it. Hence the emergency provisions that were put into place. So the problem was, I think, people don't know what science is or how and why it works. And if you taught that in school, you'd say, okay, this is the mask, but we also need to clean the things because we know viruses transmit on the surfaces. Turns out this virus was less a surface virus and more of an airborne virus.
Oh, yeah. I remember I had a buddy who was wearing a hazmat suit to get his Instacart deliveries, and he was pressure washing boxes of Triscuits in his front yard.
Because at the time that we know that to be successful against variants of a virus, but not that one. We didn't know yet.
Yeah.
But are you going to say, well, we don't know yet, so therefore I'm not going to do anything? No, you do what has worked in other cases. You do that until we refine it. People were not allowing science to run its course.
Do you think that during the pandemic that the vaccine and the the pharmaceutical companies, that they hijacked science or hijacked the media?
Well, their studies get reviewed by panels of scientists. This is what the FDA does. That's the whole point. One of the main points of the FDA is to do this. So they study the efficacy of the virus, of the vaccine. And they study how effective is it against children. Also things like it can be effective, but at what dose? There's more than one moving part here in the studies. They did the studies and they found it was like 95% effective against that variant. So they said, let's roll it out. No need to do further experiments on this, on the effectiveness of the vaccine. Now, here's an interesting challenge. If your vaccine is so perfect that it knocks out this variant perfectly, it might not be effective against another variant of that same virus.
Right. Oh, it could be too perfect.
Okay, it could be too perfect. Correct. And so we need research. This may be going. I'm not on that frontier of a viral serum that's more sort of a cocktail of antiviral elements, so that whenever the thing tries to morph or mutate, we got you. You can't mutate out of this.
I see.
Out of this group of. And so what they do now with the flu vaccine is they have the specific. They have the specific recipes, and they do cocktail together for the seasonal flu virus, because they see different flus showing up and they put them together. But I foresee a day when you take one antiviral serum, it takes out all viruses. That'd be a fun day.
Do you think that, because we had Bobby Kennedy on, and he was talking about, like, he was really against Dr. Fauci and a lot of he
has a book, The Truth About Dr. Fauci, right? So he's
an environmentalist, so he was always grew up like about the environment, right?
Yeah.
So then he's like about the environment inside of your body. He believes that a lot of vaccines and stuff like can cause more damage over time.
Yeah, except when you look at the people who don't die for having had the vaccine. So there's a lot of there's a lot of cherry picking of data. I think he came to this vaccine argument, this vaccine world, because he sees the abuses of corporate greed.
Yeah.
All right. And in the environment, a corporation will do something regardless of its effect on the environment or its effect on people. So I think that, not that he's an expert on vaccines and virology or anything, but that he sees big corporations, he sees governments.
Right, because he's a lawyer.
People, and he sees people and he wants to protect people. So that's a noble cause. It's a legacy of his entire family, of course, in multi-generations. So, but what happens is people get onto something that they think is true. But there's a larger statistical truth that negates what you think if you see 3 cases because the testimony is strong. Because or someone coincidentally gets some other thing after they get an injection, and they stand up and give a talk. You say, "Oh my gosh, this is what I'm telling you." You're looking into the person's eyes and you feel their emotions and you see the fire and that becomes more real to you than a pie chart.
Yeah.
So
it's interesting.
You can get caught up in that.
But do you think that these days, like that, because you're from the science community, that like big pharma, like they have enough money and power that they could alter? Because that's what I feel like a lot of people, that they could alter the data or cherry pick it enough and present it to humans in a way that would just support what they want.
Well, so what?
Because that's what I think. In the end, a lot of people probably. That's the thing that I think people think, that big pharma hijacked a lot of the information or adjusted it to make people believe and think.
Okay, except we have people dying in the hospital who are not vaccinated and people alive who were.
Right.
So you can keep talking, okay? You can keep saying whatever you want, but we have evidence that conflicts with your conspiratorial views.
Right.
And evidence matters in the end. And so, could they have put their entire 100-year Pfizer, or whatever, how old they are, but I think it's around there, 100-year reputation on the line by faking data so that we would all think their vaccine will keep us out of the hospital, just to sell it? We would know within weeks, if not days, if that was all a lie.
Yeah.
We would know, because there would be as many people in the hospital who've been dying, who've been vaccinated, who were not. And those are two samples you want to compare with each other.
Yeah.
And when you compare that, know that it's effective. It's effective. Now, what took people by, what surprised people is, you vaccinate me against the measles, I'm not getting the measles. You can breathe on me, I'm not getting the measles. All right. So why do people still get COVID after they got vaccinated against COVID?
Yeah.
They got a lighter case of COVID than they would have otherwise gotten.
Ah.
Okay. You surely know people who got COVID who were vaccinated. Yeah. There was a 5-day vacation at home. Okay. Use a box of tissues and you're back a few days later. Were they on ventilators and were they even admitted to a hospital?
No.
No.
When people get it now, I'm like, I almost think they're bullshit. People are like, I got COVID. I'm like, fucking get in here.
Yeah, do your work, dude.
I'll take it. Do you worry about so science is information, right? And objective information are things that can't change.
If it's been verified by multiple experiments,
right,
and there's a result that comes out of it, that's not tomorrow going to be different from today.
Do you worry about the way that we share information now? Because that's almost scarier. That's, just like news channels and outlets and clips, the way we see things, it's adjusting the way we think all the time. It's taking over the value of the information.
That's insightful and perceptive and correct. That they're not only controlling the information you receive, they're shaping how you receive it, which has an effect on how you then behave and act on that information. So as a scientist, we're trained, not always successfully, we're trained to detach from the emotions of a testimony. We're trained to be skeptical of a claim that's made that's opposite other claims that have been made before. If someone says, we've seen the YouTube videos, who's the dude hanging on his arm? And it said,
Andrew Leclerc? No.
The guy who wants you to do his diet, his muscle grow. He wants you to grow muscles. He's a muscle guy.
Sylvester Stallone?
No. He's just some guy.
Oh, okay.
Like a fitness expert.
Okay.
But he's got something he's selling you. And he's saying, the best way to get ripped muscles? It's not by going to the gym every day. It's by doing my thing.
Oh, I see.
So we respond to that. Once again, it's the easy way out.
Yeah.
We respond to a testimony that's saying everybody else is wrong, but this is right. As a scientist, we are trained to be skeptical of that claim. The person that says all these scientists and they're all wrong and they're all in conspiracy, but I'm correct. Listen to me. We're trained to be, and then not to just be skeptical and go on with life. I'm going to find out. if what you're saying is true.
Why is conspiracy? Because conspiracies and the idea of conspiracy theories have grown more in the past 10 years. I
think
would say.
so. I think so.
It seems like
sadly,
anyway.
but yes.
What do you attribute that to?
The urge to be comfortable in your own belief system. We started the conversation that way.
Yeah.
You were saying, this is what I am, and if something's poking at the sides, I don't want it. I don't want to know about it. So now you create a worldview. You create an understanding of how things are, either because someone convinced you or you convinced yourself. Okay. Now there's a gap, or there's some information that conflicts with it. So you're going to say, if you cherish this worldview, that information that conflicts with it was falsified, or that was wrong. They don't know what they're doing. Or if there's a gap in the information, you'll say someone's hiding. So you say, by saying someone hiding it, that bridges you from one bit of information to another, and you can maintain your worldview. As a scientist, it is our duty to disturb our worldview every day. The headline that says scientists have to go back to the drawing board because their cherished theories might be put in jeopardy. This is bullshit. We're at the drawing board every single day of our lives. That's what we do. It's what we live for. A new discovery.
We're
not in our office with our feet up on the desk, masters of all the knowledge of the universe. That's not us.
Who is the final say-so of something from science that it can go into society?
Well, in my field, there's none of that because the patient doesn't die. Okay. I can be spectacularly wrong about how a galaxy is rotating, and there's no product that's going to be made based on it.
Right.
So as what you do gets closer and closer to the human condition, then you need sort of regulations and careful scrutiny. That's why the FDA exists, and there's no counterpart to the FDA for astrophysics.
Can the FDA be compromised or not?
In principle, I think anything can be compromised. But what it comes down to is, you would say, the FDA is saying this. Does any other agency say something completely different? I'm not talking about a YouTube page. I'm talking about agency. If it says complete, then let's take a closer look. It's a reason to look closer, not a reason to reject or accept. That's all. And might they give? Oh, so here's one. I got one. The food pyramid. This.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
This is a completely interesting. I'm even going to say honest. Should I say honest? Let me not use the word honest. It's an interesting sequence of events.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay.
There's a study in Europe. Tens of thousands of people. It's a diet study.
Okay.
Okay. And they find out that the Mediterranean diet is healthier for you. Low in saturated fats, low butter, not so much meat. Grains are in there, so beans and wheat and this sort of thing. And saturated fats, that's bad for you. It'll reduce your. So this study came out.
Here we are.
Okay. This study came out, and it took the world by storm because there was so many people. And Europe is westernized, right? And we all live a Western life. So this was, oh my gosh, we all got to do this. So drop the saturated fats, drop the cholesterol, drop all this stuff that'll kill you fast, and eat the breads and things and that. Okay, that's what contributed to in part a carb diet.
Yeah.
Okay. And when we did that, everybody started getting fat. Everybody started getting fat. Because you know what happens? Something else happens.
Right. There's a other side of it.
There's another carb in your diet puts your metabolism on a roller coaster. And you end up with food cravings that you didn't previously have because you got your calories from sources other than carbohydrates. So there was a secondary effect that was not folded in. But more important, that European study of, I forgot how many countries, was missing France. How do you have a European study that doesn't have France in it?
I don't know. People don't like them.
Okay.
I mean,
Is that
I think
why? No other explanation. We hate the French.
Maybe
No,
they
no.
didn't call. Maybe they didn't answer when you called.
Okay, you have a study.
But that is, yeah, you
on
got
the
to have
effects
everybody.
of cholesterol. Well, not just you have to have everybody, which is true. You have a study telling people that cholesterol is bad for you, and you're missing a country that is steeped in animal fat. The foie gras,
yeah.
the butter, the croissant, the duck fat, all of this.
Ducks are fucking
And
mostly fat.
do you know that the life expectancy in France is like 6
35?
months? No, it's like 6 months shorter than Italy, which has the Mediterranean. France has also got a Mediterranean thing, but their diet, you don't think of as the Mediterranean diet. So they had not significantly less life expectancy than other countries that didn't eat any of that. And that was not in the
They
study.
didn't put it in.
So the study had a built-in bias that people were not thinking of at the time the study was. So this is the bias you have to watch out for.
Yeah.
Here we are doing an experiment, believing something that's not true. And that's why lately they say, put in some cholesterol back in your diet. And because we're learning that what we thought was true out of that from that one study. That's the point. One study doesn't make the truth.
Yeah.
You need other studies that test it and re-verify it.
Yeah, because I was watching, I was just watching that show Dope Sick, and it was about like the opioid crisis or whatever.
Yeah.
It was crazy, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy sometimes that why do we let bad things into our society that seems so bad, you know? It would seem like sometimes we would be able to stop
Well, we have
them.
addiction problems. I mean, that's a problem.
Yeah,
Addiction.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Right, if we didn't have addiction problems, then
you need none of that, right?
Right.
Yeah, let me get high today and then I'm fine tomorrow, right? I'm not, so that's a susceptibility we have in our physiology. So, but you can be gambling addicted and there are many addictions.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of addicts listening to this.
Okay.
We do.
Okay.
No, I've been an
No, I don't
addict,
mean to
so
laugh.
that's why I talk about
I don't mean to laugh, right?
Oh, no, it's fine. We laugh about it.
Yeah. So
We laugh
the
about it.
addictions are that weakness, and when you have other people that exploit that weakness,
Yeah.
like the casinos and the drug dealers,
Anything.
yeah, anything,
Yeah.
anything. Someone's there to make money off of your inability to stop what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what I worry about. Like even with the drug dealers at like big levels, it's like, is our FDA compromisable? Sometimes I worry, or if we've gotten to that point as a country where everything's like it's more.
Well, if you
capitalism than
lose
fact.
all confidence in the agencies and the entire system, then where are you going to put your confidence? Is it the YouTube channel you were looking at? Is it the guy on the YouTube channel say the FDA is wrong about everything?
Right,
I'm right by what I'm selling you.
Right.
So
It's a good question, I think, but that's what I think you see. I don't know if you see a lot of that happening, but I think there's people who don't know where to put their confidence anymore. I feel like we used to all know where to put our confidence. Does that make any sense?
yes, but I'm saying there are people who are sowing doubt in places where there's no need to do so. People who are indicting the entire scientific community. Oh, by the way, while they're still using their smartphone, okay? I sent out a tweet. Should I have left it in my forbidden file? I don't know. It was a letter. It was like, dear flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, homeopaths, and on a whole list of like pseudoscience, okay? Dear, you found each other and communicate with one another using a device that using a sophisticated device that uses frontier advanced discoveries in engineering, science, technology, and math. Just thought I'd alert you of this fact. Signed, your smartphone, okay? This is the letter your smartphone should be telling you every day.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't trust science. Science is this. Oh, wait, what's the best way to route around the traffic to get to grandma's house? Which is using GPS satellites. And what do you think we do as scientists? And by the way, there are people who think that scientists are somehow conspiring. You ever been to a scientific conference? We're arguing all the time.
Yeah.
We don't agree.
That's a great point.
No, it's just...
That's a great point. It's really,
You're
really
living
great.
twice as long as your great grandparents because of science.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't trust science. Science did.
It's
Dude.
interesting.
Dude.
I don't know. I wonder where all where the distrust started to really come from. I feel like 20 years ago it wasn't here.
Well, I think
Maybe it was.
There was some distrust that began with Nixon and Watergate.
Oh, yeah.
Where can we trust our government and institutions? We knew there were corrupt politicians every now and then, but the system, for it to be embedded, and the papers, Pentagon Papers. This is stuff that was released out of the Vietnam War, smuggled out. The New York Times reported on it. You learned of the shady stuff we're doing. Are we the noble freedom fighters to the world, or are we sleazy corporate? So I think it began then. So it means, yes, skepticism is fine, but skepticism is not the same thing as everything you tell me is wrong.
Right.
Skepticism says, let me double check that.
Yeah, that's a really, really great thing to say, man. And it's a great thing to remember. And I think it's interesting because that's what some of your book, a lot of your book is interesting things to think about, different ways to think about them.
And like I said, if you're going to read it at all, read it before Thanksgiving dinner. So that you can know how to argue.
Oh, you can bring up some good
all
points.
the crazy uncle and aunts come over.
That's true.
And you just calmly say, well, have you thought of this?
Thought of this.
You'll be the calmest arguer there ever was.
That's what I will say. There's a lot of great, have you thought of this? And it was some parts were like, I don't know if I want to think about that, but it's nice. My one last question for you.
What do you got?
Sometimes I look up at the sky, right? And I'll look up and I feel like, especially if there's stars out there, I'll feel like it's kind of like something's looking back at me. Does that make any sense to you at all?
I once tweeted something like that. I said, sometimes I wonder, as I gaze into the night sky, whether the stars themselves are gazing back at me.
Oh, damn. I didn't realize I sounded so damn bi about it.
And that's when people said, are you high, Neil? Put down the joint. Are you? There's a reliable influx of people who are certain.
But sometimes I look up, I feel there's a thing. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't think it's gay or anything. I think it just feel like the space is looking back at me.
Well,
maybe I'm gay for space, bro.
Well, so we're not likely the only life forms in the universe. There's probably very many. Some vastly more intelligent than we are. Here we're sitting here looking up into the night sky, countless thousands of stars. With binoculars, it rises into the millions of stars. With telescopes, it rises into the billions.
Oh, God.
There are surely civilizations there looking up at their night sky, and they see our star, the sun, as part of some constellation that they identify in their night sky. And there's a Theo Vaughn there looking up, asking, is anyone up there looking down at me? And we get to say, yes, we have your counterpart.
Gotcha.
We got a Theo Vaughn in this galaxy too. No, I'm just saying, it's fun to think about we being in the night sky of some children's diagram as seen by another place in the galaxy.
You got to answer the question. What did you tell me about the individuals?
Whatever.
What'd you say?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll take you out with that. Do you know how precious life is? Most people don't.
I didn't know.
I think because look at the risks we take. Oh, let me jump out of an airplane, and maybe the chute will open. Oh, all right. That's a whole kind of person we got out there. Just look at YouTube videos. All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. With the GoPro.
Red Bull.
Yeah, exactly. All right. There's been about 100 billion people who have ever lived.
Wow, really?
Yes.
And there's only 8 billion now.
No, about 100 billion if you add it up over all time.
Damn.
All right. So now, do you know how many people can exist? You take a look at the genes, find out how many combinations of genes can make an authentic human being. And you do that. You can do the math on this. And it is stupendously larger number than the 100 billion. It is, I give a number in here, but that's a low estimate.
That could have existed over time or that could exist total?
Same difference.
Okay.
Okay. So I give a low end number of 1,000,000 trillion total possible numbers of plausible human beings that could exist. What it means is you are alive against stupendous odds. You are breathing air, observing sunsets, gazing into the night sky. Most people who could exist will never experience that.
Wow.
In fact, as Richard Dawkins has said brilliantly, you get to die. And you say, I don't want to die. I'm dying. Most people who could exist will never even be born. And you're going to complain about the life you have? Yes, not all lives are equally, I get that.
Yes.
And you could get the wrong hand dealt to you, either birth defects or your family, whatever it is.
This
oh
is
my
your
gosh,
ride.
that is your, whatever it is, that's what you've got.
Yeah.
Use it. Develop it. Do all you can within your power and the power of others who love you to maximize what you can be, what you can think, what you can learn, how you can love, all of this.
Your gift. It's the gift. Because most people that could exist mathematically
will never exist.
Wow. So right there, you are
you are as special a living entity as there ever was.
Amen.
So in the end of this chapter, and what I do as an epitaph, there's a quote from an educator, Horace Mann. You might have heard the name. He was 200 years ago, brilliant guy, head of universities. He gave a commencement speech. And he said, I beseech you, love that word. Nobody uses it anymore.
Yeah, you feel girls hang up immediately. If you do.
Oh, is that right? Is that right? I haven't tested it. I don't know. I'll try to bring it back and maybe they'll stay on with you. I beseech you. Yeah, if you say, I beseech you to go on a date with me, right, that's the end of that call right there. You're done. I beseech you to treasure up in your hearts these, my parting words. Be ashamed to die until you have scored some victory for humanity. And if you got one time on earth, there it is.
There it is. Neil deGrasse Tyson, thank you so much for your time, man. It really
a delight to meet you. Of course, I know your work, and it's as authentically honest. It's it's unpretentious. You just feeling it out there on stage, and people know you're feeling it, and they feel it too. And I think it's some potent humor, which gives you some power. That you have power, but it's even more power than that because you can bring people with you.
I'm starting to realize that more. I want to be able to be as creative as I can in work, and also I want to be able to question things and think about stuff as much as I can. So I'm really grateful for this conversation right now in my life.
And to stay relevant as a comedian, you got to stay on that frontier.
Right.
You can't relax for a minute. Oh man. Plus a joke you told last week, you can't tell next week.
Yeah, we're scientists. Well, I'll tell a few, but
you'll hear the groan. And
you will.
The audience reaction evolves, right?
Well, part of the groan is deep inside of myself because it knows I'm not maximizing my potential.
Yeah, okay.
So,
yeah.
But thank you so much for your time, man.
Dude, thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're a value to humanity, and we appreciate you.
Thank you. You got it.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.
So there's about 1% difference in DNA between humans and chimps. Yet we like to think of ourselves as
highly superior
intellectually to the chimp.
Right.
Maybe the difference in our brain power is as small as that 1% indicates.
Ugh.
So that pulling termites out of a mound with a stick that was carefully chosen from a branch,
right,
is from a bush. Maybe that is not very far from
space travel.
The Hubble telescope. Right. No, wait, think about it. No, I know this sounds crazy. No, think about it. Maybe.
Oh, look at those cute little humans in their telescopes.
That's what I'm
they're
saying.
putting up there. Look at that. Is that a space shuttle that they just launched?
Okay, so now watch. The smartest chimp that are studied in labs, that are brought forward in the chimp societies, right? You bring them forward, and what do? They'll stack boxes to reach a banana.
Mm-hmm.
They might put up an umbrella. They'll do some things, okay, have rudimentary sign language. Our toddlers can do that.
Right.
But those are the smartest chimps.
But you're right.
But our toddlers do that.
Same thing with dogs. Dogs have about.
I know. I could do this example for dogs as well, but chimps is simpler
because they're closer to us.
Even closer. So watch.
Gotcha. See what you're doing.
You see where I'm going? Okay, so watch. If the smartest chimp equals our toddlers, and there's only 1% difference in DNA between us,
right?
Let's go 1% beyond us.
Ooh, that's scary.
That's what I'm saying. If we go 1% beyond us in that same vector of intelligence,
they're traveling at the speed of light.
Then
they've figured out light travel.
Then the smartest human, they'll roll forward. They'll take Stephen Hawking and they'll say this human is slightly smarter than the rest because he can do astrophysics calculations in his head,
right?
Like little Timmy over here who just came home from alien preschool,
right?
The toddler,
right?
And they say, oh, you just composed a sonnet. Isn't that cute? Let's put it up on the refrigerator. Oh, you just derived the principles of calculus. Oh, isn't that cute?
Oh, that's funny.
So if the smartest human does what their toddlers can do,
right,
their average people will have thoughts. They will have sentences that will rise above and beyond our most brilliant capacity to understand. And I stay awake at night wondering whether the universe has complexities in it that are out of reach of the neurosynapses of the human brain.
Wow.
That's my answer.
So there's information out there that we just cannot conceive or perceive.
We don't even know how to access
that
about it
to get an answer.
Correct.
We don't know the answer. We don't know the question to get an answer.
Right. And not that we don't know it because we haven't been told it yet.
No, we just can't conceive of
Can't conceive it. You go to a chimp and say, what would it be?
Oh, something as simple as navigating the stars to get someplace. Chimps can't do that.
Stars? What? Navigate? What?
Right.
What? Spaceship? What? Rocket? Fuel? What? None of that. None of it. You can't even have that conversation.
Right.
So that's my point.
Ugh. Now I'm thinking that this whole thing might be some type of like science experiment by some alien kid now.
Yes.
That just
Why not?
Ugh.
We are all a simulation in an alien kid's basement who hasn't moved out of the house yet.
That's so funny. We're the Minecraft of some other alien
Minecraft.
kid.
Yes.
Wow. Man.
And then when things get too peaceful and stable, they stir the pot. They throw in a politician, a war, a crazy person, throwing thing, and then, now it's entertaining. So we're just entertainment for...
This is the best video game. Okay. Wow. That's a great answer to what boggles your mind. That's a really,
It doesn't so much boggle my mind, it upsets my mind.
Yeah, I was about to say it's very upsetting.
Are we not?
I'm mad. I don't even know why.
Here's my one out on this. You ready?
Go ahead.
Because for humans, our knowledge is cumulative.
So true.
You don't have to invent calculus. Somebody else did that.
Right.
You just have to use it.
Right.
Learn it and use it.
Right.
So I have the feeling that we are every next generation that has...
That's really the deal.
This scares the hell out of everyone.
Yeah.
Because that intelligence will say, we don't need you.
You know what? And we'd have to say you're right.
That's what happened in The Matrix.
How long do you think the human race will actually survive? Wow. I mean, there's precedent for that, right?
Well, so you can look at what is the average life expectancy mammal species.
Exactly.
And last I checked, it was around 2 million years, something like that.
Oh,
and so we've been around.
Have a long way to go.
We have a long way to go. We've been around, a couple 100,000 years in our current anatomical form, Cro-Magnon form.
Right.
And so that means we have a long way to go. But this presumes that the species is not smart enough to kill itself.
A black hole. It would form a black hole when it shrunk within a radius of 3 kilometers, about 2 miles. So you've got to take this thing, which is what I have to convert from kilometers to miles, don't I? But it's about
That's okay. Just say kilometers.
700,000 kilometers. So it's about 500,000 miles radius or something like that. The sun. So you squash it down till it's about 2 miles, and then that would form a black hole.
Wow.
The 6 billion times the mass of the sun means you multiply that by 6 billion. So these things, the so-called Schwarzschild radius is, I don't know, larger than our solar system, basically.
Oh
this
my
thing
God.
That sits in a galaxy. So we've got these two photographs.
Larger than our solar system.
Yeah, the event. Right. So it's a big structure.
Oh.
That's a Chandra X-ray image of. There it is. That's it. So the that one. There, that's the M87 black hole. So what you're seeing there is the emission from the material that's swirling around it. It's called the accretion disk. So you have material that's orbiting very fast, emitting a lot of radiation, and that's what you see. It's a flat disk, by the way. So you think Saturn's rings. So this material is very flat. But what you're seeing in that photograph is the light rays being bent around the black hole from that flat disk. So that was a prediction from Einstein's theory, basically. He published it in 1915. And you can predict that that's what one should look like. And then just about, what was that, 4 years ago now, maybe 5 years ago, for the first time in history, we get an image of one, and it looks like the prediction. So
Wow.
it's a remarkable thing.
How phenomenal is that?
Yeah. So we've had those two photographs. The other thing we've had is so-called gravitational wave detections. So these are colliding black holes, and they collide and merge together. And obviously that's quite a violent event in the universe. And so that event, that process ripples space-time. So it sends ripples out in the fabric of the universe, space and time. And actually Kip Thorne is I've spoken to him several times. He's one of the greats, right? Won the Nobel Prize for this. And he calls it a storm in time. So you get a time storm. So really, we're to think, as we speak now, there will be these very tiny ripples from violent cosmic events passing through this room, and they're changing the rate that time passes, so that as they go through, and we can detect that now. So we have detectors that can pick that up, and so we've seen those collisions as well.
So these collisions, how far away?
Oh, millions of light years away.
And they're affecting what's happening in this room right now?
Yeah, to a tiny extent. So there's an experiment called LIGO, which is the what it stands for, something like gravitational interferometer. I can't remember exactly what but so basically it's laser beams, and there's one in Washington State, north of Seattle, and one in Louisiana, and they're kind of laser beams, 4 kilometer long laser beams at right angles, and they can detect these very tiny shifts in the, effectively you could say, the length of the laser beam. It's a bit more fiddly and complicated, but it essentially measures the distortion in space-time caused by these ripples. And it's way less than the diameter of an atomic nucleus, by the way, way less. These little sort of...
Oh my God.
And so we've observed many of those collisions. There it is. There's LIGO. So it's just basically 2 laser beams, but with these ultra high precision thing. And so we've got data now of the collision of black holes and those event horizon pictures with radio telescopes. So that's part of it. But the main bit has been theoretical advances in understanding exactly... in a sense, it was what's wrong with Stephen Hawking's calculation, which is a weird thing to say sometimes because people think Stephen Hawking surely didn't get his math wrong. But he did, actually, in his calculation. So what he calculated back in 1973, 1974, is that a black hole, so we picture this thing from which nothing can escape, even light. So when you go in, you're gone, basically. What he calculated is that even though these things are just a distortion in space and time, that's the description of them. So it's almost as if there's nothing there apart from a distortion in space and time. He calculated that they glow, so they have a temperature. So they emit radiation. It's called Hawking radiation. And so important was that discovery If you go to Westminster Abbey in London, look on the floor of the Abbey on his memorial stone, and he's in there next to Newton and Shakespeare and all these people, and he's there. And chiseled in stone on the floor of Westminster Abbey is his equation for the temperature of a black hole. So it was this tremendously important discovery. So he discovers these things glow, and he calculates how they glow. A very low temperature, but they emit things, which means that they shrink because they're emitting stuff. And so they're shrinking. So that means they have a lifetime. So first of all, one day they'll be gone. So that means that you have to address this question of what happened to all the stuff that fell in. And his calculation said that there's no record at all of anything that fell in all this radiation that's come off the black hole. So it's purely information-less radiation. So what that means is that black holes destroy information, according to that calculation. And that's a big deal because nowhere else in all of physics does anything erase information from the universe. So it's really true that if I got this notepad and pen, right, and I wrote some things on it, and then I set fire to this, even just incinerated it, put it in a nuclear explosion, whatever. In principle, according to all the laws of nature that we know, if you collected everything that came off, all the radiation, all the bits of ashes and things, and you could just measure it all, then just in principle, the idea is you could reconstruct the information. So it all gets scrambled up and thrown out into, and so in practice you can't do it. But just in principle, the laws of nature say that information is not destroyed. It's just scrambled up in a way that you can't reconstruct, right? But this calculation that Stephen did said there is no information in that radiation at all. Zero, just nothing. So it seemed that uniquely in the universe, black holes erase information.
This episode is brought to you by The Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. And I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. When you say there's no information, like how are you measuring whether or not there's information in it?
So really in bits. I mean, the idea is, and I should say it's very much in principle this. So no one thinks in practice you could reconstruct what I wrote down on this if you set fire to it. But in principle,
well, maybe sometime in the future, maybe a million years from now.
In principle, you could just collect everything. Well, then somewhere in that all that radiation and ashes and light that's come off the thing is the information. It's there. So you could reconstruct the book or what I wrote on this page in principle. But the thing about Stephen's calculation was that even in principle, it said there is no information. And by the way, it's kind of easy to see why, actually, because this radiation, this Hawking radiation that comes off the black hole, it's coming from the horizon of the black hole. So I should say what the horizon is, maybe. So it's if you remember, I said that the sun, if you squashed it down within 3 kilometers of radius, you'd get this kind of distortion in space and time, from which, if you went in across this region 3 kilometers, you went inside it, you couldn't get out. So that's called the event horizon. So you wouldn't notice if you fell through the horizon of the black hole in the Milky Way galaxy. If you went into that one, we could be falling through that horizon now in this room, and we wouldn't notice anything, except that we couldn't get out again. And ultimately, in a few hours, in that case, time would end for us. So we just you go to the end of time. We could talk about that. There's a picture of that. Maybe I should talk about it. This is getting quite complicated already, isn't it? We didn't start in a relaxing way, did we? I don't know.
No need to. No need to. Let's get right into it. So we wouldn't notice.
Not for the big black holes. So these supermassive black holes, we could fall across this horizon. It's just like being in empty space for us. So we'd be talking now when we could have been talking on the outside of the horizon, and by the time I finished the sentence, we could be on the inside of the horizon, inside the black hole. And according to Einstein's theory, at least, which is the theory that predicted them initially, we could just do that. We could just go in, and we wouldn't notice for a bit. The thing we would notice ultimately is you go inexorably. Nothing you can do. You go to this thing called the singularity once you've crossed the horizon, and you are going to that thing. And then the question arises, what is that thing? And one answer is we don't know, but in Einstein's theory, it's the end of time. So one way of picturing what's happened here is so distorted is space and time by the collapse of a star or the collapse of loads of stuff to make these big supermassive black holes. We don't quite know how they form, actually, but it's collapsing stuff. So it distorts space and time so much that in a real sense, they kind of flip over. They get mixed up. And so this singularity, which you might have thought of as the point to which this thing collapsed, this infinitely dense point, you might think, but actually it's more correctly to be seen as the end of time, because everything's got mixed up. So you go to the end of time. And it's just like saying, why can't I escape that thing? It's like, why can't we escape tomorrow? Right. So we are going to tomorrow.
Right.
And if I said to you, let's run away from tomorrow, you'd go, I can't run away from tomorrow.
So is it the end of time because all information is being erased, so there's nothing?
Yeah, I mean,
is that the idea?
If you draw the thing, you can draw a map of it, and it just literally time ends, just purely in Einstein's theory. This is 1915. His theory of general relativity. You just get a line there, a line that says there's no future beyond this line. It just stops.
Okay.
So, I mean, admittedly, that's not. We think there's a lot more to it than that. But
Is it just we haven't figured the rest of it out yet?
Well, that's the thing. So we're starting to get hints about what might happen, which is leading us. So to backtrack a bit. Why does this calculation Stephen did? Why has it got no information? Why does it say there's no information in this radiation? The thing is, it's coming from the horizon. So it's there's loads of ways to think about it, but one way is that this weird place, this point of no return in space that you can fall through, but it's a point of no return. It sort of shakes. It almost disrupts the vacuum of space. And sort of almost shakes particles out of the vacuum. That's one way of thinking about it. But this radiation is coming from the vacuum. It's coming from empty space. Whereas if you think about the thing that I throw in, if I throw this notepad into the thing, then that goes to the singularity. It's got nothing to do. The radiation's got nothing to do with this thing. This thing is not set on fire or something like that. It's gone to the end of time, and just whatever's happened to it has happened to it. So this radiation's got nothing to do with anything that falls in at first sight, at least. And so that was the paradox. It's called the black hole information paradox. It's like it's one way to put it is the laws of nature that we use to calculate what happens tell us that information is never destroyed. And when you calculate what happens, it tells us that information is destroyed. So that's why everyone got interested in it in the 80s, because it's interesting.
So when we're looking at the structure of the universe, obviously there's so much still to learn just about what's out there, but what role do we think, like, is there a purpose? Is that the right term, like, for a black hole? Like, what obviously we know, is it still do they still believe that in the center of every galaxy there's a supermassive black hole that's, 1/2 of the mass of the galaxy? Is that what it is?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and that's, there's occasionally a galaxy, I think one was discovered where we said maybe we can't see evidence of a black hole, but I think,
really?
So probably is what
do you think that thing's doing there? Like, what is that? What's the what is the structure is so insanely complex and so immense, and you see these things everywhere. And so what purpose do you think they serve in the universe?
So, I mean,
is that it might not be the right term.
Well, so I think I'm right in saying we don't fully understand why all galaxies, as you said, maybe there's an exception, but all galaxies have a black hole, a supermassive black hole in the center. It's obviously got something to do with the way they form. And one of the purposes, by the way, of the James Webb Space Telescope is to try to look at the formation of the first galaxies. So that's one of the reasons that telescope is up there. So it's cutting edge research. We're trying to understand how the galaxies form. But I clearly, you're right, that it has something to do with the way the galaxies form in the early universe.
Pulling in stars.
Well, they do pull in material,
right?
But if you've got stuff orbiting around them, it stays orbiting around it.
Oh.
So the way we first detected the one in the Milky Way, because that image is very new that we have of it, is the stars orbiting it, very close to it. They're called the S stars that whiz around in these orbits very close to the black hole. So if you're just orbiting around the thing, you go.
Imagine that view.
Yeah, because
you think it's weird to look at the moon? Imagine if there was a supermassive black hole above our head.
It'd be so cool. I'd love to see one.
The moon is so cool. The eclipse was wild. We had the eclipse here in Texas.
Yeah, did you see it?
Oh, yeah. It was incredible. It's so strange. The whole day turns into night. All the birds stop chirping, and you're like staring up at this perfect eclipse. It was incredible.
Did you get this? Because I saw one in India, and I got this feeling that I was living on a ball of rock.
Right.
And it must have been just because the night just falls.
Right.
And suddenly you see the universe comes much more quickly.
I went to the Keck Observatory once in Hawaii. I've been a few times, but one time I went on the perfect night with no moon, and it was sensational.
Yeah.
It was the most. It was such a vivid image of the entire Milky Way, and every inch of the sky was covered in stars.
Yeah.
It was so phenomenal, and it made me a little upset. Because I was like, this is above our head every day, and this would radically shape the way human beings feel about our place in the universe.
Yeah.
It would greatly expand the curiosity of young people to explore space. So many more people would get involved in astrophysics. So many more people would get involved in just the exploration of the known universe, because it's so majestic. And instead we have, like, our screen is off. It's like that. It's like that screen. That's what we see because of light pollution.
Yeah.
That should be remedied.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a good trade-off. Like, lights are wonderful, but it seems to me like there's got to be a way to do this where you don't ruin the view of space.
Yeah, because you know these questions we have about our place, and as you said, it can be easy to be myopic, can't it? You said if you look at our screens, it's Earth that we think about at most. And most of us don't really think about Earth. You think about your country or your city or your town.
Or your neighborhood.
Even think about the Earth. But you're right. If you know, when you look at that arc of stars, and as you said, when you see it in a truly dark sky, it's powerful.
It's incredible.
400 billion suns, give or take. 400,000 million suns.
That's just words.
It's
you know what I'm saying?
To picture.
Yeah, it's insane. Your brain doesn't even process that. Like I could repeat that if someone says, "How many suns?" Oh, 400 billion. I don't know what that means. That's it's so abstract.
And most of them, I think, the best guess would be all of them have planets So pretty much. So you're talking about trillions of planets.
Now we're getting into my subjects. What is your take on all this UAP disclosure stuff? Do you give it any mind at all? Or are you busy with like real stuff?
No, I mean, the thing is, there's a thing called the Fermi paradox.
Yes.
Which I think we talked about before
Yes.
on the show.
Yes.
And the paradox is that if we haven't seen it, let's assume we haven't seen any evidence of anything. That's a paradox because, as I said, we now know. We didn't when Fermi first posed it, by the way. We now know there are so many planets out there. So let's say trillions of planets in the Milky Way. The Milky Way's been there for over 13 billion years, pretty much the age of the universe. So if there's no one else out there, then the question is why? Because there's been so much time and so many places for civilizations to become spacefaring civilizations.
Right.
As Elon talks about, multiplanetary civilization, we're very close to becoming a multiplanetary civilization. And once you have become a multiplanetary and multistellar civilization, if you become that, you're immortal, basically, essentially.
Right.
So the question is, the paradox is, why does it appear nobody has done that? So the first thing to say is, I would not be surprised, right? If a UFO landed here now in the parking lot, I'd actually, not only would I not be surprised, I'd be relieved, actually. Because I'd be like, this is good, because it'd be a weight off my shoulders, because I'm worried
Right. That we're the only ones.
we're the only ones.
That's
and
a terrifying scenario.
And we're going to make a mess of it.
Yeah.
And so I'm worried that we could talk about
But
that.
isn't it bizarre? Like one of the things that's fascinating about looking into the night skies, because it's so humbling, because it's so immense, it kind of puts everything into perspective, and it just gives you this like different view of the world. So the universe is so vast and so spectacular. Why is it so important that we exist? To us, it's so important that we exist. And if we make a mess of this and we wind up dying, the universe is so big. If we were the only intelligent life in the universe and it didn't matter, we blew ourselves up, like it's just a weird aberration that's attached to a survival instinct. Like we're a weird biological aberration.
So if you think about, let's assume, so we didn't finish the UAP thing.
Yeah, we'll get back
So
to
I
it.
was just
We'll
saying, yeah.
circle around.
So I don't know about that, but anyway, let's assume, just for the purposes of this, that we're the only ones in
Yeah.
our galaxy. Let's say.
Okay.
Then I would argue that. So there's a question I ask in these live shows that I do. I start with a question which is kind of a joke in a way, which is, what does it mean to live a finite, fragile life in an infinite, eternal universe? Which is a good question, right? That's what you're asking.
Yeah,
right? What
that's
does it
the real
mean
question.
to live a finite?
Right.
The first thing to say is meaning, right? What does it mean? That doesn't sound like a scientific concept in a way. Meaning,
Right.
I would argue that whatever it is, it self-evidently exists because the universe means something to us. I would argue that it's a property of complex biological systems. So whatever it is, it's something that emerges, in this case, from human brains. It self-evidently exists. Everyone who's listening to this knows that the world means something to them. So I would argue that if this planet is the only planet in our galaxy where complex biological systems exist, right, at our level, then it follows it's the only place where meaning currently exists in a galaxy of 400 billion suns. And therefore, I would argue, just for that very basic point, that we have a tremendous responsibility in some sense. Because by the way, I gave a talk, a little video thing at one of the climate summit, the COP climate summit in Glasgow in the UK a few years ago. And they asked me to do a little video to the world leaders. And I think they thought I'd say, welcome to Glasgow, have a nice meeting. But I made this little argument as fast as I could. I said, it's possible at least that this is the only place where complex biology has emerged in our galaxy. If that's true, this is the only island of meaning in a galaxy of 400 billion suns, and you are responsible for it because you are the world leaders. Therefore, if you destroy it through deliberate action or inaction, then each of you would be personally responsible for destroying meaning in a galaxy of 400 billion suns, potentially forever. Now go and discuss that. Was my intro to Glasgow. Now, and we can all argue, because people have been listening to this going, this nonsense, how can it be? We can all argue about whether that's true. What I would say is, given that, as far as I'm aware, we don't have any good evidence to the contrary, which goes back to your previous question, it's a reasonable working assumption. So why don't we just operate on that basis? And then, if someone lands tomorrow, as I said, I'd be very
Right.
delighted, because then what I just said would be false. And we could relax a bit and go, it doesn't really matter if we destroy ourselves to some extent. But so I think it's worth taking seriously the idea that civilizations are very rare. Now, and by the way, I used to say, probably last time I was on actually, I used to say that in the far future, then the complex life will cease to exist. So it probably doesn't matter on a global scale, but it matters locally because of this idea that meaning emerges from complex biological systems. So if you don't care about that, what do you care about? But actually, I read a book. Have you had David Deutsch on the show? David Deutsch is a really interesting physicist.
I don't believe I have.
He's one of the
No.
founders of quantum computing, and so
Okay.
he's a big figure in quantum computing in particular, but he's a great thinker. And I was reading some stuff he wrote recently, and he pointed out that it's not necessarily true that life is temporary, because you could imagine a situation as you go into the far future. Let's imagine that we continue for 1 million years or 1 billion years as a civilization. Imagine what we could do. It is possible that life can get so advanced in the universe that it can start to manipulate the universe itself. So, or at least stars. You could he said you could imagine, for example, just imagine, really wild speculation, but imagine life gets so advanced.
I saw a man brought to life. He was warm, he came around like he was dignified. He showed me what it was to cry. Well, you couldn't be that man I adored. You don't seem to know, seem to care what your heart is for. Well, I don't know him anymore. There's nothing where he used to lie. The conversation has run dry. That's what's going on. Nothing's fine, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already torn. So I guess the fortune teller's right. I should have seen just what was there and not some holy light. But you crawled beneath my veins and now I don't care, I have no luck. I don't miss it all that much. There's just so many things that I can't touch. I'm torn, I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. You're a little late, I'm already torn. There's nothing where he used to lie. My inspiration has run dry. That's what's going on. Nothing's right, I'm torn. I'm all out of faith. This is how I feel. I'm cold and I am shamed, lying naked on the floor. Illusion never changed into something real. I'm wide awake and I can see the perfect sky is torn. you.